Live coverage tonight of the Stafford County Board of Supervisors meeting. Hello and welcome in wherever you're watching on Facebook, YouTube, X. We're glad that you're here. I'm Uriah Kaiser. I'm covering the Stafford Board meeting tonight. And the reason why we are streaming this is because this is a major economic development deal for the Fredericksburg region, but also for the state of Virginia, because this would be the third Buc-ee's that would be approved in Virginia. And as you know, Buc-ee's has a cult following. I've never been to Buc-ee's. I hear great things about Buc-ee's. I hear that the restrooms are clean, the brisket is good, that people on the way to and from Disney World always make a point to stop at the one in South Carolina. That's just anecdotally what I've heard, as we've worked for the better part of 3 years to cover this story. And I've got audio in my ear that I do not want, and a touchy. There we go. All right. Worked for the better part of 3 years to cover this story for our local news website, PotomacLocal.com, which covers Fredericksburg, Manassas, and Woodbridge. So if you live in those areas, you please go to our website, PotomacLocal.com, and sign up for our free email newsletter where we send out every day what's going on where you live. This is definitely going on in that area. But again, statewide impact, because the Buc-ee's is looking to expand in Virginia. If they were to build this Buc-ee's, it would be located on Interstate 95 in Stafford County, just north of Fredericksburg, at exit 140. And it would it would give Buc-ee's 3 separate travel centers on 3 separate interstates. The first is out in Harrisonburg on Interstate 81, which they opened last year. The second will be New Kent, just outside of Richmond on I-64. And if this is approved tonight in Stafford County, it would make the third travel center. Now, it's interesting. There's a lot of places that would kill to have a Buc-ee's because of the amount of money that it generates and the amount of revenue it brings in for not just Buc-ee's stores, right? I mean, the jobs that they create based on the revenue that they sell at the stores. Because after all, these are Walmarts with gas pumps, as they're described. But there is also the money that would go to the county, the jurisdiction, to fund local government operations, police, fire and rescue, local schools, sewer and water, electricity, you name it. So there's that. There's and that is exactly what the supporters of this project say. We need to approve this for all of those things. And then you have the people who live near where this Buc-ee's would go, and they say, listen, 20,000 cars, that's a lot. And the roads, if you've been in Northern Virginia, you know, I-95 is a nightmare all the time, anytime. A traffic could stop on it on a dime, and then you're stuck, for minutes, if not hours, in gridlock. And they do not want this located near their homes. Now, Buc-ee's has countered and said, listen, the people who come and visit one of our stores, they get off the highway, they come in the store, they get gas, they come in the store, they buy what they're going to buy, Buc-ee nuts or brisket or sodas or whatever it is, make a bathroom break on their travels. They're all outside travelers. They're not locals. This will be a place for travelers who are passing through. And that means that they're not going to go meander down the street and look and drive by your house and check out the area. That's not what they're here for. They're making a quick pit stop on the road on their destination travel journey to wherever they're going. And they have really little interest in the immediate local area outside of the Buc-ee store. But nonetheless, this has been a point of contention for the better part of 3 years in this Virginia community, and it will be interesting to see them come out tonight and speak on this project. Now, the Board of Supervisors is in recess right now, and they began their meeting at 5 p.m. I scheduled this live stream for 6 p.m., 1 hour into their meeting, because there's a lot of administrative stuff that they got to take care of, a lot of proclamations, a lot of just check the box type of stuff that is done typically at these meetings. And I decided that 6 p.m. would be a good time to start the live stream, to come in, and as the meeting was already underway. But it looks like they're taking a recess here. I don't know what they're discussing in their recess. I don't know if they've gone into a closed session at this point. If there's anybody watching the live stream and maybe standing around, please feel free to comment. Let me know. We've already got some comments in the queue here. And I'm going to bring here some of the comments on. I would love to get one in Stafford. It is still 45 minutes away, but I go there a few times a year to the Battlefield store in Fredericksburg. Been to the Battlefield store on Route 3 in Fredericksburg. They make a mean sandwich over there. It's really good. Support Let's Go Buc-ee's right here. Good evening, guys. Good evening to you, Bandit 848. Good evening. Hello from Hanover. Good to have you on the channel. Welcome. Are you looking at this as a positive or negative? Are you asking my opinion on this? I've opined on this. This is something that I've opined on. I personally am I'm on record supporting this project. I think that given the tax increases that the Stafford County Board of Supervisors levied on its residents, on the homeowners of the county, 4 cents on every dollar, that equates to an increase of $3,000 to $4,000, if not more, over the prior year tax bill. And so I think the county could do well by bringing in and diversifying its commercial tax base and not rely so heavily on homeowners to foot the bill of local government operations. So there you go. In Stafford, I shall appreciate the brisket and the candy section. We need a little something new here. Hope we get a Trader Joe's also. There is a Trader Joe's coming in to Fredericksburg, I read, right there on Fall Hill Avenue. So there is that. The only closest other Trader Joe's that I'm aware of is off Little River Turnpike in Fairfax County. I do wish Stafford had designed a plan to perhaps the faux colonial that was so popular for other Virginia cities. Some cute outdoor tables and some artistry. Yeah, we could. We need more of that in Virginia. You go to Williamsburg, you see all these well done out. Even McDonald's looks like it was built in the colonial times. I mean, that's important to think about as we need to make our spaces, our public spaces, prettier, more aesthetically pleasing. We definitely need more public art. I mean, if you go to other places, especially out west, I mean, they have public art at interstate on-ramps, murals painted, statues, that sort of thing. And we are very devoid of that sort of thing out here. Is it like a Sheetz or a Wawa? Well, look, I've never been, and I've prefaced that at the top. I've never been to a Buc-ee's. So I can't tell you what it looks like inside. I've only seen videos and other news coverage. So I've never been. I understand, though, it's been described to me as a Walmart with gas pumps. I did watch some of the opening day video that was taken out at the Harrisonburg store in Rockingham County. And it doesn't, I mean, it doesn't scream. I mean, it's not like this amazing place. I don't think you're going to walk in and have this sort of casino like atmosphere where there's stuff buzzing and lights flashing, and there's definitely no lounge singer over there in the corner crooning into a microphone. It really is, from the video that I've seen from the one in Harrisonburg is it's a gas station. So they're known for their food. They're known for their fresh food, made to order food, and their Buc-ee nuggets. Beaver is it beaver nuggets? Buc-ee nuggets? I don't know. They're known for something. I've never had them, so be interesting to see. So please comment below if you have questions. If you've been to Buc-ee's, let me know. You can also, if you're watching on Facebook, if you want the Buc-ee's, if you think it'll be a good addition to the neighborhood and the state, hit that hit the heart button. I think it's good. And if you do not want another Buc-ee's in Virginia or in your neighborhood, if you live in Stafford County, especially, um, um, and you will be affected by this, hit that sad icon, right? I think that's the easiest way to track it. So heart if you want it, sad if you don't, and we'll see what comes in here. We'll do a little unscientific poll this evening as we wait for the Stafford Board of County Supervisors to come back on. One of their biggest claims to fame is their multiple awards for cleanest bathrooms in America, which I can attest. Okay. All right. I've heard that. I've heard they have very clean restrooms. That's a good thing, I guess, if you're on the road and you need to take a break. You want a clean restroom to go to. I have heard it also described as one of the bougier gas stations. I mean, when you compare it to other, as gas stations go, it is sort of the one that if you were to line up gas stations, you'd have some that are wearing, stained T-shirts and some that are wearing just a polo shirt maybe. And then you have one that just shows up with a suit and tie on and looks all business and clean and presentable and ready to go. And that's the way I've heard Buc-ee's described in the gas station world. If you're going to line them up and dress them up and pretend they're human, which I don't know, maybe a dumb way of looking at it, but that is what I have been told. The way I hear it, imagine a super Wawa. Yeah, no, Wawa's came into Virginia. Wawa's and Sheetz. It's been about 30 years ago, and they've been great additions to the area. I think if you go to some places, especially the more suburban areas in Virginia, they are on just about every corner. I know that there are some Wawas directly across the streets from Sheetz. So and they are the big gas pumps. So there's the ones that typically offer the discounted gas and as sort of a loss leader to get you to fill up and then come in and buy their $6 chicken nuggets or $8 chicken nuggets or whatever they're called, whatever they cost. Buc-ee's seems to be a better looking term economic boost than even Walmart. Interesting. Yeah, you got gas. Some Walmarts have gas stations. Not everyone does. Not every one Walmart has gas stations. So there is one. There is that. Again, if you want another Buc-ee's in Virginia, hit the heart. If you're watching on Facebook, hit the heart, and if you don't, hit the sad emoji because you're sad. You don't want it. I mean, that's if you're watching on Facebook. If you're watching on YouTube or X, please comment. We want to hear from you. Here's a viewer from Rockingham County, so I don't need any more. Okay. So if you already have a Buc-ee's in where you are in Virginia, hit hard if you like it, and then sad if you don't. How about that? I mean, that's easy enough. If you've already have a Buc-ee's, tell us, for those who have never been, like myself, the ones that have not experienced it, tell us what to expect. Is it a good deal? Do they have good prices, good service? Is it worth the stop? I was this past fall, I was covering a for the local website at PotomacLocal.com. I was covering a town hall meeting at a high school. Buc-ee's came and they were gentlemen. They answered questions. They many times were shouted down because the people who lived in the area, they had a lot of anti-Buc-ee's people show up. And at any rate, I was talking to a guy who said he took his kid down to Disney World in Florida, and they had a great time. They did all the Disney things. And then on the way back, they stopped at a Buc-ee's in South Carolina, and the kid got out of the car, and the dad, he said, "It's crazy. I take my kid all the way down to Disney World, and they see Mickey dressed up, and they see all the characters, but for some reason, he was more excited about the Buc-ee beaver guy in the beaver costume at Buc-ee's. He got more excited about that. That's it was funny to me. All right, here's Jim from Facebook. We live about 7 miles from a Buc-ee's in Georgia. Welcome to the stream. Glad you're watching. Wonderful sandwiches, brisket and pulled pork. They have a jerky bar, which with many flavors to select. Overall, a great place to stop on the road. Thanks, Jim. Thanks for sharing that. Very good. Appreciate your input there. Different industry, but I can attest to the value of a clean restroom for customers. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. That's exactly what you want. Look, nothing's worse than when you have to make a stop and the only place that's around is this gas station that's probably been there longer than you've been alive. And you walk in and they hand you yeah, sure, it's around back. Here is the key to the restroom, but it's attached to this bicycle tire. Here, go ahead. And at that point, you're not going to be walking into the most pristine restroom there. So it is good to have those clean restrooms when you're out. So yeah, appreciate you guys commenting in. We are still waiting on the Stafford Board of County Supervisors to get back. They're playing a video here, and I'm just waiting for them to come back online. If you are local and you enjoy knowing what's happening in Fredericksburg, Manassas, or Woodbridge, Virginia, go to our website, potomaclocal.com, and sign up for our free email newsletter where we send it out every day so you know exactly what's happening in your neighborhood, why the cops were on your street last night, what did the school board do, what new businesses, maybe like Buc-ee's, will be opening up where you are, what new restaurants, so on and so forth. We send that email out every single day at 4 p.m., and it's free. It is free to get, so please sign up and let me know what else we should be covering in your neighborhood. Please, the email newsletter, the potomaclocal.com is the website, and our email address, if you want to say hi, is news@potomaclocal.com. There you can send news tips. You can send a video that you shot of a crazy thing you just saw. You can tag us on X at Potomac Local, Facebook at Potomac Local. So we're pretty really available if you want local news. If you're just kind of hanging out and hanging with us, but you don't live in the area, that's cool too. I'm glad you're here. I really am, because we're going to have some talk tonight, some chatter tonight about the beaver and the Buc-ee's. As a Stafford resident that has been the Buc-ee's in the road, I really hope it goes through. Small, loud minority are against it here, though. Looking forward to the tax base other than our property taxes. Yeah, so that's going back to the fact that the local leaders in this county hiked property taxes on the homeowners, and yeah, it's really being felt across the board. And because it just makes everything just when a time when gas is already, I think gas here, we're talking about gas stations where this Buc-ee's wants to go in, gas is already $4.30 a gallon. And that comes amid high grocery prices, high energy prices, as data centers continue to flood Virginia, and Virginians continue to pay the cost to connect these new data centers to the grid, essentially footing the bill for the world's richest companies to connect to the grid, and Virginians continue to see their electric bills increase because they have to fund the infrastructure to connect the data centers to the grid. So come on, Stafford, Buc-ee's. Yep, there it is. Bring on the beaver. There we go. David is watching from the Shenandoah Valley of Virginia. Welcome from the Valley. Glad you're here. The development at Prince William Parkway in Minnieville is going to be a mess. And what you are talking about there is the Quartz District, where they are wanting to, that's going to be an interesting project because um, this is a new development at the intersection of Prince William Parkway and Minnieville Road in Woodbridge, Virginia. And yes, it's slated to have a Whole Foods market, which is something that community has been clamoring for years. Somebody already on here has mentioned Trader Joe's tonight on our live stream, and Woodbridge is no different. Woodbridge would love to have a Trader Joe's, but they'll do Whole Foods. But what is coming with this Whole Foods and this Quartz District project is a $70 million interchange at the intersection of Prince William Parkway and Minnieville Road. And that is going to disrupt traffic for years. It's going to be a multi-year project to separate the two roads and run traffic above and below and do all kinds of things. I think if you've been to Charlottesville and you've seen the Rio Road interchange in Charlottesville, it's kind of like the Rio Road interchange in Charlottesville, maybe beefed up a little bit. I won't say on steroids, but it is bigger. It is bigger. So, it's going to be a mess. So if you're watching from Woodbridge, give us a thumbs up. If you're watching from Woodbridge or like this video, wherever you're watching from, like this video, share this video, tell your friends that we're talking about these issues here, both locally and statewide in Virginia, as we wait for Stafford County to come back from their meeting. Stafford is getting a Harris Teeter. Yes, they are. We reported on that at PotomacLocal.com. This is going to be in the northern part of the county off of Garrisonville Road. It looks like they're going to demolish a school that's been empty, an old school building that's been empty for now 6 years. And it's interesting, that school, that Moncure Elementary School, where they've been, that's been empty since 2019. They built a new one. They moved the students and staff over to a new one. This one has been used for law enforcement training. And there have been many times we have called to find out, well, there were a few times, I won't say many, but in the beginning, when we started to see a heavy law enforcement presence in that area, we would call and say, what in the world's going on? This school is not being used for anything. What are you guys doing? Why are you there? And they said, it's an indoor law enforcement training facility now. We use it to train. And so they did that for several years. I don't think they do that anymore, but they were doing it. And it was very interesting reuse of the building. So now, so I assume David's watching from Harrisonburg. Tell us what you think about this Buc-ee's. Have you been to your Buc-ee's in Harrisonburg? Let us know what it's like, what you don't. Carla says she is against it. She is commenting here. Thank you for your comment, Carla. Shout out to the Stafford Sheriff's Office. Stafford Sheriffs are awesome. Thank you for sharing that. They are I will tell you, the Sheriff's Office is very transparent organization. As a reporter who's worked with them for many years, very transparent organization. Yeah, and they have always been responsive to my questions and to other members of the media who have asked. And so I've been covering them for since 2008, actually. And they, like any law enforcement agency, they've had their good days, they've had their bad. And as a reporter, I've covered both. One thing that Stafford does better than anybody else is National Night Out. When they go to the Stafford Marketplace and do their big National Night Out party. What National Night Out is, if your community does not do it, it's a night out where people can come. It's a night where neighbors can come meet other neighbors and interact with law enforcement. And it's the whole thing is designed to get neighbors talking to neighbors, maybe setting up neighborhood watch groups. at the very least, knowing who your neighbors are. So if you see something funny, you can say, hey, that's the Miller's house. What's going on over there? And at least I know who they are. But at best, it's and again, Stafford does it the best. What they do is a whole full-on street fair. They shut down a Target parking lot, and there are hundreds of participants, from vendors to churches to the Parks and Rec, the National Park Service, State Park Service comes. And of course you have all the cool police vehicles, fire and rescue vehicles. It is a massive party, and they do it in October. So National Night Out is typically in August, and it's celebrated nationally in August. It's always on a Tuesday in August. It could be the first Tuesday in August. But during the pandemic, Stafford decided to move it later in the year because there was still the whole social distancing thing going on. And even though the thing was outdoors, Stafford decided that, hey, we are going to move this thing into the fall, take it out of the summer. And I guess they may have thought at the time it was going to be temporary, but what they found was that this is like the biggest fall festival that they could possibly do. So they kept it in October. And so I do like to take my kids. I know we do go. It's fun. Warren County, watching from Warren County next to Front Royal, retired firefighter from Prince William. Thank you for your service to the fire service. Did you happen to see the King and Queen when they came to Front Royal? They say it's funny. They say no kings in America until the king actually shows up with the Queen. Did you see him? Did you go out to the event there where King Charles was there and the Queen, I believe Camilla? Let me know. Mascot race also. I assume you're talking. You're talking about the. Talking about the National Night Out in Stafford County. Yeah, it's always fun. Thanks for watching. 81 North by 50 miles. Thanks for watching. I feel so safe living here in Stafford. It's a hidden gem. It's a compliment to the Sheriff's Office and Public Safety. They do a good job. They are small but mighty when it comes to that type of thing. When we talk about this type of development, what would you? Let me skip to live here. Okay. All right. So we're talking about this kind of development. What would you like to see come to your town? So if you think you'd like to have a Buc-ee's, or if you'd like to have a certain restaurant, if you'd like to have, if you've traveled and you think, hey, wouldn't it be cool if we had this in our town? I really like going to this restaurant. It was great. It was maybe I know one time we were in Florida, we went to a place called Buca di Beppo, and it was at this Italian restaurant. It was really good. It was a chain thing because I know they have one in Maryland, and I had never been, and so we really enjoyed it. And so I don't know, maybe tell us what town you live in and what you'd like to see come to your town. If you're especially if you're in the Stafford area or the Woodbridge area. Matchbox. See the comment about Matchbox. Okay. Yep, we'll get into Matchbox in a second because the meeting.
We're going to go right into the public presentations. Please remain courteous and respectful to members of the audience and the board. If you are here to speak about one of this evening's public hearings, please hold your comments until public hearings begin. Each speaker is allowed 3 minutes. Speak slowly and clearly into the microphone and begin by stating your name and district if known. Please refer to the lights on the podium to monitor your time. Green indicates the start of your remarks. Yellow indicates that you have 1 minute to summarize your comments, and red lets you know that your time is up. All right.
So we're going to be listening in as they talk about the public comment time. I think they could be talking about a number of things.
That I have a speaker card for is Miss Karen Fox.
Could be Buc-ee's. It could be a multitude of things. But you can see the house is packed tonight, full of people ready to speak. And I'm told that this meeting could go hours this evening, well into the evening. So
That's it.
we will keep a watch on it and hear what people have to say. But you can see that every seat, there's not an empty seat in the House.
Good evening, Karen Fox, Hartwood District. My family has lived beside the current Stafford Airport property since 1877, nearly 150 years. We were here long before that airport existed. Families living near this airport are expected to trust that spreading biosolids, sewage sludge, near our homes is safe. This is not acceptable.
All right, I'm going to come back into that because we're not talking about Buc-ee's just yet, but we do have
The airport used
the board come back together. So that is good to know. All right. So I'm going to bring about the comment because I had a birthday party at Matchbox, and I'd love to know which one you're talking about because Matchbox, it was, I believe it was at Potomac Mills, where the one I went to. And I know they're like a Washington, D.C. thing. I know they started in D.C. So it would be, but the one at Potomac Mills is closed. It's either something else now or it closed down. And I tell you, it wasn't the best service. At least the one in Potomac Mills was. So it's good. Movie or bowling in Stafford. Yeah. Stafford County, you actually used to have both of those places. They used to have a movie theater at the old Quiet Town Center, which was raised back in 2015, more than 10 years ago, for the promise of redevelopment in that center. And we've yet to see anything happen in there. We've seen some office buildings, and of course, we've seen some residential pop up because, as you know, if you build apartments anywhere in Northern Virginia, they will fill up. People are always in need of homes in Northern Virginia. So those apartments filled up, but the commercial never came. And despite the fact that there could be the originally Harris Teeter over there, so it looks like that's going actually across the street to from the old Quiet Town Center. So, but yeah, and the bowling used to be on 610 too. I actually went there years ago. I think my wife and I, before we were dating, we went there. And it's since closed. It's probably a government contractor office like everything else in the area. So yeah, we're still on public comment time. Not in Stafford, please. I assume you're not liking the Buc-ee's. Don't see any hearts for the I don't see any hearts or crying emojis yet. So I don't think people have caught on to our non-scientific poll that we're doing. If you don't want Buc-ee's in Stafford, or if you don't think Virginia should have another Buc-ee's, do the crying emoji if you're watching on Facebook. If you do want another Buc-ee's in Virginia, if you do want Buc-ee's in Stafford, Virginia, hit the heart. Let us know. And if you're watching on Facebook or X, please comment and tell us what you think. Have you been to Buc-ee's? Is it clean? Is the restrooms are as clean as they say they are? Is the food as good as they say it is? Let us know if you're a fan of the Beaver.
The board will vote on these items separately. The board will take a recess during the evening's public hearings, every hour on the hour for 5 to 10 minutes, and I will make that announcement when the time comes. As we get into these public hearings, I'm going to take a second to speak to you all. As I've said before, when you're making comments, please address the board. We don't do hooting and hollering and clapping and any of that type of stuff. I'm asking that you maintain decorum and be respectful. I understand that the emotions are high, but at the same time, we must have decorum. Again, if you're making comments, address the board. Don't turn around and engage the audience.
Speaking, if you're listening in, this is
Parks and Recreation. Consider authorizing execution of a lease with the Patawamak Indian.
All right, this is if you're listening in, this is Deontay Diggs. He's the chairman of the Stafford Board of County Supervisors, and he is speaking. They're going to be talking about some Parks and Rec stuff first. So we're going to continue watching in, and I'll continue listening and dipping in and out of the meeting. But for now, we've got a great discussion going on over here. I want to continue that discussion because I'm really having fun. All right, so I'm seeing some hearts there. I'm seeing a lot of hearts there. I can only assume that that is pro Buc-ee's. Yep. Another heart there on YouTube. There's a heart there for Daniel Cortez. How are you, sir? I know you very well. I've seen you many times in the community. Daniel says only a fool will turn down the positive economic impact of Buc-ee's. Thank you for chiming in, Daniel. Good to see you. Hope you continue to chime in as the evening goes on. Thank you. Another heart there from YouTube. Here's I want Buc-ee's in Stafford. I've been to Buc-ee's once. It was impressive. However, I can't say I know enough about the situation to have an informed opinion. I am curious, though. Well, that's good. I'm glad you're curious. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're watching. Lona, Queen Bee. I love that. Queen Bee. All right. There's one for the community. What was the Beaver show on Nickelodeon? My first guess was Angry Beavers, but I don't know. Yeah, pro Buc-ee's. Yeah, that's good. There's some more hearts. Hearts there. I've got hearts coming in. I don't know the Beaver show on. I mean, maybe it's Angry Beavers. That was my best guess. Does anybody know the Beaver show on Nickelodeon?
First comment I have is David J.
Because we're talking about Parks and Rec stuff here. We're not talking about Buc-ee's here at the meeting. So if you're wondering, why is the guy talking about a Beaver show? Because they're not talking about Buc-ee's stuff just yet. They're in a public hearing for a park. And so we are just listening in on this. Have you ever planned a trip around going to a place like Buc-ee's? It could be a Buc-ee's. It could be, maybe a roadside attraction like a Dinosaur Land out in Winchester or something like that. Something maybe like a Foam Hinge. Is Foam Hinge even still a thing? Is anybody watching from down near the Natural Bridge area? I know it was there at one point. I don't remember if it's still there. I know there was a zoo that was there at one point, Natural Bridge Zoo, and got in some trouble. If there is a roadside destination or a place like Buc-ee's that you plan to go to when you're traveling, let me know what it is. Share it in the comments. I'd love to hear what that is. Yes, I went to Buc-ee's in Austin, Texas. Good. That is where Buc-ee's, that's where they're from. That's where they originate. Good to have. There's our Beaver answer. Thank you. 100 points there. You're on the board with the first trivia question of the evening. Angry Beavers. I like this. If we can keep this Beaver-related trivia going, be my guest. I will talk about it all night. There's Leave It to Beaver. I think it may have been on Nick at Night, but you're right. I do remember Leave It to Beaver being on Nickelodeon, Nick at Night. So that's good. I like that. More hearts for Buc-ee's there. Stafford can do better than. I assume that means this. I assume that they're anti-Buc-ee's. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for chiming in. Bring on the beaver. There you go. Plenty of beavers. That beaver emoji you see there on your screen there, and then scrolling on the ticker there. I'm pro Buc-ee's. It's all the new people that bought the new houses near the highway that are upset. Yeah, this is going to go into an area called Embry Mill. And Embry Mill was billed as a exclusive neighborhood. It was billed as a neighborhood with a lot of luxury amenities, mixed-use housing, single-family homes, condos, two-over townhomes, those sort of things. And when the Buc-ee's people came and said, "Hey, we want to build a travel center here," the people who lived in the neighborhood said, "Wait a minute, wait. This was never part of the plan. We were not going to live next to a truck stop," is initially what they said, and some continue to call it a truck stop. Now it's fair to say Buc-ee's does not allow trucks to park in their parking lots, so it's not a truck stop. It is they allow cars and pickups and vans, but no semi trucks, no big trucks. They don't allow trucks. So it's not a truck stop. I will share with you the first time that I heard about Buc-ee's coming to this area. I was actually in a cop car, and I was doing a ride along with one of the area police in Stafford County, one of the sheriff's deputies, and we got talking, and as people do, especially cops talk. He's like, "Hey, yeah, no, I heard this is going to be a Buc-ee's here," and I'm like, "Really? I'm a reporter, and I've covered this area for." Then I did the. Well, wait a minute. You're telling a reporter something he doesn't know? What's going on here? I should know this. And at first, I didn't buy it, but yeah, no, it was Buc-ee's wants to build, and it's been news ever since. It's been about 3 years ago that happened, and we've been following this story ever since. I've seen trucks at Buc-ee's in Texas. Okay. All right. So there you go. That's different than what we were told back when we went to a public meeting with the Buc-ee's people. But yeah, it's interesting you bring that up there. All right, let's face it. It's Embry Mill. They should check out what we deal with on Route 17. All right, so Route 17 is just 2 exits south of where they want to build this Buc-ee's. Still, it's in the Fredericksburg area. So yeah, to the point, it's very congested. The interchange was developed for increase in commercial development to handle traffic before the new housing was put in. Well, Embry Mill was approved mid-decade, around the 2015, maybe a little earlier than that. Construction began. Now, what they're talking about is this interchange. It's very interesting because this interchange is the key reason they want to locate this new Buc-ee's here in Virginia, because the interchange is a diverging diamond interchange. And if you've not seen this type of interchange, cars will enter the interchange and they will be diverted to the left side of the road. Essentially, you'll be on the wrong side of the road. And then you'll go through a series of stoplights. I believe there's at least 2 that you have to pass through. And the traffic through the interchange is heavily regulated by these signal lights. And you have to go on the opposite side of the road. And then if you want to at this particular interchange on 995, if you want to get on 95, it's a seamless move. You just keep going. You don't stop. You don't need to turn left. You don't need to wait until the other cars pass you. That's the beauty of this interchange. It removes the need to make a left turn and cut in front of oncoming traffic. So there are very few, if any, T-bone crashes, you should say. Very few, if any, T-bone crashes at this interchange. Because the way it's designed, there is no need to make a left turn to cut somebody off or go in the path of oncoming traffic. Because of that, Buc-ee's made it clear that that's why they want to come here to this spot, because of that interchange. And so many people have asked, well, why don't you just go further south? Why don't you go to another, like, Spotsylvania County, Caroline County? Why don't you put it further south down near Richmond? And because there are truck stops down in that area. There are several truck stops in Caroline County, just maybe 15, 20 miles down the road. And they were clear this is because they have the diverging diamond interchange, the DDI. And so many people have pointed out that it's funny, you put this interchange, which opened in 2019, you put this interchange to improve traffic flow, and now you want to get more people wanting to build near this thing. And so if you build it, they will come. Just that simple. But the DDI was built, and it has improved the traffic flow there, and has cut down on the number of accidents there. And this, as it stands today, is the only DDI on Interstate 95 in Virginia. There's about 180 miles, 180 exits, about 180 miles of road that makes up I-95 in Virginia. And this is the only DDI on that road. There are several others in the state. There's one on Interstate 66 at Haymarket. There's one on Interstate 64 at Zion Crossroads near Charlottesville. There's others in Roanoke. There may be some in Hampton Roads. If there are, let me know in the comments. Love to know. I'm really nerding out. This is the reporter would be nerding out on traffic stuff. But this is what we're going to be hearing about tonight. So get ready. All right. Buc-ee's not a truck stop. Trucks are not allowed at Buc-ee's. Okay. Well, that tracks with what we were told. Thank you for chiming in. Thank you for letting us know. The same people that are complaining about Buc-ee's are the same people that will throw a fit if you raise their taxes. Okay. Watching from Indianapolis, thank you. Thank you for being with us here on the stream. Thank you for taking interest in what happens in our great Commonwealth of Virginia. Ooh, this is a little defiant here. Buc-ee's is coming. Doesn't matter what the naysayers squawk about. Buc-ee's is coming. The Board of Supervisors has made their decision if they want it to. Isn't the location off the Stafford Airport exit? No, it's not. It's not. It's north of the Stafford Airport exit. So Stafford Airport exit is exit number 136. And this Buc-ee's will be built at exit 140, Courthouse Road. So when you get off here, if you were to get off, you're traveling northbound on I-95, you get off at exit 140. If you go to the left on Courthouse Road, you go essentially, if you go west on Courthouse Road, you're going to hit the Publix. You're going to hit if they approve it, you'll hit the Buc-ee's. If you go east on Courthouse Road, you're going to the courthouse, and eventually you hit the Potomac River. There is no overnight truck parking. Buc-ee's will bring in huge tax revenue and employ hundreds. I hope they don't screw this up. Lord knows the county board of clowns have screwed up enough. I'm about to go to a Buc-ee's to refill and get some good jerky. All right, cool. Let us know. Take us with you. Stream us in the car. Let us know how your trip is when you get back, and take a picture and show us the jerky you got. I'd love to see the jerky bar. Everyone says how great the jerky bar is. I'd love to see the jerky bar. Never seen it before. Traffic is going to be awful if they build it, I assume. There we go. Buc-ee's bring high-paying jobs. Buc-ee's store managers make six figures. Yeah, that's true. Buc-ee's store managers do make six figures. Many of those have been there a long time. They've worked their way up through the ranks, but it is a company known for taking care of its employees and being a fairly decent place to work. Buc-ee's will bring great job opportunities for Stafford. Okay, good. There's a Buc-ee's on I-81, and it's always packed. Thank you for that insight, because we were talking about the one on I-81. It's out near Harrisonburg in Rockingham County, and it opened, I believe, in 2025, so last year. And I was saying I saw some video from opening day, and so it's good to know that it's packed, because, again, the video that I saw was back on opening day, and so it wasn't really full and packed, and maybe a few people hadn't heard about it yet. Although there are Buc-ee's faithful, and I did, in the video that I saw, people had traveled from Pennsylvania and other points just to come to the Buc-ee's area, and because of it's, I believe Harrisonburg is about 2.5 hours from Washington D.C. People from the D.C. area, Maryland, they all came out to the grand opening there, because apparently there are Buc-ee's faithful fans that will come out for these ribbon cuttings and these new Buc-ee's stores. I visited Buc-ee's in Harrisonburg recently. They are madhouses. The gas is decent price, but the mini mall store is a complete clown show. High prices, obesity-inducing food choices. So there you go. Not a fan of the food, like the low gas prices. Couldn't care less about a Buc-ee's. I'm a trucker in Virginia. They can kiss my. All right. All right. Thank you for chiming in. Thank you very much. I can check back over here. Appreciate the comments. Please keep them coming.
Subsequent emails were ignored, so on May 20th of last year, we came to see you. That night, this board dared to do what few will do. They asked for the proof that the tribe said they had.
All right, we're still talking about a Parks and Rec issue there, so we're going to let them have that discussion, and we are going to keep talking about traffic. Now, one of the things that I asked you to do is think about one of these things you'd like to see in your town. Is it a restaurant? Is it a new movie theater? Is it something that you think would get the kids off the streets and indoors, doing something constructive? Let me know what you think. Comment in the comments. Tell us where you are and what you think would be a great addition for your town. And if you're watching from a town that has a claim to fame, if you already have something awesome, let us know in the comments what your town is known for. Maybe we can guess your town. Maybe just put the name of a place without naming your town. Maybe we can guess what your town is in the comments. Going back to the Buc-ee's comments here, traffic is already awful. No. I was there opening day and 3 other times, and people have said they want a Buc-ee's along the 95. I assume you're from out west because you called it the 95, and back east, we always put I in front of it, I-95. But I've noticed that people who from out west, they call it the 5, the 405, the whatever. They put the in front of the road. I think that's funny. So when people come out here to Virginia and then they say, yeah, I was just on the 95. I was just on the 1. I was just on the 66. It's a dead giveaway. But we're glad you're here. That's fantastic. We're glad you're here. Another interesting fact about Buc-ee's is there's no place to sit and eat. They want you to get your purchases and leave. I'm more concerned about not having representation in my home state and my constitutional right to firearms. Yeah, we have seen Abigail Spanberger the governor sign a gun ban, a pretty sweeping gun ban that does encroach, work to strip away your constitutional right, your Second Amendment right to bear arms. And that is being challenged by no fewer than 4 lawsuits. So we'll see what happens. And of course, we'll keep a watch on that and continue to update you on that. Interesting. People complaining about the issue have no issues with the auto auction, 1 exit south. Far more trucks going in and out of there. Crickets. If you're talking about Stafford County, you have a movie theater. There was one that's supposed to go in at the Garrison to replace the one that they tore down in 2015 at a Quiet Town Center, and yet nothing's materialized there. And they broke ground for that project back in 2018, I think. So it's going on 10 years, and yet nothing at that project there. George Mason University. Anybody want to take a guess? and to be fair, there are 2 campuses of George Mason University. To be fair, only locals will know. So, but the main campus definitely want to take a guess without looking it up, without Googling. Stafford needs a YMCA. There is a YMCA on Butler Road in the southern part of the county, just across the Rappahannock River from Fredericksburg. So you should check it out if that's near you. Stafford needs a Costco. Okay. And I've said this many times that if this were a Costco, if Costco said, hey, we want to build a new store at exit 140, they would they would most likely not be experiencing the same level of pushback from people who don't want development here. If it were a Costco, which also has gas pumps, there would a lot more people would, and this is my opinion, but a lot more people would say, yeah, build it, bring it. And the other thing that's important to note here about this Buc-ee's that they're talking about building on I-95 in Virginia, in Stafford County, Virginia, is that what's happening here is the Board of Supervisors is being asked to rezone 76,000 square feet, the building, to create 76,000 square feet for gas pumps, retail, parking lot, all the stuff. It's currently zoned for 90,000 square feet of retail and office space. So essentially, if they decide that they're not going to do the rezoning and essentially kill the Buc-ee's project, they're going to get more development in that site than they would have if they would have approved Buc-ee's, which is wanting to build a smaller footprint. Yep, Brother Bear, West Coast transplant. Yep, there it is. Welcome. We're glad you're here. And as far as I'm concerned, you can keep calling it the 95. Good for you. Lums, my town used to be known for Lums. I know that's at. I know where Lums was. I never went to Lums though. It used to be in Route 1 there in Woodbridge, right before the Occoquan River, right before you cross into Fairfax County. I think they heard hot dogs. What would they have at Lums? I remember as a younger guy passing through there. Used to actually move furniture long time ago. And I would, it was a day type of job where you just jump on a furniture truck and you go. And the furniture places were the home bases, the warehouses that we'd go to back and forth. We'd pass by there all the time, but we never stopped at Lum. So never got the chance to eat there. Yeah, Virginians call it 95 north or south. Yep, they do. And this Buc-ee's, if they build it, will be on the I-95 south side. 95 south side of the highway. Stafford needs data centers. Yeah, look, everybody needs data centers. I mean, we have a just insatiable thirst for data. My argument has always been, and if you're watching on Virginia Insider, my argument has always been that the world's richest companies that use these data centers need to pay their own way. They need to pay to connect their centers to the grid and stop putting that cost onto the ratepayer. Stop forcing electric customers to foot the bill to connect the data centers. All right.
I'm going to take a little bit of a different path here. I'm
Just
not
checking
going
back
to
in.
talk about recognition or recognition of descendancy.
All right, so we're still talking about the Parks and Rec issue there. There we go. If you've guessed, I think that's a nod to George Mason University. You'd be right. That's in Fairfax, Virginia. Where we learned that 1 in 5 residents in Fairfax County are in the country illegally. We learned that at a congressional hearing this past Thursday when the Fairfax County prosecutor and Fairfax County sheriff were summoned to Capitol Hill to testify, and someone from the Cato Institute, by the last name of Bayer, testified that 1 in 5 residents in Stafford County, one in 5 are there illegally or living with. Knows someone who is there illegally or living with somebody who is in the country illegally. Who's so that was a pretty eye-raising statistic that was cited there at that meeting there. Please vote yes, 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 yes. Please vote for Buc-ee's. Put your hearts in there. There you go. Bring Buc-ee's. There you go. Fredericksburg, Spotsylvania County needs a Sam's Club. Yeah, that's one thing that they do not have. The closest Sam's Club is in Woodbridge, and I think there's the only one that I know of. Other than that, I think there's one down in Newport News. I have not been to the Sam's Club website to check their locations recently, so I could very outdated. You can drop in the comments if there's other Sam's Clubs in Virginia. Educate me. But yeah, no, that's one thing. I know they got, obviously there's a Costco in Fredericksburg, Spotsylvania County Mall, Spotsylvania Mall. And then across the street there's a BJ's Wholesale Club, but no Sam's Club. Thanks for chiming in. That's cool. Appreciate that.
So
Right.
that passes 5-2.
All right, they're voting on this Parks and Rec issue here. We'll see what
Is this
is
all?
the next
I
issue
can
they're going to be
count. I do
talking
basic
about.
math. All right. Next, we're going to move on to capital projects, transportation. Consider an ordinance to amend and reordain Stafford County Code Section 15-56, designation of restricted parking areas to include certain streets.
All right, we're going to come back to that. Bring on Buc-ee's. Did I show that one already? Well, if I did, I did. Bring on Buc-ee's. More nail vape shops. As a trucker in Virginia, Spanberger wants data centers more than Buc-ee's. Yeah. The data industry has supported Spanberger. They were a big donor to her inaugural fund. And she has been reluctant to remove taxpayer subsidies, essentially tax incentives to data center companies. Democrats in the House of Delegates in Richmond, the General Assembly, and Spanberger are reluctant to remove those tax breaks, whereas Democrats in the Virginia Senate under Louise Lucas, who is now being investigated by the FBI, that was big news, big international news, but she is actually for removing those tax breaks and making data centers pay the full way. Spanberger says that if the tax breaks were removed, it could lead to fewer data centers wanting to locate in Virginia, which already has more data centers than anywhere else in the world. I can debunk that right now. There are no plans for a Costco by the Buc-ee's at this point. If there is, I'll be the first to tell you. But no, that is just a rumor. No Buc-ee's, no Costco next to the Buc-ee's. Here we go. All right. This comment is about Buc-ee's. No, thank you. This needs to go further down on Interstate 95. Comment here, simply crazy. That's insane. I don't know if we're talking about the Buc-ee's here or we've been kind of talking about a few different things, but data centers need to pay for water and energy. Yeah, they do. They use a lot of both. Water and electricity. Water to cool the servers inside the buildings and electricity to run the servers inside of the buildings. And some have been better about implementing their own water systems and improvements. I know Amazon has come in and agreed to, especially we're talking about Stafford tonight, in Stafford County and other locations in Virginia have agreed to come in and rebuild some of the water network to accommodate their data centers and give some ancillary benefits to the residents of these jurisdictions who live there, who would benefit by an improved water system. But the power remains the thing, because Virginia has long been known for low cost energy, low cost electricity for years. As long as I've lived in Virginia, with the exception, all my life, with the exception of when I was a child. I think we moved to Virginia. My parents did when I was 4 years old. So for the most part, I've lived in Virginia all my life, and it's been known for low cost electricity, and all of that now is changing. All of it. Buc-ee's will be millions more in taxes to Stafford County and substantial hourly annual income for employees who are hired positions. It's a 24/7 operation. And that it is. We need Buc-ee's. This comment right here from Linda. We need Buc-ee's. Just checking in here on the, we're listening, and this is not about Buc-ee's yet. They're still talking about something else, I believe. I don't think this is.
The
Yeah.
site plan anticipates a
All
sub.
right, so that's another project unrelated. Fairfax County is a very big county. It is. It's the largest county in Virginia by population. I believe it has 1.2 million people that live in Fairfax County. You know, those are for digital ID, right? Don't know. Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. Kindly smash the like button. Yeah, please like. And I thank you. I think it's my job as the host to remind you to do that. Sometimes I forget to do that, but please like this video, share this video if you want more local news from Potomac Local News. If you live in Fredericksburg, Manassas, and Woodbridge, share it. If you want more Virginia news about what's happening across your Commonwealth, you want more information about how to take back your Commonwealth and connect with your community, please like Virginia Insider on YouTube, wherever you're watching this video. We're streaming to 2 different channels tonight, and I'm grateful to have all of you along with us. Please vote no on the Buc-ee's. Sam's or Costco for Stafford, please. All right. So the difference? What's the difference? I mean, I've been to both. It's been a few years since I've been to a Sam's Club, but what's the difference between Costco and Sam's Club? Is one better than the other? Does one sell more things or a different set of things than the other? Does one have a better hot dog than the other? I don't know. Drop it in the comments. Let me know what you think. Sam's or Costco, and why? Tell us why. Why in the world? Why? All right. There's not a Sam's fan in Richmond. There's a Sam's in Richmond, but I'll say stinks because it's a family show. It's a family show. We say stinks. We'll say stinks. Yes, to Buc-ee's creates jobs. Wegmans, please. Here's a common, please. Wegmans, where? Where would you like Wegmans? Because I know that they're in Northern Virginia. I think they start in Fredericksburg, and you should work your way up in Northern Virginia. You find more of them. I'm not aware of other Wegmans south of Fredericksburg in Virginia. So if you know of them, please school me, make me aware. I like to know these things. They should have built that instead of the Wawa, Sheetz, 7-Eleven, Chick-fil-A, McDonald's, et cetera, at the exit. It's all right. I know it is. It's nuts. It's this exit where they're talking about building this Buc-ee's, and that's a great point. And thank you for bringing that up. There is so much stuff that popped up overnight there, and it's kind of the same stuff you see everywhere. It's another McDonald's. It's another Starbucks. There's a Chick-fil-A there, and a lot of people, tying this back into the Embry Mill neighborhood, which was sold as this high-end, unique place, different from all the other neighborhoods, bright and shiny new neighborhood, bright and shiny new thing. And it came with this commercial component, commercial retail, grocery store, whatever, restaurant component. And when they opened up, people were like, wait a minute. We already have these just up the street. I mean, and not only is it one thing or two things, there's like 3 or 4 or 5 things that already exist in the county. And you guys said this place was going to be different. Now, to be fair, there is some good. Now, I've been over there in that plaza in Embry Mill, and there's some really unique restaurants in there. There's a Thai place in there. My home Thai bistro is fantastic. I took my wife there. We had a great dinner. We had a date night there. It was great. There's a new brunch place that just opened up. It's kind of like a First Watch, which is a chain. But it's different. Mike, forget what it is. But it's open there. Remind me if you've been over there, what that is. We should probably do a story about it. We should probably feature it. And if anybody who works there wants to talk to us about it, we'd love to talk to you about your restaurant. We love talking about restaurants, but especially on Potomac Local, because that's what people want to read about. I mean, not only do they want to get good food that they don't have to make themselves, but they also want to support small business. And that's part of what we do at Potomac Local. We believe in small businesses. We believe in mom and pop shops because they're the job creators. They're the ones risking their money, their time, their effort. I mean, running a business is hard. Trust me, I'm a business owner. It's hours, nights, days, weekends away from family and friends. It is accepting the fact that you're going to make less money than your employees, so you can keep good employees. You need to pay your employees more than you actually pay yourself, especially when you're starting out, especially when you're small. So that's why at Potomac Local, we like to talk with small business owners, because we believe in what they do, wholeheartedly believe in what they do. And we thank them for doing it. Stafford would be foolish to reject this, but if they are so dumb, we'll take it in Spotsy, put it right near the new water park. Yeah, so Kalahari Water Park is what they're referring to. And this water park is going to be like the biggest thing in Virginia, period. Biggest tourist attraction in Virginia. Biggest announcement back when it was made. Governor Glenn Youngkin in 2025, it's been about a year ago, that he held an event, and I think it was the halfway point of their construction. But Kalahari, known for its indoor water parks, is building a massive new park, and it should be open by Christmas of this year. Massive new water park, and it's going to give it's a lot of people say it's going to interfere with King's Dominion, which is just maybe 20 miles further. I think the water park is, I forget the exit. King's Dominion is at exit 98 on Interstate 95. So it's about 20 miles north, give or take. But there's a school of thought that with this this water park here, Kalahari, it's actually going to people can do Kalahari one day and then hit King's Dominion the next. And so they could actually benefit each other, is the school of thought. But to your point about, hey, if Stafford doesn't want it, we'll take it in Spotsylvania County. They may go down there. They may want to relocate to Spotsylvania. Spotsylvania is a growing county. Lots going on. But again, as I was mentioning earlier, if you're just joining us, where they want to be on Interstate 95, there's this thing called the Diverging Diamond Interchange. And Buc-ee's has said publicly that that's why they are wanting to locate here, because of that unique interchange design that moves traffic to the left side of the street, left side of the road as you enter the interchange. You move to the left, and if you want to continue straight, you can. If you want to make a left turn, you can do so seamlessly without cutting in front of traffic, without risking being T-boned, without having without risking an oncoming car hitting you, because essentially there aren't any oncoming cars. A series of signal lights regulates the movement through the intersection and makes it safe. And that's why we see very little, if any, T-bone crashes at that intersection. So, and that is the only Diverging Diamond Interchange, the DDI, the only one of its kind on Interstate 95. And that's why Buc-ee's has made it clear that that is very attractive to that company. A second Wegmans would be nice. The Fredericksburg one is 9 miles away, but I want a Trader Joe's. Well, you're going to be in luck, because they're going to build a Trader Joe's right near the Wegmans in Fredericksburg on Fall Hill Avenue. So I believe we could have that story on PotomacLocal.com when that was announced. It could have been back in the winter time, I think they announced that. That sushi, though, if you're talking about my home, yeah, it's good stuff. Good stuff there. Really liked it. And some sort of cafe outside with tables and cuteness about how a faux colonial strip mall where the Regal used to be. Yeah, I mean, that's the Regal was the Quiet Town Center property that they raised, and to this day sits empty.
All right, keep it quiet, please. Thank you.
Checking back in with the meeting here, see what they're talking about. Deontay Diggs, chairman of the Stafford Board of Supervisors.
One second. Is her? I'm not hearing the mic. Uh-oh. It's on green, but it doesn't. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, and appreciate you giving me 3 minutes to speak tonight. I'm a member of Tower Concerns. Now, over 20 years ago, we ultimately
All right, so they're going on about another public hearing there. So we're coming up on streaming for about an hour and 15. Still waiting to get into the public hearings. This is local government, folks. This is how it works. I can tell you, as a reporter for many years, we would have to go to these meetings and sit, wait, listen, especially if you're going for a specific item on the agenda, and they put it last, as what kind of seems like they've done here. You'd be waiting a long time because everybody gets their chance to speak. All right, should have remodeled the theater. This is the Quiet Town Center. Yeah, so the plan for that was to, I think there were maybe, I forget, 10 theaters there, I think. The Quiet 10, I think is what it was called at one point. And they were going to put essentially double the size of the theater, but they were going to build it further down, 610, maybe about a mile and a half away from the old theater. And project broke ground, called the Garrison, broke ground in 2018. And nothing's happened there. Nothing, despite all kinds of discussions and all kinds of back and forth from the developer, the Pence Group, Northern Virginia, Washington, D.C. area developer. But yeah, nothing's happened there. And there's been no movie theater. And a lot of people are questioning whether or not a movie theater, how viable is a movie theater these days? Because not only being at post-COVID, when people stopped going out to the movies all the time, but now you have these giant screens in your living room, and it's only a matter of days, not weeks or months, when new releases become available on streaming. And so there's a lot of people who question the viability, and so on and so forth. I know in Woodbridge, in one of the communities that we cover for Potomac Local, there is an Alamo Draft House at the Stonebridge at Potomac Town Center. I've been to Alamo a few times. It's generally for a special event. They will show an older movie and something that you grew up with, something from the 80s, whether it be Ghostbusters or Back to the Future or something like whatever. And, that's fun. They typically, it's because going to the movies is a, believe it or not, going to the movies is a shared experience. Yeah, you're not talking the whole movie. You're not, having conversations and doing your own thing. It's not like going to a mixer or, going out to a networking event. But it is a shared experience because you're watching the same thing. You're experiencing the same thing all at once. And, if it's a scary movie, when people scream and get scared and go, oh, that's fun. And, if it's, if you're cheering, if you're laughing, if you're crying, it's a shared experience. And that's the cool thing about a movie theater. And so I think that is why they continue to be a lasting thing in our society. But, are they doing the numbers in terms of business that they were doing, prior to COVID, prior to streaming, prior to all that stuff? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Is Buc-ee's the last thing on the agenda tonight? It would seem. It would seem. They letting everybody else speak on these other agenda items. All right. We have a Starbucks there and a condo all sold as well, but it's not a pretty spot as it could be. They promised so much. Yep. They talk about a quiet town center. Yeah. There's a lot that could be done there. There's a lot that's not there. Could be done better. A lot that can be done better. Another wish list item, have the HOV go both directions at all times on Interstate 95. Yeah, absolutely. So I, in 2012, worked for a contractor that worked for VDOT, and it was our job. We were in the project, the process. We did the express lanes, the easy pass lanes on the Capitol Beltway from Springfield to Tyson's Corner. And it was a very unique experience. It was a very unique It was a very unique project, one that Virginia will likely never ever see again. It was really a sweetheart deal because you had a private firm, Transurban. They're an Australian-based firm, and what they did was build 4 new express lanes. And they put them down the center of the Capitol Beltway on the inner and outer loops of the Beltway, again, between Springfield and Tyson's Corner. And along with that, they built 14 new bridges. They tore down old bridges because they needed to make the space between the pylons wider so they could fit their new lanes through. They even built new, replaced or built new pedestrian bridges so bicyclists and joggers could get across, walkers could get across the Beltway. And they paid for the whole thing. I mean, they paid for it because they knew they would make up the toll revenue. I mean, you've seen these tolls. If you've been in Northern Virginia, you see these tolls. You can go anywhere from $3.50 all the way up to $47.50. You know, it depends on they call it dynamic tolling, and the price of the tolls go up the more cars are in the lanes. So, but they knew they would make the money back, and they built that facility from scratch. It was a brand new facility. Those lanes were not there before. On 95, what you're talking about is those lanes were built in the 70s, 1970s, and they were extended south a few more times, and eventually, and they were built by the taxpayer, and eventually extended all the way down Dumfries in Prince William County. And then in 2014, that same company, Transurban, that built the lanes on the Capitol Beltway, they signed an agreement with the state for some 80, 85 years to operate to convert those lanes and turn them into a toll facility and to extend them
Would
down
those be
to
existing separate and apart from the substation?
they would bring them further south to Fredericksburg. And so they did. And so, and they agreed to pay for the extension and widen it out a bit. I think they added a 3rd lane between Woodbridge and Arlington at the Pentagon. So they widened out the facility a little bit, and they paid for the extension to go down to, I believe it's at Route 17 in Stafford County, where they now terminate. But it's reversible. So they go north in the morning. You can drive north, and then around 10 o'clock in the morning, they shut the whole thing down, stop cars from going onto the lanes, and then they send a guy in a truck, and he drives the length of the lanes from Arlington at the Pentagon down to Fredericksburg to ensure that nothing's on the road. They also have traffic cameras they can check too. And once they get the all clear, they open it up and the traffic starts going the opposite direction for the afternoon rush hour. So to your point, it would be nice to have them go both directions, because inevitably, whichever the direction is pointed, if the lanes are going north, then northbound traffic runs pretty well off peak. You know, not during the morning rush hours, but throughout the day and weekends, whichever the lanes are, the HOV, the express lanes are pointed, traffic runs pretty well. If the lanes are pointed in the opposite direction, say if you're going south and the lanes are pointed north, then you're probably going to end up sitting in traffic. If you're and there's nothing you can do about it on 95 because there's no other set of lanes that you can use because the center lanes are reversible. So there has been some talk about doing that, and it would not be cheap, and the state would likely rely on a third party to come in and build those lanes. And the state has largely got out of the road building business. If it's doing a major project, it's always looking for a private company to do a public-private partnership with, something like that. So it'd be interesting to see what happens there. But yeah, I mean, it would, to your point, it would certainly get traffic flowing. Our property assessment went up $210,000 just this year with no improvements. They raised our tax rate. I support this. I assume she's talking about Buc-ee's solely for the tax revenue. And if they vote no, it could send a message that Stafford isn't open for business. They haven't asked for any tax breaks, unlike the numerous data centers in the county. That's true. They've not. To your point, Buc-ee's has not asked for any tax breaks, and
29-60D, 29-60E, 29-60F, 29-60G.
just going to pull this back up here.
Proposed ordinance 026-17. We also going to be doing item number 5, which is planning and zoning. Consider a request for a conditional use permit to permit vehicle fuel sales, high-intensity commercial retail, and a comprehensive sign plan in the B1 Convenience Commercial Zoning District on tax map parcel. All of the ones that I stated before. That's proposed resolution R26-131. And item number 6, planning and zoning. Consider a proposed request to vacate a portion of a plot, specifically undeveloped right of way between Austin Ridge Drive and Courthouse Road. Proposed ordinance 026-23. So there are 3 different items that we're going to be voting on as a board, but we're having one presentation and one public hearing. Mr. Zaraf.
All right, thank you, Chairman Diggs, members of the board. Mike Zaraf, Director of Planning and Zoning, to provide the staff presentation for these 3 items.
All right, now we're getting into Buc-ee's,
So
folks.
as,
This is it.
It's already been summarized by the chair. There are 3 requests for consideration: a reclassification to rezone 38 acres from B2 urban commercial to B1 convenience commercial zoning. The second is a conditional use permit for vehicle fuel sales, high intensity commercial retail, and a comprehensive sign plan. And the third, a vacation of dedicated public right-of-way within the limits of this project. And this, in combination, would allow for the development of a Buc-ee's travel center. The subject parcel and parcels are located on the northeast corner of the intersection of Courthouse Road and Austin Ridge Drive off of exit 140. It consists of multiple parcels, including a portion of right-of-way that is the former alignment of Austin Ridge Drive. The current B2 zoning is shaded in pink on this zoning map. The surrounding zoning districts include B2 to the north, south, and east, and you have PD2 plan development to zoning to the west, where Embry Mill is located. The B2 zoning is part of 3 different zoning actions from 2003, 2015, and 2020. There are 3 different sets of proffers that apply to this collection of properties. Approval of this rezoning would replace those proffers with one single set of proffers in this specific area. The site's currently undeveloped with a mix of trees and underbrush. It was previously rough graded and includes several stormwater basins. Topography is gradual across the site and slopes downward from west to east. There's a drainage channel, buffers and parking lot landscaping that are shown that have to be in conformance with the zoning standards. And then there's a proffered 15-foot evergreen screening buffer along the north side of the property with 2 rows of evergreen trees. The applicant has provided several proffers that would require development of the site, buildings,
We're not
and
fixing this an
signage to be
audio
in
issue. Do
conformance
apologize about
with the
that.
general development plan, building elevations, and signage plan that was provided. Requires additional evergreen screening, as I'd mentioned, requires access be provided as shown and subject to modifications that might be required under future approvals that it would be needed. Requires the project being contingent on receiving other transportation approvals, and I'll get into that. And it requires the applicant provide a construction mitigation plan as well. Proffers also commit to several transportation
All right, good. Thanks for letting me know
improvements
this
along
sounds.
Austin Ridge Drive. There'd be lane improvements and intersection controls that would include a third dedicated southbound left turn lane. The southbound exit 140 exit would include a median separated slip lane to provide more direct ingress to the site. Westbound Courthouse Road would receive an additional lane improvement through the intersection with the Austin Ridge Drive. The I-95 northbound ramp would be widened to allow for more stacking there. And then the new road would be constructed along the north side of the site to provide access into and out of the proposed project. The applicant's committing to construction of other transportation improvements that might also be required in a separate traffic study that I'll get into, and then also the requirement to vacate right-of-way that bisects the site. Also, I'll note, since the Planning Commission action, the applicant did provide modified proffers, and you received those. You received a red line and a clean version, provided essentially 3 new proffers, commits to including signage to prohibit tractor trailer parking on the site. It would also require site lighting for the canopies, follow dark sky compliance standards, including there's also an exhibit included that lists certain foot candle standards that would have to be followed to basically it requires lower lighting levels. And also establishes a process that would be followed if any land condemnation is required for additional road improvements, and such efforts would be carried out at the applicant's expense.
So there's no truck parking.
Getting into the staff analysis, the following are staff analysis points in consideration of this zoning change. The applicant's requesting the rezoning to B1 as the retail store component is considered a high intensity commercial retail under our zoning ordinance. That use is determined to be that due to the amount of traffic that's generated from this use. The high intensity commercial retail use is only permitted in the B1 zone with a conditional use permit and happens not to be permitted in the B2 zoning district. Regarding noise, the use would generate similar noise as other similar commercial uses, mainly from vehicle traffic. The closest existing and planned residential uses are 420 and 200 feet to the north and northwest, respectively. Regarding lighting, fuel canopy lighting is typically brighter than regular parking lot lighting, and with the larger than normal fuel canopies, the site may generate greater light impacts. In attempt to mitigate the impacts, as mentioned, there's the proffered double row of evergreens along the north side of the site. And then also, as I've mentioned, the applicant, in response to staff concerns that have been expressed, they've added the additional proffer to commit to dark sky compliance for the canopy lighting. Now getting into transportation, first kind of going over the studies and other approvals that are going to be needed for this project. Buc-ee's is required to develop a traffic impact analysis, as you'll see with many rezonings that come before you, to determine transportation impacts and improvements necessary for the proposed development. This involved meetings with VDOT and county staff prior to submitting the application to identify the overall scope of the study. The traffic study is complete and has been through 6 revisions through the whole process. Buc-ee's also will be required to develop a signal justification report for any new traffic signals proposed for the development. It's customary for this to be completed after project approval, closer to the time when construction's happening and near completion. With this project, the proposed modifications to the exit 140 interchange, that would require what's called an operational and safety analysis report, or OSAR, which involves Federal Highway Administration and VDOT review and approval. Per the proffers, Buc-ee's would be required to provide mitigation for any measures the OSAR identifies as Buc-ee's responsibility. The OSAR framework is being finalized, and development of the report would occur should the project be approved. On the last point, a limited access control change would need to be approved by the Commonwealth Transportation Board. The stretch of Courthouse Road from the exit to Austin Ridge Drive is considered limited access, meaning site entrances are not permitted, and any changes along the stretch need special approval from the Commonwealth Transportation Board, and that would be requested at a later date as well. Going over the traffic impact analysis and some of the background details, the traffic impact analysis, it studied impact on several surrounding signalized and unsignalized intersections and proposed new intersections along Courthouse Road and Austin Ridge Drive. There were two evaluation scenarios in the traffic study. The first, scenario A, studied Buc-ee's proposed impact on the network without considering background traffic to isolate their specific impacts. And then scenario B includes the background traffic generated by the planned developments in the area. County and VDOT recommend scenario B as the appropriate option to analyze mitigation needs. I do also want to point out that tonight, we have two projects before you that are across the street from each other, both being considered. Standard traffic study assumption is to account for all approved projects as background growth. Approved projects would be referred to projects that have zoning approval. Since these two projects are not approved, each one does not fully account for the other project in the background. The lower left info on the slide identifies the estimated traffic generation. This was based vehicle trips counted This was based on vehicle trips counted at the 6 busiest Buc-ee sites. I will point out, in comparison to the 20,940 trips estimated for the Buc-ee site, the by right B2 commercial development that could happen on the site would generate roughly 8,278 trips per day. This would correspond to likely the highest by right use on the site, which could be a shopping plaza with retail and restaurants without drive-throughs. The middle and right table identifies how traffic has grown in this location over the last few years and how much would be added with Buc-ee's. The recent increase can be attributed to all the development that is occurring with the Embry Mill site and Burns Corner commercial projects. And then all this growth is accounted for in the traffic study in the background. Now looking at the results of the traffic study, first I'll point out the county's comp plan policy that we look to, policy 7.7.7. It recommends development projects maintain level service C for impacted intersections and or road segments. Where achieving a level service C is not practical given existing transportation deficiencies, improvements should be designed to not further degrade the level service. This is tested by identifying the level of delay. This slide points out the intersections that are not in conformance, as a project would cause level of service impacts to degrade below level service C, or if already below C, would experience increased delays with the project. To explain further, the first intersection on the left column, the Courthouse Road eastbound-westbound intersection, it's hard to see. That's the western crossover intersection in the divergent diamond intersection. In the morning peak hour, it anticipates that in 2032, the intersection without Buc-ee's would have a delay of 28.3 seconds, and with Buc-ee's, the delay would be increased to 46.7 seconds, with a corresponding level of service reduction from C to D. These are intersection averages. The traffic study looks at different movements through the intersection. You have a whole series of data in these studies that provide scoring for through lanes, left turn lanes, right turn movements, identifies level of service and delay for each movement through an intersection, and generates an average. And that's what you see here. This means some movements may be impacted more negatively, others maybe less, and some movements show improvement. Intersection number 4, point out the Courthouse Road at Austin Ridge Drive results in the highest average increase delay. Looking at that intersection, the weekend peak hour conditions anticipate a 24-second overall delay. Staff report identifies the specific transportation movements that would experience delays that contribute to this average. The study also estimates vehicle queuing or stacking resulting from these delays, and the study shows on the southbound Austin Ridge Drive on the weekend a queue length of 1,900 feet in the worst case scenario. This is illustrated in the image with the red shading and extends along the frontage of the site. The report does find that in the morning and afternoon peak hours, the project with improvements would reduce overall delays, however still create increased queuing lengths. In summary, at this stage, the traffic study does find that the project with improvements would not fully mitigate impacts consistent with the goals of the comp plan. The applicant did include a position paper to address these findings and concerns. This was included in the board package, and they'll be able to speak more to that. In general, the paper does point out that when discounting by right vehicle trips, the project would create negative impacts, would not create negative impacts, and so, but they'll speak more to explaining their position paper when they get up. Okay, and regarding the OSAR, as I'd mentioned, that is still being developed and will take time to complete. That report would identify transportation needs at the exit 140 interchange through the year 2048 and develop and evaluate potential solutions to address those needs caused by the proposed development. The report would also identify if additional transportation mitigation would be needed that's not due to Buc-ee's development. And again, the proffers require Buc-ee's to implement the results of the OSAR study. The comprehensive plan future land use map identifies the site as in the courthouse targeted development area. The land use concept within this targeted development area designates the property for commercial, retail, and office. This designation supports standalone commercial development, specifically retail and office uses. Staff does find that the proposed use is generally consistent with the comp plan land use recommendations, as well as recommendations for development within targeted development areas. Point out policy 2.1.3 of the comp plan lists a series of general characteristics that development proposals should strive to incorporate. A few of the points within this policy relates to this project, or that relates to this project, are highlighted for the board's consideration, including maintaining or improving quality of life and mitigation of degraded levels of service and minimizing land use conflicts. These are proposed building designs, which the applicant is proffering to follow. The neighborhood design standards element of the comprehensive plan includes architectural guidelines. These elevations are providing many of the recommended design features in the comp plan guidelines. A conditional use permit is considered for the fuel sales and high intensity commercial retail uses, as they may generate greater impacts on surrounding properties or roadway networks. As the traffic and light impacts issues associated with the use have been discussed, the next few slides will focus on the comprehensive sign plan aspect of the conditional use permit. The comprehensive sign plan, it outlines the proposed locations and dimensions of signage on a property, specifically freestanding signs, wall signs, and fuel canopy signs. In this case, this image shows the location of these sign elements.
All right, so when they talk about signs, I still want to know what you think. Hearts, if you're watching on Facebook, hearts for Buc-ee's, sad face if you don't want Buc-ee's. You could also give us, if you're watching on YouTube, if you're watching on X, you can also give us a thumbs up or a thumbs down, but let us know. Please like, share, and subscribe. And
3 wall
We'll
signs
continue
will be
watching
placed on
this,
the
but let
retaining
us know what you
walls on
think.
the southwest and north facades of the building. Each sign would be 285 square feet in area and would be similar to the freestanding sign with the business name and logo. For comparison, the commercial signage standards in the zoning ordinance permit individual wall signs up to 200 square feet each. So basically, this is an 85 square foot increase for each of these signs. Freestanding monument sign is proposed in the southeast corner of the site adjacent to Interstate 95 near Courthouse Road. During the Planning Commission review, the proposed height was reduced from 60 feet to 45 feet. The zoning ordinance does limit business signs to 30 feet in height, and the signage area is approximately 486 square feet. The applicant did include 2 line-of-sight exhibits to illustrate the potential view of the monument sign from the closest homes in Austin Ridge and the approved undeveloped Embry Mill Senior Townhomes. The line-of-sight exhibits identify the originally proposed 60-foot high monument sign, which has now been reduced to 45 feet. This exhibit shows that the sign may be visible between the store and fuel pumps from homes in Austin Ridge. However, the viewpoint from that viewpoint, the sign would not appear any taller than the proposed store itself. And this is the exhibit showing the sign, that the sign would be blocked from view from Embry Mill by the proposed fuel canopies as a result of the view shed exhibits. The proposed approval resolution R26-131 includes a series of conditions that require the property to be developed in conformance with the general development plan, and including the location of access points, and limiting the number of fuel positions and the size of the store as shown, and requires buildings to be in conformance with the provided renderings. Conditions also ensure clear travel ways for emergency access and require signage consistent with the ordinance standards, with the exception to the 45-foot monument sign height and increased wall sign dimensions as we've reviewed. The plat vacation item would be to approve vacation of a right-of-way that was the former alignment of Austin Ridge Drive. This partial plat vacation would vacate the unused right-of-way and revert ownership of the same to the adjacent property owners for private use. The original alignment of Austin Ridge Drive was platted in 2008 upon the original construction of Austin Ridge Drive, and that is in the area highlighted in red. Since that time, with the reconstruction of I-95 and the Courthouse Road improvements, that resulted in the realignment of Austin Ridge Drive to the west, where it intersects with Courthouse Road today. This realignment resulted in 1.1 acre unused portion of the original right-of-way. The right-of-way bisects the southwest corner of the proposed project site. Vacation of the right-of-way would make use of underutilized right-of-way and avoid fragmented parcels that may be difficult to develop. There are several positive aspects to the applications. In summary, the uses are consistent with the land use recommendations in the comp plan, consistent with commercial development pattern in the surrounding area. Building architecture is consistent with the comp plan guidelines. Pedestrian improvements would help address needs identified in the comp plan as well. Proffers would ensure the development be consistent with what is envisioned in the application. The proposed wall signs and canopy signs would be consistent with the neighborhood development standards plan, and proposed screening, evergreen screening, would help minimize impacts on adjacent properties. However, staff does find the following negative aspects. Although several transportation improvements are being offered to mitigate impacts, the traffic study does identifies impacts, some significant, that are not mitigated in conformance with the county's comp plan guidelines. Staff does question how the project would comply with the comp plan guideline encouraging development, maintain, or improve quality of life for all residents and minimize land use conflicts. And staff would point out the applicant has responded to the last point by committing fuel canopy lighting to be dark sky compliant, thus reducing maximum lighting levels with that component of the portion of the project. In summary, for the zoning reclassification, should the board consider approval, staff recommends the board consider the cited transportation impacts, compliance with the comp plan, and lighting impacts cited for the conditional use permit. Should the board approve the application, it should be subject to approval of the zoning reclassification. For these first two items, at the planning commission stage, the staff report did recommend denial, and on March 25th, the planning commission recommended approval by a 4-3 vote. And as has been noted, the applicant has submitted new proffers and the position paper to attempt to address and respond to the negative points that were made.
So that what he's
The
saying there is that the
application
staff in
approval
Stafford County
application
says, no, this is not a good idea. And the planning
application
commission there, who are appointed by members of the members of the board of supervisors, overturned the staff's recommendation and said, you know what? No, we like this. We're going to recommend this and send this on to the board of county supervisors for final approval.
All right, we're going to now hear from the applicants.
And now Buc-ee's will come up and talk about their project and hope to sell the supervisors on the rezoning and what the Buc-ee's will do with the land there. And even got a guy in a Buc-ee's costume
Good
there.
evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Karen Cohen. I'm with Gentry Lock Attorneys at 919 East Main Street in Richmond, Virginia. We're land use counsel for the applicant. We've got a team here with us tonight. We have traffic engineers from Kimley Horn, so if questions arise on that, I'll hit some of that briefly, and then I'm going to turn this presentation over to Buc-ee's Director of Engineering, Mr. Scott Ratcliffe, who will be able to go into a little more detail on the many transportation improvements that have been proffered with this project. We also have Kevin Oshinsky from MuniCap if there's questions about the fiscal impact analysis. So as Mr. Zaraf said, the proposed use is consistent with other similar uses nearby and appropriate given the proximity to Interstate 95. This was in the staff report. And I think there's no real question here that the land use, a travel center, is appropriate near the interstate in an area that's planned in the comp plan for commercial and is zoned for business commercial. But of course, there are questions about the impacts, particularly the traffic, that we need to address. So we'll get to that. Just to review, what's already approved at this site is this commercial development, a high-intensity commercial retail development consisting of 7 buildings, 87,457 square feet of retail, 4 drive-throughs, and not the traffic mitigation that's being proposed for the Buc-ee's project. So I just wanted, and also the buildings here are allowed to be up to 65 feet in height. What's proposed by the travel center is this generalized development plan. So you can see it's a single user. The retail component is 74,000 square feet. If you look back at what's already approved here, just those couple of buildings, I don't know if the pointer's probably not working, but the larger buildings that you see up there are just a little smaller than the Buc-ee's, but then, there's 7 total buildings on this site, like I said, including the 4 drive-throughs. So if this is what's already approved and this is what's proposed, people might be wondering, well, why are we here asking for this land use approval? And that's because the zoning ordinance requires us to be here, right? We are proposing the retail store for the Buc-ee's, but there's no such thing as a travel center without a place to get gas. So the zoning ordinance requires a conditional use permit for vehicle fuel sales. So no matter what, we would need to be here for your approval. We also have, as Mr. Zaraf said, what the zoning ordinance calls the high-intensity commercial retail. Your zoning ordinance has 3 definitions pertaining to commercial retail: low, medium, high. The difference is just based on that definition in the ordinance, which is, whether it's 50 to 100 average daily trips per 1,000 gross floor area, that's the medium, under 50 is the low, and above 100 is the high. So that's just the category that we're in. And as Mr. Zaraf said, there's kind of an oddity in your zoning ordinance, because even though this is the B2 is the higher intensity commercial zone, which is what this is in, but it appears that maybe it was just a Scrivener's error in the zoning ordinance, because the high intensity is allowed in the B1, as is the low and the medium. And then the low and the medium somehow got put in the B2, but not the high. And there's a typo in there even on the low. So it really looks like a Scrivener's error. But the point is, we'd have to be here no matter what, even if the retail part was by right, because we need the conditional use permit for vehicle fuel sales and for the comprehensive sign package. So we're pretty agnostic on the zoning. So I just wanted to make that point as to why that is. So again, just to emphasize that this is a concurrent request. I know it's listed as 3 things on the agenda, but we are doing it as one. And the zoning part of it is really with the proffered conditions, and but we are proffering the GDP for the travel center, and the conditional use permit is for the vehicle fuel and for the sign and for the commercial retail component. But it's all the same project. And here's a rendering of that project. And I just wanted to show this to you to point out to how much green space, buffering, and trees and open space there is. The open space on the site far exceeds the requirement for either B1 or B2. And there's also the proffered row of evergreens. Again, remember that to the left of the image is north. And so here I'll show you the actual proffer and zoomed in part of the GDP. So when you're looking to the north, so this is oriented with, again, the left to the north there, you see that we've proffered evergreen screening so that the homes that are off the page there to the north, there's actually a whole parcel in between, a whole 10-acre parcel that's not even part of our project. So that is the proffered screening there. And on the sign, I don't want to duplicate things that Mr. Zaraf said, but I do just want to point out that on the line, we were asked to do the line of sight studies when we had the 60-foot high sign. So what you saw was with the projection with the 60-foot height, and you saw that was barely visible and from as far away as it was. But even so, we reduced it to 45 feet. So it's really barely higher than the store itself, which is only 40 feet to the highest decorative element, and the fuel canopies are like 30 and then 35 to the highest decorative element. So there's no visual impact at all from the sign. And I did just want to point out, I guess I can't really point, but do you see above that stormwater pond, the little yellow mark? That's where the sign is going to be. This is not like a monument sign in front of a busy shopping center that's going to be on a main street. It's over there off by the interstate, so that people, do you see the yellow above the storm pond, so that when you're coming off the interstate, you can see the sign. So again, there's no visual impact there. And then just new proffers, things that are new from Planning Commission. As you know, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the project, but they did want us to address some lingering concerns, and some of them were these. So we put in a new proffer that Buc-ee's will post signage prohibiting tractor trailer parking on site. I mean, this is something they do anyway, but the signage will be there. And I won't go into the lighting issue. Seems like we've gotten that under control, but if you all have any questions about that, the engineers can answer. If there's anything further you need us to do on that, I'm sure we can accommodate. So just before I turn it over to Mr. Ratcliffe, I just want to mention a couple things here that are important. So the transportation improvements, we're going to go into these in some detail, because I think it's really important for everyone to see how much this project is going to do for the road network. And this picture shows the darker gray is all new roads that the Buc-ee's will be putting in and paying for. So I also just want to tackle this OSAR issue a little bit more to try to help explain it a little better maybe than we've been able to in the past. So because this project involves a change to an access point from an interchange. That's what puts it into this realm of requiring these federal approvals. I mean, this is part of the Code of Federal Regulations with the FHWA, Federal Highway. So this is what they require anytime you're kind of messing with the interstate, right? So the TIA is mandated by the state code, and the county, and we work with county transportation and VDOT to review TIA. That's one level of analysis, right? And you do that even for projects that have nothing to do with the interstate, right? Just a development of some kind that doesn't affect the interstate. You have the TIA if there's enough traffic generation that you're probably used to seeing. But in this case, because we're modifying something with the interstate, that's why it's going through this other process. So whenever you are doing something affecting access from the interstate, it goes through this level of analysis and produces what's called an access report under their laws and regulations. And so, you know, for example, it's not just the OSAR, which is Operational and Safety Analysis Report. They've got two others, an Interstate Access Report they call the IAR and the IAJR, okay? We're not doing those because those are for major modifications to an interstate, like if you were doing the diverging diamond all over again, right? So that's what those are for. But the OSAR is for minor modifications. But so this is right from the regulations. The intent and purpose of the OSAR is to demonstrate that the proposed project will have no significant adverse impact on operations and safety, okay? And it is required that prior to proceeding with a detailed analysis report for an OSAR, somebody requesting it must validate two things. First, that VDOT supports the request, and that the local government, the municipal government, supports the request, which, I mean, if you think about it, makes total sense, right? Why would the feds put in all their resources to do this OSAR analysis if it was a land use that wasn't even permitted, right? They wouldn't do that. So I apologize for maybe taking a little long on the OSAR lecture, but I wanted everybody to understand, because there's been a lot of questions like, oh, it seems like they're not getting it right, or they're not doing their homework, or VDOT's being slow, or the county's being difficult. It's none of that. I mean, the county's been great to work with. We really appreciate it. And I assure you, it is not because anybody's not doing their homework or not doing their diligence. Far from it. It's really extreme diligence, and this is how the process is. So we cannot go forward without the land use approval. We can't get the OSAR until we get the land use approval. And of course, the great thing about this project is that the applicant has proffered to do whatever mitigation that OSAR report, remember I was telling you that the regulations require a report, whatever that report requires, the applicant has legally binding commitment to do. So I tell you one thing that came up, one of the commissioners was a little worried because she thought, she kind of heard about this other process at the federal level. And she was like, well, does this mean that we're abdicating, our authority or, ability to look at things? And I said, well, you're not, because, the final site plan, this is a proffer, the final site plan is contingent on the project having obtained all required transportation approvals. Defined in the proffers as all of these, right? And then for every single proffer, I won't read all these, but I'll just tell you, every proffer says that the applicant will construct the improvements set forth in the proffer in accordance with the recommendations from the OSARs approved by VDOT and the county. That's in 7A5. 7B, same thing, approved by OSAR by VDOT and the county, 7C, and the county, 7D. So there is no abdication of county authority or abdication of anything. If anything, it's kind of fortunate that a project like this, as it should, is getting this extra layer of scrutiny because of its impact on the interstate. So I just wanted to clarify all that so that everybody would understand. All right, so new proffer number 9 was one that was requested by your county transportation staff and was vetted and approved with the county attorney, and just says that if the OSAR, thinking ahead and making sure the county's protected, if the OSAR identifies transportation improvements attributable to applicants' impacts, Well, what if construction of those improvements would require getting additional offsite right-of-way or easements? This proffer ensures it will be paid for. All of that will be paid for by Buc-ee's. Even if the county has to exercise its eminent domain power, all that is put into the proffer, was vetted by your county attorney, that Buc-ee's will pay for that. All right, and then the traffic position paper that you received from Kinley Horn, just want to highlight, a couple of things. And I guess this is really the key point, because this is sort of the one lingering issue where maybe staff is coming out a little differently in their interpretation than we are. But, and the engineers can certainly address this in more detail, but their analysis demonstrates that there is no projected degradation in the overall level of service for the one intersection of concern, the Austin Ridge Drive and Courthouse Road. So it is consistent with the non-degradation policy that's outlined in the plan. There is no degradation in the level of service. Staff is referring to one data point that's showing a 24-second increase in delay compared to the no build situation, meaning nothing is on the site. Completely unrealistic scenario, right? There's 87,457 square feet of approved development on that site. But compared to having nothing, just trees, there's a potential that at one peak hour for just a few minutes, it is possible that drivers might experience what the TIA showed for that differential, a 24-second increase in delay. But when Kinley Horn did its analysis, what they found, and they can address this in more detail, but they found that at most there would have been an 8-second delay compared to the no build, and compared to the approved commercial development, 0.7 of a second differential, so negligible. But either way, no degradation in level of service. All level of service maintained, and a number of very significant and substantial improvements at a number of the movements. So the other two pieces from the Kinley Horn paper that I think are just worth reciting are, they noted that this local serving high traffic commercial retail development would generate local traffic and impact neighborhood streets, whereas the whole road network, from all the improvements that the travel center's proffering, they're designed to maximize throughput for the traffic patterns associated with this use, which, remember, it's pulling people off the interstate to come into a travel center, make, the pit stop, which might be a little longer at a place that's nicer, and then put them back out on the interstate. It's not shopping center traffic. And so one example, too, of really good feedback that we got from the citizens of Stafford and implemented along with your county transportation folks was to force all the exiting traffic to turn out onto the interstate. 'Cause folks said, people's GPS we don't want to go into the neighborhoods and all that. So that improvement was based on direct feedback from county residents. And the Kinley Horn report says, acknowledges that there's certainly data showing existing conditions that show there's traffic here. That's undeniable, right? At certain times of the day. But that data cannot be looked at in isolation. It must be viewed holistically by looking at the quality of the assumptions used, analyzing appropriate comparative scenarios, and without ignoring positive findings that show not only effective mitigation, but overall improvement. So, so that was the position paper. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Ratcliffe, but just wanted to, I think Mr. Zaraf gave you enough on the right-of-way vacation. I just put in there kind of housekeeping to make sure that we take care of that. That too has been vetted by your county attorney, the ordinance that would need to be enacted to vacate that right-of-way. Again, that's if you approve the project, that would just be a piece of it. So again, this rendering is showing you the proposed Buc-ee's, and this is what's already approved. I just want to emphasize one thing that I think is very important from sort of the legal analysis of a land use case. Some people might look at this and say, I would prefer a travel center, and I might go to the store. I might pick up brisket there for dinner. I might use it, but I like having this use a travel center. Somebody else might say they prefer a busier shopping center with a lot of drive-throughs. I mean, it's, sort of a matter of taste when it comes to that kind of thing. But from a legal land use perspective, I think the public ought to know too, that your decision as supervisors can't be based on that, on who likes what. It's got to be based on the law, right? And every land use case presents a tension between private property rights and the rights of your neighbors. But this, if an applicant has complied with the ordinance, has taken every step to mitigate every concern that's been raised by proffering or accepting a condition that's been imposed. There are conditions with the conditional use permit that staff prepared, and we're accepting all of those. If an applicant is doing all that, then they are permitted to develop the property. I mean, this is someone's property. It belongs to them. They do have property rights. And so as long as they've complied with the ordinance and mitigated any adverse impacts, then it should be approved. I mean, even the staff report has far more positives than the negatives, right? At this point, the lighting issue's gone. Really, the only other one was a general thing about the quality of life, which I know is related to the traffic. And as I said, the Kimley Horn report shows you that there is no degradation in the level of service. So Buc-ee's knows how to they know how to make their stores work as far as traffic goes. They wouldn't have a very good business if the traffic didn't flow properly. Here's 3 of those stores on the left are in Texas, New Kent being developed up top. And then that's our site below. And so, again, I think that while people can have different views, I just want to point out that there is a lot of local support. These are just positive comments, but again, it really doesn't matter so much about just, yay, I love Buc-ee's or whatever. It's a land use decision, but I think some of these comments are worth acknowledging, that people understand that it's going to bring in tax revenue and jobs. And especially, I just want to point to, somebody says, I prefer this to other alternatives where we could just get more vape shops, in a shopping center. This, you know who you're getting here, and you know what they're bringing in the way of improvements. And in the last comment says, I like the idea of a Buc-ee's versus alternative options. My only question is a concern for tax breaks, what you're asking for the county and state to pay for. The answer to that is nothing. And then the person says, I feel like if Buc-ee's is willing to pay for construction, I'm 100% on board. Well, they are willing to pay for all that construction of all those improvements. And so I do think that warrants your approval of the project. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Ratcliffe to just walk you through those transportation improvements.
Yes. Mr. Ratcliffe, you have about 10 minutes left.
Yes, sir.
You're watching live
Appreciate it,
coverage
Chairman.
of
Board members, thank you
Buc-ee's
so much for this opportunity.
hearing,
Scott
Stafford County.
Ratcliffe, Director of Engineering. Just wanted to bring up a couple of points as it relates to some of the misunderstandings, perhaps, with regards to transportation, and talk on those briefly. The TIA addresses several scenarios, and in so doing, it is utilizing a concept of stacking of peak trips, in which we had the peak trips of the current travel as it relates to our commuter traffic on top of the peak trip for the Buc-ee's facilities. This chart is just a visual representation of that, the reality of where those peaks exist, the peak traveler for commuters versus the peak traveler for a Buc-ee's, and they're offset. That offset allows for a differential between what is actually going to occur and what is projected in the TIA. Also, there was a stacking as it relates to the concept of in versus exits. How many people are coming in and out? In the TIA, it was requested of us to make those equivalent. But in actuality, our residence time is not like any other fueling station. We see on average about 45 minutes of residence time. So it's kind of like saying that somebody that goes to a theater is entering and exiting the theater at the same time. No, they spend time at the theater watching the event or participating in whatever athletic event may be taking place on a soccer field or something of that nature. So we have a longer residence time than what would be typical. So our ins never match our outs as it relates to our exit traffic. So those 2 items were included in the TIA, which provide a false peak hour trip generation. And so I just wanted to provide this to show a little bit graphically of how the commuter peak relates to an actual Buc-ee's peak. Related to what Karen was talking about a moment ago with regards to the transportation that is already zoned for this particular tract and what would be available compared to what Buc-ee's has proposed with their travel center improvements to the overall traffic system. Here you can see that the by right development generates far more delays in the AM, the PM, and in the Sunday it is basically equivalent, negligible, less than 1 second. That we present to you just to show and to illustrate how what's already available to be built and constructed today as it relates to what we are proposing with the traffic improvements that we're proposing to build also. And in eyes of the amount of time that we have, I just kind of wanted to walk through briefly the improvements in actually what is being done and how it improves the overall system, not just for Buc-ee's, but for everybody in the community, the improvements provided. The what would be the westbound lane coming to the Choice intersection there at Austin Ridge and Courthouse, increasing the maximum available queuing for all transportation vehicles headed not from Buc-ee's, but from everybody else from the west heading towards the east, and an overall improvement in all cycles. As it relates to those who would be leaving Austin Ridge and heading back towards the interstate, reducing the amount of time waited based upon the existing approved development, also providing additional storage in all hours, not just the peak hour, for all travelers in the area. Related to the transportation improvements for the deceleration lane or right turn lane, it allows also those who are utilizing this slip lane to go north on Austin Ridge. They will not have to wait behind people that are going into Buc-ee's, as they will be pulled out of the traffic stream, providing a benefit to the residents and anyone else using those development improvements to the north. As it relates to the proffer 7A4, improving pedestrian safety with all the pedestrian things that are proposed within the proposed Buc-ee's development. This adds for additional signage and control mechanisms and safety mechanisms for the pedestrians utilizing the intersection. In the proffers, we have proffer 7B, which is proposing intersection improvements. What those exactly look like will be determined later on in the process, but committed to provide whatever transportation improvements are warranted at that intersection. Same thing with the intersection at the future Israel Rodriguez and those improvements for both pedestrian and for vehicular movements. The slip lane, which I talked about briefly, providing a designated divided, so you're reducing the weaving movements for those that are heading southbound on the interstate to northbound Austin Ridge, providing for transportation to easily make it through the intersection without entering the stream of traffic that everybody else that's utilizing this, whether it be east to west movements or the northern movement as well. Providing additional lanes for the through movement for those that are heading back from the interstate to their homes to the west, adding additional lanes for improvements at the PM peak as well as at all peaks and at all times during the intersection operation. In addition to that, irrespective of Buc-ee's, providing additional storage and capacity for those that are going the other direction, that are headed away from the Buc-ee's development, providing additional laneage there, assisting in the existing queues that exist today, but also providing and relieving traffic that also exists today. Providing new pedestrian improvements along Courthouse, both at the signal and then the second proffer is also for those along Austin Ridge, which is in conformance with the bike and pedestrian facilities plan for the county. Providing additional sidewalks and additional amenities for the community, including a bike plaza with service station. For those who are the biking public, service stations when you're on a trip are great when they have stuff for your bicycle. So we're providing that also for the general public. And then Israel Rodriguez, a brand new street being provided to enable the development to the north of us as well as to the east of us, and facilitating the improvements necessary for those as well as our transportation needs. That's all I had. If you guys have any questions for Karen or myself, we'd be more than happy to entertain those this time. Thank you so
All
much
right,
for your time.
folks, like this video, share it, subscribe,
questions.
and if you're watching on Facebook,
Public comment, we
hearts if you want Buc-ee's, sad face emojis if you don't.
comment at that
Please let us know and comment on the video so people know you're watching and what you think about the proposed Buc-ee's in Stafford County, Virginia, and what it would mean for the rest of the state. This would be the third Buc-ee's in Virginia if this were to be approved. What we just watched there, we just wrapped up the presentations from both Buc-ee's corporate and the county, Stafford County staff there, talking about the development, which would be located at exit 140, just off Interstate 95 in Stafford County. This would be a 74,000 square foot development in Stafford County, the first of its kind in Northern Virginia. And it would join two others, one in Harrisonburg, Rockingham County, and the other in New Kent, just outside of Richmond. New Kent being on I-64 and Rockingham County on Interstate 81. And so this would give Buc-ee's coverage on three of Virginia's five interstates. So 3 of Virginia's 5 interstates would give coverage. You are watching live coverage of the meeting to whether or not to approve Buc-ee's, or whether to approve it, disapprove it, or essentially the rezoning that would lead to it. I'm Uriah Kaiser. I'm the founder and publisher of PotomacLocal.com. We're a local online news operation for Fredericksburg, Manassas, and Woodbridge. If you live in those areas and you want to keep up with what's happening in those areas, I encourage you to go to our website, PotomacLocal.com, and sign up for our free email newsletter. And we send it out every day. We tell you what's happening in your neighborhood, what new businesses are open, what's happening in your child's school, why the cops were on your street last night. We've been doing it for 16 years this year in June, and we can't wait to do it for 16 more. Go to our website, PotomacLocal.com, and sign up for that free email newsletter. If you are watching on Virginia Insider, thank you so much. Welcome in. This is a statewide issue because it has having to do with economic development. And again, this being the potential third Buc-ee's, third expansion for the company in the state. So it and if you travel up and down I-95, I-81, and soon to be I-60, when New Kent opens on I-64, these locations are something that you will be seeing. If you haven't already seen them in Virginia. I have not been to a Buc-ee's yet, but I have been following this story, this one here in Stafford County, for the better part of 3 years. And it has been a contentious project because you have people who live in the area in which the Buc-ee's could be built, a neighborhood called Embry Mill. They are against the development. They do not want but it's not a truck stop, but they deem it as such. They do not want the Buc-ee's to be located in their neighborhood because their neighborhood was sold as an upscale neighborhood with different types of housing and amenities. And they did not, many of them said they did not envision living next to a Buc-ee's when they bought their home. Meanwhile, the supporters of this project say the Buc-ee's will bring in jobs. It will bring in much needed tax revenue to inject into county coffers to pay for everything from local fire, rescue, water, sewer, schools, right? To inject money into the local economy and to fund local government. And that would come on the heels of a massive tax increase that the board we're watching tonight just levied on the residents of Stafford County, the homeowners of Stafford County, where that fund the majority of local government operation. Folks, what do you think? If you're watching this, wherever you're watching this, go ahead and like this video, share it, tell a friend. We're covering this live tonight, and public comment is just about to get started, and it is expected to go into the evening. If you are at the meeting tonight, send me a text. You can text us 571-989-1695, 571-989-1695. Text me the photos. Tell me what you're seeing. And you can also leave a comment here. We're taking your unscientific poll. Do you want Buc-ee's? Do you want to see another Buc-ee's in Virginia? Hit the heart button. If not, hit that sad face emoji. And we will continue with our unscientific poll on Kalahari. Many of you are commenting tonight, and I do appreciate that. Many of you are saying, bring Buc-ee's. We want the beaver. We need the development. Others are saying the traffic is horrible. We do not want that type of development because traffic is already bad. Now, this project is set to generate some 20,000 cars per day, and which would put it on par with other Buc-ee's in the chain. It's a destination spot. It is not for locals. It is for people who are on the road traveling to another destination. And they typically stop off for gas, food, use the restroom, and then they get back on the road and be on their merry way. But Buc-ee's has a cult following, and many people their trip plan to include Buc-ee's as part of their trip. And the company has made that very clear. They do not anticipate some of those 20,000 cars meandering out into neighborhood streets or getting lost along the way, as the travel center would be located on exit 140 in Stafford County, Virginia, just north of Fredericksburg. That's where we're talking about here. And it would be on a diverging diamond interchange. And this specific interchange is unique. There are only a handful of them in Virginia. And the one that Buc-ee's wants to build at next to is the only one of its kind on Interstate 95. And essentially what a diverging diamond interchange is, it removes the necessity to make left-hand turns. So when you enter the DDI, which is controlled by a series of signal lights, you enter the DDI and then you essentially move over. You're put on the left side of the road. You're on the opposite side of the road than you normally would be on, that you normally would drive on. This particular DDI is a 6-lane at the Courthouse Road here at exit 140. I-95, I believe at this point is 6. It could be 8 lanes, but it's 8 lanes if you count the express lanes in the center, the easy pass toll lanes. So you have an 8-lane Interstate 95, and then you have a 6-lane Courthouse Road that goes over 95. And so when you enter, if you're on Courthouse Road, you enter the DDI, you move to the left, you get on those essentially on the left side of the road. And if you want to go straight, you can, you go to a stoplight and you have to wait for a bit before the light changes and allows you to proceed, because you have other cars that are oncoming on the other side of the road. If you want to get on the highway, you just simply keep going. You turn left and you get on the highway, and you just get on the highway and you go. The whole point of this interchange is to negate the remove the necessity to make a left-hand turn in front of oncoming traffic. This DDI essentially removes the risk of T-bone and crashes. You're never going to turn left in front of an oncoming car, because all the oncoming cars are stopped. And if they were, they're going on the other side of the road anyway. So it's a unique design. There's only a handful of them like them in the state. And that is exactly why Buc-ee's wants to locate here. So we were taking a look at some of the video that we're seeing tonight from the meeting room, and the room is packed. There's not an empty seat to be had. We do expect public comment to go for hours this evening. And if it's anything like many of the data center public hearings that I have covered in my time as a journalist, it will do just that. It will go into the late evening hours. We're already 8:30 on Tuesday, May 19th. This could go into the early morning hours of Wednesday, May 8th. And, we'll assess where we are at that time. But this is billed as, for supporters, this is billed as a major economic development project because of all the different people that it will bring in, the money that will bring in, and it will be largely people who are from out of town, from out of state, coming and spending money in Virginia, and specifically this county in Stafford County. And it would be a boon for the commercial development. And many supporters say it's needed jobs, it's needed commercial development. Opponents say the traffic on I-95 is horrible. It could go from bad to worse in a matter of seconds. They don't want the additional cars and people that this development brings in. And when you compare a development like this, I mean, these days, especially in this part of Virginia, we're seeing either this type of project that has a heavy people. It's very, for lack of a better term, it's very people-y. Many people will come here. And you have to account for traffic improvements and public safety and all the types of things that comes when you build something with people. Data centers do not have that need. Data centers, while they use massive amounts of water and massive amounts of electricity, they do not bring people They do not create a lot of jobs, maybe a handful of jobs for these massive warehouses, multiple football fields wide, but they don't generate traffic. They do not bring in a lot of people who work there or travel to and from there throughout the day. So that's always the argument between a development like this and then a data center development.
Please remain respectful. I see some signs out there. Thank you all for keeping those signs down so that the people in the back are not being blocked.
All right, we're gonna go back in here. This is Deontay Diggs. He's the chairman of the Stafford Board of Supervisors, and they're gonna start.
All right, the
on
first
time.
4 is Ignacio Esteban, Janice Withrow, Alexander Saavedra. Thank you. I needed some help there. And Judith May. All right, so just line up down an aisle and one after another. Yes, sir.
I have a video for you guys.
Okay.
My name is Ignacio Esteban. ATF, hands! Nearly 30 years in federal law enforcement. I put away people who destroyed communities. I retired, came to Stafford, Virginia. I thought my fighting days were behind me. But then, the beaver came to town.
The Stafford County Planning Commission voted to recommend approval of the popular mega gas station Buc-ee's.
This is the land where Buc-ee's wants to open its 3rd Virginia location.
You've seen the ads.
Lots of space, tile floor to ceiling, very spacious, very private.
Cleanest bathrooms in America.
John Brisket on the board!
Brisket and billboards. The beaver brings a different kind of energy.
The Stafford plan, which planning commissioners recently advanced, includes 120 gas pumps and more than 800 parking spaces.
But I'm the investigator.
Buc-ee's is known for their amazing bathrooms and millions of gas pumps. But at Buc-ee's all across Texas, 33 of them were rated F by the Better Business Bureau.
Turn it off! You off! Hey. This happened all outside a Buc-ee's.
I started pulling records.
You are looking at Ohio's first
Buc-ee's.
Local news from every town the beaver has opened in.
Traffic backed up for miles.
gentleman hit me on my trailer in Buc-ee's and took off.
This is the second fatal crash at this Buc-ee's in just the last 2 months.
Police reports.
Paramedic infant unresponsive.
What I found wasn't on the brochure.
A jury found Palmer guilty of murdering his son. He dropped the boy on his head while parked at Buc-ee's.
It is here where this triple murder suspect drove into the building before trying to take his own life with a gun.
Right,
If
clearly a lot of
approved,
this
the Buc-ee site will be
AI
home to a 24/7, 74,000 square foot store.
Do we really need 120 gas pumps here? No. And we don't need a Walmart-sized convenience store.
And it remind you
More
that
visitors than Disney World. This is a significant.
they've only got 3 minutes
It's
here.
potty
So if
time.
the video is any
Stopping
longer
the
than
pee
3
dance
minutes,
since
the board will most
1982.
likely cut it
Buc-ee's
off.
wants to turn Stafford into one big toilet.
I've spoken at every hearing.
Buc-ee's historically have had high crime, a lot of robberies, abductions.
When we have a business that chooses Virginia, we want to say thank you. So I'd like to present you with a flag that represents a future together.
Buc-ee's has contributed over $50,000 to the governor's fund. The real issue that I have with this is how non-transparent this has been.
Buc-ee's is turning neighbors.
This is a referendum on whether or not you want Buc-ee's in Stafford. Period.
Okay, I'm going to stop everybody here real quick. I understand there's high emotions here.
Against neighbors.
I'm for you to approve the building. Economics.
120 fuel stations emitting wood oil, flushing into the wetlands. It's going to be an unmitigated disaster.
I'm 100% supportive of bringing Buc-ee's to Stafford County.
No one stops at a Buc-ee's, looks around and says, hey, this is a town I want to live in. They come back out to their car and they say, what did these people do to deserve this?
Looking at the revenues of $1.9 million a year, this would make Buc-ee's the top 10 taxpayers in the county.
And then how much of that did we get? I mean,
All of it.
Buying silence from the people we elected.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alex Saavedra. I live in Embry Mills, previously lived on Valdosta Drive for almost 10 years, and I'm here to ask the board, please not approve this project. I moved from Valdosta Drive in 2015 because too often it was difficult to leave our home due to the backups on Route 1 and Bells Hill Road. This project is just going to bring more traffic onto Austin Ridge and Courthouse Road.
Also, when 95 is backed up, Buc-ee's traffic will bleed into 610, which is already a nightmare, Mine Road, and through neighborhoods. I have no issues with Buc-ee's. I frequently visit the Florence location due to work. For spring break, my family visited the Rockingham location while vacationing at Massanutten Resort. I'm talking from experience. The first time I visited Florence Buc-ee's was about 3 summers ago, and it took us almost an hour to park from the exit and another 45 minutes just to leave and get back on the road. Neither of these locations are in a high traffic area or in the backyards of residential homes. This Stafford location is not appropriate for a project that is not a gas station, but a tourist destination attraction. People will argue that this will not bring traffic, but how can we say that we're basically adding a Walmart with 120 gas pumps? If it doesn't attract traffic, why do we need 120 pumps? Why does a gas station need shopping carts? Look at the social media sites like TripAdvisor, Reddit, and one of the major complaints is parking and getting in and out of Buc-ee's. I'm sorry, but the minimal gain of revenue we would gain for Buc-ee's is not worth the mess it's going to bring us. Buc-ee's is not for Stafford residents, but for travelers. You can't predict the traffic here. I think you were late. Somebody here was late due to the traffic going on right now. It doesn't move the needle as we're still spending our money up north and down south. I hope that you guys do the right thing for the Stafford residents and not for out-of-towners. I know Buc-ee's has sent care packages to people to show up today. Worries me what they're doing behind closed doors. I've also seen non-Stafford residents being encouraged to speak up for approval of the project and leave official comments for the record on something that has zero impact to them. For Stafford residents talking badly of Embry-Mill residents due to this project, take a look at our contributions to the infrastructure here through our hefty CDA fees. I don't get the bashing of neighborhood residents' concerns, but want a project to welcome outsiders that won't be spending any money outside of Buc-ee's. Just here today, right now, somebody posted, rather see the beaver than hundreds of new homes with hood rats during this meeting. I'm also very interested in what Ms. Crystal is going to say here. During your time on the planning commissioning, you try to impact a project that had used by right land by changing an ordinance because you didn't want it in front of your home. Stafford was sued, cost the county nearly $1 million in legal fees and settlement. Potomac Local News, 2 November 2020. This land is not zoned for high travel center and fuel sales right. You didn't want this in your front yard. We don't want this in our backyards. I would like for you guys to tell us the proposed shopping center, how revenue for that shopping center relates to revenue that we get from this gas station that goes to the state.
Good evening, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Janice Withrow, and I live in Hartwood District, and I've lived in Stafford County since 1989.
Could you speak into the mic, please? Thank
Yes.
you.
I-95 is one of the busiest travel corridors in America. Millions of people travel this highway every year between New York and Florida for vacations, military moves, work travel, college visits, and family trips. Stafford sits directly in the middle of that corridor. Along much of I-95, travelers can find modern travel centers designed for families and everyday travelers. But here in Virginia, there is a noticeable gap. The larger stops closest to Stafford are primary traditional truck stops focused on commercial trucking operations. There's a major difference between a truck stop and a family-focused travel center. Truck stops are designed around freight traffic, diesel fueling, truck parking, and commercial operations. Buc-ee's is different. It is designed for families, tourists, family members, seniors, and everyday travelers looking for a clean, safe, well-lit place to stop. When parents are traveling late at night with children, they're not simply looking for gas, they're looking for safety. They're looking for clean restrooms, reliable food, bright lighting, and a place where they feel comfortable to get out of their car after hours and on the road. This project would also bring significant economic benefits to Stafford County. Buc-ee's is expected to bring up to 300 permanent jobs in our community, making it one of the larger retail employers in Stafford County. These are long-term positions in retail, food service, maintenance, and management, providing real opportunities for residents close to home. In addition, Buc-ee's estimated that combined sales and fuel tax revenue could generate approximately over $3.5 million per year for Stafford County. At a time when the county recently raised the tax rate by 4 cents, this level of revenue could help reduce future tax increases and provide long-term relief for property taxpayers. Instead of relying solely on residents to carry the burden of rising costs, this project will allow visitors passing through Stafford County to contribute directly to our local tax base. There have been concerns raised by nearby neighborhoods about traffic impacts. That is understandable, and traffic management is important. but this area sits directly on I-95, and over time, Stafford and VDOT have planned and invested in this corridor precisely because it is a major interstate gateway. Growth here is not unexpected. It is part of the long-term function of this interchange. Denying a project like Buc-ee's would also be inconsistent with a pattern of commercial development already approved in this corridor, which has included gas stations, restaurants, and other highway-oriented businesses over time. Stafford has an opportunity to provide a service that is currently missing along one of the busiest highways in America. But beyond the revenue and jobs this project benefits Virginians and millions of people traveling throughout our state every year, it makes Virginia safer and more convenient for travelers and families. I believe Buc-ee's would be a positive addition to Stafford County, and I respectfully support and ask for your
All right,
support.
thank you. As you come down, Ms. May, we're going to have Doreen Almond, Cindy Simpson, Michael Stafira, and Farshid Hakimar. Please line up in the center
There are
aisle.
definitely
And y'all can
people
come
who
down a
are
little bit
decked out
closer.
in their
Don't be afraid
Buc-ee's
to
gear. You have the
do it.
jersey here. You have a full-on Buc-ee
Okay, go ahead.
suit.
Thank you.
Hi,
right
my name is
there.
Judith May. I've lived in Stafford since 1980 when I purchased my first home at age 21. In the 46 years I've resided here, I've purchased 3 homes, all in the Rock Hill district. When I moved here, I truly made Stafford my home. My company, J&J Upholstery and Drapery, is also located in the Rock Hill district since 1993. I've watched Stafford grow as we went from a small community to part of Northern Virginia. Our taxes continue to rise to cover the cost of the enormous amount of people that have moved here, so that the infrastructure and the schools that have to be built to handle the amount of people that have moved here. Income stated at planning meeting stated that Stafford would be getting 1.9 million on the conservative side in gas tax and another 1.9 annually in general sales and food tax. That was at the planning meeting. That 1.9 in gas and the 1.9 would stay in Stafford. It is needed to fund schools, fire and rescue, sheriff's offices, and roads. A huge portion of that tax money will come in from travelers that are already stuck on I-95. Buc-ee's gives them a place to rest, get gas, use clean restrooms, and spend their money in Stafford County, creating much needed tax income that will stay in Stafford. The unskilled labor jobs will also benefit young adults or older people who still want to work without traveling. It starts at 18 an hour and goes up from there. Medical benefits and retirement match to 6%. Find any job in Stafford County that's unskilled that's going to pay you any kind of benefits like that is almost impossible. I posted yesterday a reminder about this meeting today. At 4:35 this afternoon, there were 286 likes for Buc-ee's, 61 loves for Buc-ee's, and 3 angry faces. That tells me a lot about what Stafford really wants for this community. As a final note, people love Buc-ee's so much that they're Buc-ee's shoppers who go into Buc-ee's at night and shop the products and ship them to areas that don't have Buc-ee's. It is not a gas station. It is a shopping destination where travelers can stop, rest, spend money, and sometimes get gas and charge their cars and charge the batteries on their electric vehicles. I believe that all the traffic issues, especially after hearing changes that have been made tonight, and Buc-ee's willingness to pay for only all the road improvements needed, I respectfully ask that you say yes and allow Buc-ee's to be allow Stafford to be part of the Buc-ee's family. Thank you very much. And thank you for the job you guys do. It's hard every day.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Doreen Allman, and I'm a 22-year resident of the Hartwood District. In those 22 years, I have seen a lot of growth in this county, some good, some not so good. I've also seen a lot of businesses come and go. Buc-ee's, if you approve it, is here for the long haul. Buc-ee's is not asking for a single cent in tax breaks, unlike a lot of other businesses that have come to this county. Buc-ee's will bring a huge tax revenue to this county, which we desperately need, along with road improvements and good paying jobs, which will turn into more revenue for other businesses in this county. The naysayers are saying, not in my backyard, are also the same ones who bought homes that back up to commercial property in the first place. They're the same ones who say, do better for our children. Yet where in this county can an 18-year-old get a job that pays a minimum of $18 an hour with benefits? Nowhere. The same ones who swear that this neighborhood will be run over from traffic from Buc-ee's, yet hundreds of vehicles a day already cut through from Courthouse to Route 1 and Route 1 to Courthouse. That's documented every day. Yes, traffic will be crazy for the first 30 days after Buc-ee's opens. As with any new business anywhere in the United States, it draws in the traffic. But after those 30 days, it will subside. I ask you to please, please vote for I-90, for the Buc-ee's in Stafford. And I-95 will be I-95, regardless of whether they come or not. But at least the people on I-95 would have a place to stop and get refreshments and go to the bathroom. You all have a blessed evening. Thank you for your time.
All right, so she's saying there that the homeowners in this neighborhood that bought knew that this was a commercial development and knew they were going to put some sort of commercial development there, and it is zoned, currently zoned for
Good evening,
90,000
Chairman
square feet
Diggs
of
and members
commercial
of the board.
development. Buc-ee's wants to
My
build
name is Cindy
less.
Simpson. I live in the Garrisonville district, less than a mile from the proposed Buc-ee's site at exit 140. I've lived in this community for 27 years. I'm not here just as a neighbor, but as a part of a group of citizens who have spent years studying this project, attending every public hearing, and doing the work that due diligence requires. I want to begin by thanking Supervisors English, Evans, Young, Guy, and Allen, each of whom made time to speak with me either by phone or in person. That kind of engagement is exactly what residents deserve, and I'm grateful for it. I look forward to meeting you, Chairman Diggs, in probably about 2 weeks. Now to the project itself. The proponents argued jobs and revenue, but traffic is precisely why your own county planning staff recommended denial and why VDOT issued 86 comments on the traffic plan, 86. Those issues have not been fully resolved. This interchange cannot safely absorb roughly 21,000 additional vehicle trips per day, with more than 2,100 during each peak hour. On revenue, the numbers being cited do not tell the full story. The state gas tax goes to Richmond. The wholesale fuel tax collected here in Stafford goes directly to the Potomac and Rappahannock Transportation Commission, restricted by law to transit and transportation purposes only. It cannot fund our schools. It cannot fund public safety. The proponents cite $1.9 million in annual general fund revenue. That is less than, and listen to this, 0.4% of Stafford County's $497 million general fund budget. And not $1 of that projection accounts for the road improvements, public safety demands, and infrastructure costs this facility will place on the county for years to come. Exit 140 is not a remote highway interchange. It is the front door to Austin Ridge, Westgate, Embry Mill, and many other residential communities where thousands of Stafford families have built their lives. Those residents have watched Stafford County grant exception after exception to its own comprehensive plan. This application is asking you to do it again. The plan exists for one reason: honor it. This is your chance to get it right. I respectfully ask the board to deny this application. Thank you.
I think I'm supposed to have a PowerPoint.
Your name, sir?
Michael Stafira.
Slide, please.
Hello, thanks for letting me speak. I'm Michael Stafira. I'm a Garrisonville District resident. I'm asking you tonight to vote no on Buc-ee's rezoning application and conditional use permit. This is not a vote about whether people like Buc-ee's. It's a vote about whether Stafford County should approve a project that is legally vague, financially uncertain, and still incomplete. First, the prefers rely heavily on the phrase general conformance. That might sound reassuring, but it is weak enforcement language. The renderings and plans shown to the public are not necessarily what becomes legally binding. If future changes are considered general consent, they can often be approved administratively without returning to the board or notifying the public. That means this means residents are being asked to trust future interpretations instead of enforcement standards. If the board truly intends to hold Buc-ee's accountable, then the language should require strict conformance or clearly measurable requirements before approval. Second, the prefers allow modification to major parts of the projects, including entrances, parking, stormwater systems, driveways, and building layouts, as long as someone determines the changes are consistent with the original intent. That is not a fixed project. That is approval of a moving target. The most important issue tonight, however, is the unfinished OSAR study for the I-95 140 exit interchange. The board is being asked to approve this project before the county, VDOT, or the public knows what traffic migrations will actually be required. Buc-ee's has committed only to improvements required by the applicant. If the OSAR later assigns major interchange costs elsewhere, then Stafford taxpayers could be left covering unknown gaps and taking on added debt to pay for those improvements. And once the zoning is approved, the county loses all leverage. Finally, I urge you not to overlook the critical fact. Stafford County's own professional planning staff recommended denial. These are the experts hired to evaluate land use, transportation impact, infrastructure capacity, and zoning compliance. If the board intends to override the recommendations, then residents deserve a clear public explanation of which concerns have been resolved and how. Tonight's decision will have long-term consequences for traffic, infrastructure, and taxpayer liability in Stafford County. Please do not approve an unfinished deal with vague enforcement, uncertain transportation obligations, and unresolved expert concerns. Again, please vote no, and thank you for letting me speak.
All right. The next up are going to be Jeff Eastland, Elena Prokos, Nancy Reuter, and Bia Fitzgerald. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, member of the board. My name is Farshid Hakimyar. I'm the CEO of the Coliseum Sport Resort, a business registered in Stafford County. I live in Falmouth District with my family, and I have two athlete daughters. They both play volleyball for the last 5 years. And our family has extensively traveled entire
Could you get
East
closer to
Coast.
the mic, please? Thank you.
They have extensively traveled in East Coast in multiple locations. Looking back into the macroeconomy of our county, almost we are $750 million in debt. And recently we approved the budget with almost over $40 million deficit. Our county definitely need good businesses that brings value, that brings good job. We have over 81,000 labor force, and we are right next to Washington, D.C. We are in Northern Virginia, which is almost a $700 billion economy. The sport industry only in Washington, D.C. directly provide almost $5 billion to Washington, D.C. And Stafford County is four times the size of the Washington, D.C. Recently, the Commanders are building a large stadium that they project could generate $1.2 billion for Washington, D.C. I'm not advocating for building multiple large sport and athletic bases that could bring 100,000 people. That would create a huge mess. But right now, sport is not anymore entertainment. Sport is an investment. It's a robust ecosystem that brings health, lifestyle, quality of food, as well as real estate. The Coliseum Sport Resort, we have been working for over 3 years. It is extremely tough to develop a project of this size. We are estimating a $350 million investment with a projected revenue of $25 million for the county directly. That tax would come directly from event tax, lodging tax, as well as meal tax and real estate tax. We are partnering. This is a very tough project. This is not an easy work for us. We are partnering with people from London to Barcelona, from Copenhagen to San Francisco. I'm always inspired by the great models of business in Rome, the Colosseum, such a great name. No more people are playing sport there, but that name still attracts a lot of business and opportunity. I have a big dream as a father to bring such kind of business model here that not only me, our future generation.
All right. So the story behind this guy, he wants to build a sports resort in the spot that Buc-ee's wants to locate in, but there is no site plan. There's no rezoning plan that the county has on file that this guy submitted. So essentially, he's just floating an idea, and he's been really actually successful about getting people to support him and back him and make noise for him as a potential alternative to Buc-ee's. But the property owners at the developers said they're not entertaining any sports complex, and the county says they don't have anything on file from the sports complex people that would indicate their interest in rezoning land.
At a recent town hall at the high school, the gentleman in front of me got up and said the reason Stafford is so screwed up is that 30 years ago they started approving too many housing subdivisions and drive-in restaurants. And I thought to myself, well, he's not wrong. But then he said the solution was we needed Buc-ee's and more data centers. So as I held my head to keep it from exploding, I thought, great, we've screwed up the last 30 years, so now we're going to go out and screw up the next 30? I know that the county's scrambling for revenue, and yes, the housing developments have put pressure on the schools and resources, and I know you feel like you're all between a rock and a hard place half the time, and I'm not naive or ignorant to any of that, but it seems that when the county is trying to attract business, you forget about the 170,000 of us that just so happen to live here. Ironically, those housing build-outs have created some pretty nice communities all across the county. In this instance, specifically down the Courthouse Road corridor, Colonial Forge to Augustine, back to Austin Ridge, Embry Mill, where I take a Pilates class and go to the Grounds Coffee House and see people walking their dogs, and you have the athletic fields, and we eat in some great new unique restaurants. And the neighborhoods are multi-ethnic and multiracial, and it's a real sense of community, and that's what it's all about, and that's worth way more than any money if we're to be honest and truthful with ourselves. Sadly, with so much of what's being proposed here now, heavy industry like data centers, heavy commercial like Buc-ee's offers no sense of community. Those are outside, extractive, polluting industries that exploit our resources, land, soil, air, and water, pay a relative pittance for the harm they cause, and throw all the rest of us under the bus because we got to pay the freight and suffer the impacts. I sent you all an email last week, a detailed email outlining that this is a environmental, economic, and traffic disaster all rolled into one. And the footprint of this place will change the face of this county forever and take the heart right out of it. It will rip the heart and soul right out of this place. Mark my words. I've seen this act before. I moved here in 1975 from California to get the hell away from Disneyland. And I see a lot of people here now moving away from places, nice places they've poured themselves into. And it's heartbreaking to me to see what I consider to be the self-inflicted demise of our county. You have the power to not let that happen here. Use it. Use it for the community, not the corporations. Thank you very much.
You're watching live coverage of the Stafford County Board of Supervisors meeting here in Virginia, where they are considering approving a new Buc-ee's travel center just off I-95. If approved, it would be the third in Virginia.
Turn it off, turn it on again, please. All right, go ahead.
Hello? Okay. Elena Procus, Rock Hill District. I first moved into Stafford County in 1973. I've always been so grateful over the years to have Crow's Nest, Stafford Civil War Park, Lake Mooney, Able Lake, Curtis Park, Government Island to hike and paddle. To be honest, I do not understand how citizens want Buc-ee's for entertainment and a place to eat and shop when they can spend time at all of these places that are so beneficial for both mental and physical health, not help. We all know the downsides of the business, lack of adherence to comprehensive plan in the area of improving quality of life. Traffic, which equates to more impatient drivers, as if we don't already have enough of those, operating vehicles unsafely. Environmental impacts and possible drop in house values. The only upside is revenue. I certainly am not knowledgeable about the debt situation in Stafford, except that it is painfully obvious that revenue is needed. However, how far can 1.9 million go? What percentage is that of our actual debt? To approve this project with all the downsides and a drop in the bucket to help with debt, I would hope you would vote no. And let's all spend more time outside in our parks promoting our health and well-being. Thank you. But only one more thing, because I have a lot more time. At the Planning Commission meeting, I got the impression that some members had reservations about this project, but thought that it was time to send it to the BOS, the Board of Supervisors. And I just want to mention that because they did have reservations, and even though they approved it, it wasn't completely approval in the strictest sense of the word. Thank you.
I put Sierra's comment up there. Hey, Sierra, you're a fellow local journo who
Good evening.
is in Arlington. Good to see you on the chat.
Jim Fry. Let me get my little list here.
We are in the middle of public comment time. People,
Demetria Singleton,
supporters, and
Nathan Mowry.
I guess detractors is the opposite, but
Alex
people
Hall,
pro and against
Rachel
Buc-ee's
Campbell.
here. Speaking at the public hearing tonight, the
Nancy Reeder,
rezone a piece of
Harrisonburg
property at
District. I wanna
exit
thank you all for
140,
serving
Interstate
this community
95 in
and
Stafford County could
a
be
lot
the
of effort.
future home of
On
Buc-ee's.
May 7, 2024, I spoke to the board opposing Buc-ee's building at the corner of Courthouse and Austin Ridge Drive for the first time. My opposition has only grown as I learned of the huge impact on the Stafford community. Regarding number 4, please deny the rezoning from B1 to B2. B2 means the community should be benefiting from the use of this parcel, like successful Embry Mill shops or like Market at Austin Ridge, not mainly for on and off travelers, which B1 would allow. Regarding number 5, please deny the conditional use permit to allow fuel sales. We have adequate gas stations. The environmental impact of air pollution and contaminated water runoff would be significant now and for years to come. Regarding number 6, please deny the vacating, basically giving away the plot of undeveloped land. Deny this whole application. My biggest concern is the traffic. This prospect of 20,000 plus vehicle trips per day on our road is overwhelming. The recommended remediations are inadequate. There's a precedent for denying this application. In 2022, when Lidl asked to put in a grocery store at the corner of Mine Road and 610, you listened to the community, took into account the VDOT report showing a traffic grade of F, and you wisely denied the application. VDOT has reported 86 unresolved comments on the Buc-ee's application regarding the Courthouse Austin Ridge interchange. The community is voicing their concerns. Traffic gridlock has real life consequences. EMTs are slowed in reaching critical patients. Sheriff's duties are slowed in their response time. Parents are late picking up their children from school or daycare. Commuters are late to work or catching their rides. Students are late to school and miss instructional time. And bus drivers have to do overtime to complete their routes. The board denied a grocery store in 2022 because of traffic. A grocery store, not a 74,000 square feet travel center with 120 gas pumps generating 20,000 plus vehicle trips per day. A grocery store, which by any traffic measure generates a fraction of what Buc-ee's would produce. How can you approve their application with so many unresolved issues? I respectfully request that you deny this application. You have the right and the privilege to protect Stafford. Please do it.
So again, the traffic argument, it reigns with the no
Good evening.
crowd.
My name is B. Fitzgerald, and I live in Austin Ridge in the Garrisonville district, and I have done so for the past 32 years. I support the proposed Buc-ee's development, and I ask that you do the same. Let me start by saying Buc-ee's has a positive sentiment from about 98% of Stafford County residents, and we desperately want Buc-ee's here. Don't let the opponents from Embry Mill and Austin Ridge decide what the whole county wants. Tonight, you have heard concerns about traffic. Of course, there will be traffic, but we already have traffic. Traffic on 95 is always going to be bad regardless of who we place here. That's why the diverging diamond interchange on Courthouse Road was built, because of the massive residential growth that we have, not because of Buc-ee's. It's about time we begin taking advantage of traveler-generated revenue, and Buc-ee's would help make that happen through the estimated sales of roughly $3.5 to $5 million annually. Here are the facts. Revenue from the gas, general sales, food tax can help to fund our schools, fire and rescue, sheriff's office, roads. It can help close the $40 million deficit that we're facing. Buc-ee's are not asking for any proffers from Stafford County. I repeat, they are not asking for any proffers, unlike many of the developments that we've had approved. Buc-ee's have committed to making all road improvements that VDOT will require and address the traffic concerns. They have specifically addressed the OSAR, and they cannot proceed unless they get approval from Stafford County. I respectfully ask that you give this approval to them so they can move forward. Tonight, we heard that they are willing and they've committed publicly and in writing to paying for those road improvements. I hear that we have traffic issues. I live in Austin Ridge. Don't let everyone else who oppose it dictate what is best for Stafford County. In addition, I would like to say Buc-ee's is not the monster that all not in my backyard are making it out to be. To me, this is a no-brainer. Please, please vote yes for Buc-ee's. It's a win-win for Stafford County. We need the revenue. We need good neighbors. We need Buc-ee's. Thank you very much.
So she lives very near in Austin Ridge, very near where this gas station could go, and she is saying that a projected $3 to $5 million in sales, what she means is tax revenue that would go to the county. We've reported about $2 million annually at Potomac Local.
I live in the district. I strongly support the construction of Buc-ee's in Stafford County because it represents responsible growth, economic opportunity, and plenty of community benefit. Buc-ee's will bring significant tax revenue to our county, helping fund schools, public safety, and infrastructure without increasing burden on local taxpayers. It will also create well-paying jobs with benefits for residents of all stages of life, offering stable employment close to home. Beyond economics, Buc-ee's enhances quality of life. It is a clean, family-friendly destination serving travelers, commuters, residents alike. Its reputation for excellent customer service reflects a kind of business that strengthens, not diminishes our community. Welcoming Buc-ee's sends a positive message to Stafford County supports smart development, job creation, long-term prosperity. I encourage leaders to approve the project for the benefit of our residents and our future generations. Now, I've lived in I've lived in Stafford County 56 years. When I came here, there was probably a half a dozen roads, and they were all single lane. I remember 20-year plans. I probably have 2 or 3 of the 20-year plans where we want to see ourselves in 20 years. Every one of them talks about having a business in Stafford County that, offer exactly what Buc-ee's offer. So I just can't see why we would not approve Buc-ee's. It's a golden opportunity.
Stafford County has about 170,000 residents, and it is one of the fastest growing counties in Virginia.
Good evening, Chairman Diggs, Madam Vice Chair Guy, and all the Board of Supervisors assembled here. My name is Metria Singleton. I'm in the Rock Hill District. I want to start by saying that I support economic development in Stafford County. However, I believe we need to be selective about the types of businesses we approve. We should choose quality over simply accepting any opportunity that comes our way. I have nothing against Buc-ee's itself or Beavers. I just want it located at an exit where I don't live. And for those supporting it, especially anyone who does not actually live in Stafford County, I imagine many of you would not want this traffic attraction near your homes or exit either. How many people here have actually been to a Buc-ee's? I know I can't speak to the audience, but I have, and I purposely went to a Buc-ee so I could speak intelligently about it. And I wanted to share my personal experience. To me, it felt like an upscale indoor flea market. Apology, no disrespect. It was overwhelming for me. I couldn't get gas because every pump was occupied. And I never got to experience those famous clean bathrooms because the line was so long that I left Buc-ee's and went to a gas station down the road. Stafford is already known as a drive-through county. Do we really want to become known as a pit stop county simply because Buc-ee's has clean bathrooms and travelers see Stafford as a convenient place to stop off of I-95 and use the bathroom? Instead of building a massive gas station, I would rather see Stafford attract fine dining restaurants and more upscale businesses so residents like myself don't have to drive north, south, or west just to enjoy those experiences. Additionally, as a business owner myself in Stafford County, I give thousands of dollars up north to other counties to host an annual event that I have. Due to the lack of space that we have for entertainment in this county, we would love to see more venues too. So for me, Buc-ee's is a no, no, no. I would like to see the county I've proudly lived in for nearly 40 years aim for something greater than another gas station, especially when there's already a Wawa across the street and the Sheets down the road. Both have clean bathrooms. Thank you for your time.
All right. I want to know who wore it best, the guy in the blue coat, red tie, or the guy in the Buc-ee's costume. Let me know who wore it best. Drop in the comments, guy, red tie, or the Buc-ee's costume.
My name is Nathan Mowry. I live in the Harrisonburg district, and I'm a resident of Embry Mill neighborhood. I want to thank you all for taking the time to address this matter today. It undoubtedly is going to have long-standing impact on the residents. I want to address 3 main points. That's traffic, my community's investment in this area, as well as this board's responsibility. On the first point on traffic, there has not been enough due diligence done on the negative impacts of the traffic, not least of which is the fact that the numbers of which you've been presented with were based on a traffic study that was still conducted in the wake of COVID. undoubtedly producing diminished results. We, the surrounding residents, know what happens when traffic gets backed up on 95. The vehicles come off at exit 143, they come down Mine Road in Austin Ridge, and they clog up our neighborhood streets. This is not a project that is going to improve the lives of the surrounding community. It does not work in harmony with the surrounding communities. So the question I ask of this board is, why would you rush through to an approval on a project that creates such massive traffic without doing the proper due diligence on the traffic? Number two, the investment my community has made in the surrounding area. I live in Embry Mill. Our community has 1,800 homes, just about. We have paid a special CDA tax to improve the infrastructure around the city, the surrounding area. That has included water, sewage, as well as road infrastructure. We have invested our savings, our time, and our futures into these family homes. This project, if approved, would diminish our family's futures. It does not work in harmony with our community. And finally, number three, this board's responsibility. You all have individual responsibilities to look out for Stafford's residents, even if it does not have an immediate impact on your own individual districts. Residents will remember each of your individual votes on this proposal. I am asking you to please do not approve a project that will have such long-standing negative impacts on our community. Thank you.
No one
Good
said
evening.
blue tie. Blue coat,
Alex
red
Hall,
tie. It's all
Harrisonville
Bucky's
District.
costume.
I stand before you today not just as a Stafford resident, but as a husband, a father, and retired career fireman who spent a lifetime protecting and serving his community. I also own and operate a local business right here in the county, so I speak with a deep understanding of the fiscal realities and infrastructure needs that drive our local economy. I'm in favor of responsible growth. I support the development of the courthouse area and believe that thoughtful commercial expansion adds essential value to our surrounding residential properties. However, as a public safety professional and business owner, I know that you cannot build a healthy community by putting the cart before the horse. I'm here to state that I absolutely do not support the proposal for a Buc-ee's at I-95 courthouse exit at this time. My opposition is rooted in 4 critical areas. Expert recommendations and traffic realities. Prior to the Planning Commission's vote, Stafford's own professional planning staff recommended denying this application. They stated clearly that the proposed traffic improvements are insufficient to mitigate the massive increase in volume. VDOT, the experts on our roadways, issued a similar recommendation for denial. The Planning Commission chose to ignore these experts. We cannot afford to do the same. As of 24-25, the year 24-25, Northern Virginia has surpassed LA, Los Angeles for the worst traffic in the US. Look it up. With the Fairfax to Fredericksburg corridor serving as the nation's primary bottleneck, adding a high volume destination stop to an already failing artery is not growth, it's a guarantee of a gridlock. Talk about your TIA, kind of gives me a TIA. Public safety and human trafficking. In my career in the fire service, I've seen the dark side of major transit hubs. So really that lighting they're talking about being a little darker is actually worse. Large-scale anonymous pit stops along I-95 act as incubators for human trafficking. We already know this occurs at Green Spring Road, Holiday Inn Express. Everyone knows that, the local Wawa. Adding a facility of this unprecedented scale provides the exact kind of anonymity that traffickers exploit. This is a documented public safety risk that our current infrastructure is not prepared to police. 3, infrastructure versus sprawl. We're currently failing to build infrastructure prior to development, like Prince William County. Courthouse Road has only been widened to Winding Creek to the west. When I-95 inevitably backs up between exits 140 and 143, motorists bail out. Everyone knows it, everyone sees it, everyone gets stuck in it and flood our residential neighborhoods. Even if you don't live in those neighborhoods, you face that impact. You get stuck in it. I almost get hit walking my dogs.
Thank you, sir.
And the economic misnomer.
All right, before you speak, we have next up Wanda Grayson.
So everybody gets 3
Steve
minutes on
Beck,
this. You get to come up, talk to the
Brandon
board,
Stevens,
speak whether you're for or
Eric
against it.
Vitro,
Everyone gets 3 minutes
Jennifer Stratton.
to
Yes,
speak
ma'am.
to that. And yeah, traffic on 95 is pretty bad,
board members.
especially in the
My
and
name is
that-
Rachel Campbell.
you get north
and
of
I live in the
Fredericksburg,
Rock Hill
especially.
District. I come before you as a lifelong resident of Stafford. I have watched it grow and watched how the longtime residents pay for the growth. While by all means, I welcome and support healthy growth and healthy revenue growth. However, when I look at this through the lens of for economic growth and jobs, Buc-ee's claims the project would create about 200 jobs with hourly wages of averaging $16 to $19. So the annual salary will be somewhere between $32,000 and $39,000. Not a terrible income, but will it be enough to sustain a household? Will it sustain one? Will it sustain two? Will it sustain three? And it goes on. And what about that income compared to the pricing of houses here in Stafford? The actual median price of a home here in Stafford is $580,000. And the median residential rent is about $2,550 per month. The wages Buc-ee's list is not lucrative enough, but just above minimum wage. And let's look at infrastructure. Is Buc-ee's going to pay Stafford County the billions of dollars needed to help maintain the roads, the water, the sewer, the fire protection, the stormwater management, waste disposal management, electricity, to help the county maintain its infrastructure? Probably not. Those costs will impact will not impact the travelers, not the visitors. The impact will be on us, you, me, and all the residents of Stafford. Look around now at traffic congestion. With navigation devices such as Waze, Google Maps, etc., we are already experiencing heavy traffic on I-95, Route 1, on our local roads, cutting through our back roads, as well as our residential neighborhoods. Notice I said experiencing. The ing means continuous and ongoing. At the congestion, the congestion is not for a day, it's not for 2 days, it's continuous. So you might think congestion gonna be bad today and better tomorrow. No, it's ongoing. Is Stafford County prepared to support and absorb the effects of such increase and change? Buc-ee's is a very large scale development. Consider the proximity to our homes and communities. All that gas and fuel near our home, 120 gas tanks. Come on, y'all. Is that really necessary? It's so disruptive. Will it decrease our property value? And what about our safety?
All right,
How do
thank
you plan it?
Time up. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Wanda Grayson. I live in Embry Mill in the Harrisonburg district. I don't envy your position. I fully understand it, having managed billions of dollars myself. So you're in a rock and a hard place. And so I'm not here to ask you to vote for or against Buc-ee's, but I am here to ask you to consider a couple things. 3.8 million, what is it, 1.9, 1.9? 3.8 million doesn't fix the $40 million deficit. So I would hate for Buc-ee's to come and give the 3.8 and the taxes still go up, because it just seems like people are believing that the 3.8 is going to rescue us. It's not. It's not even 10% of what the deficit is. And as for the CDA, yes, we do pay that CDA. And while studies have been done to consider the traffic at Austin Ridge and Courthouse, no studies seem to have been done to consider the traffic at Courthouse and Mine, because we all know people deviate. And so when the line gets too long at Austin Ridge and Courthouse, people are just going to go through Shields and back up Mine. And that is where that CDA is covered by the residents. So if we're going to expect or promote an opportunity of economic development that promotes about 20,000 cars a day, which is about 7.3 million cars that might go through Shields up to Mine, then it'd be nice if somebody could mitigate some of that CDA off of the Embry Mill residents as well, since we didn't ask for that increase in traffic. And the only other thing I would just ask is, I really want to live in a community where there is maybe a higher end restaurant or a higher end grocery store or movie theater or more quality of life opportunities, because with the traffic, we're going to end up trapped here. We can't get in, we can't get out, and then we're here stuck with nothing to do. So if whatever the next project is, can it just be something that we universally have asked for? Different grocery store, entertainment center for families, so that we can all of a sudden collectively, both you and the constituents, be a community that look like we want development. Because right now, everything that seems to be coming promotes Stafford residents don't want development. It's not that we don't want it. We just want the right kind of development. That's all. Something that benefits us, not just people passing by, not just people stopping through, but the right kind of development so that we can benefit from everything that's being levied on the community that we actually live in and love. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. I'm Steve Beck. I'm in Garrisonville. I'm just 2 miles up the road in Austin Ridge here. I believe there are better, smarter ways of using the property to generate revenue that would actually benefit the residents of Stafford County. There's no doubt that something will eventually be developed here that will bring new traffic to our roads. But there is a vast difference between development that serves a community and development that overwhelms it. Buc-ee's is not a neighborhood amenity. It is a massive interstate highway pit stop. It is designed to capture travelers passing through Stafford, pulling over 20,000 vehicles a day off I-95 and dumping them into our backyards. This project will not make Stafford a more desirable place to live. Instead, the nonstop noise, 24/7 stadium lighting, and inevitable gridlock risk depressing our home property values and discouraging new families from moving here. We can do better, and our master plan for Stafford County demands better. Please reject this mega travel center and hold out for smart growth. Let's pave the way for highly desired restaurants, shopping and community-centric stores. These are that kind of establishments that our residents actually would want to visit. The kind of places that elevate our quality of life, boost our property values, and make people look at Stafford County and say, that's a place I'd like to raise a family. Please listen to your planning staff, your traffic engineers, and the thousands of residents who live here, and vote no to Buc-ee's. And let's build a future that actually benefits the people of Stafford County. Thank you.
All right, you're watching Potomac Local and Virginia Insider coverage of the Buc-ee's hearing in Stafford
I'm
County.
Brandon Stevens from Garrisonville District. 0.2%. How many people would wager their livelihood on a return of that size? If I were to go home right now and tell my wife that I was betting our future on 0.2%, friends, that's not a conversation I would walk away from. I don't think that's a good value proposition. And yet, it's very similar to the conversation we're having here tonight. The Stafford budget for 2026 was just over $1 billion. On average, Buc-ee's generates $2 million in tax revenue a year. So this means that Buc-ee's is effectively showing us that compensation for increased traffic, the strains on our infrastructure, and the alienation of a significant portion of our community is equivalent to 0.2%. They say that they'll build road improvements to mitigate some of these concerns. However, they're only funding the initial construction for these projects. They will then be turned over to VDOT for upkeep and maintenance after the fact. Where will the money for this come from? Suddenly, that 0.2% is starting to look a lot more like 0.1%. They state that they'll bring well-paying jobs to the community. However, the average Buc-ee's employee only stays with that company between 6 months and 2 years. They hold a 2.5-star rating on Indeed and Glassdoor, with many employees stating issues like micromanagement, grueling hours, and high-stress internal culture. Higher-level jobs are reserved for individuals transferred from other stores, not qualified locals. With this turnover, it's more likely that potential employees will commute from surrounding areas as it churns through them, taking their money back with them at the end of their shift. That sub 0.2% begins to stagnate a little bit there. The residents of Stafford move here and they stay here because they love this community and what it has to offer. Because of this, we're willing to tolerate things like the current traffic or raises in our taxes each year. But with prospects like Buc-ee's and data centers, that toleration begins to erode. This prompts an exodus of residents as they begin to hit their limit, adversely impacting property values and the strength of our community. For perspective, there are about between 4,000 and 5,000 homes within a 2-mile radius of the proposed Buc-ee's location. This is the number of tax-paying Stafford families who will incur the greatest amount of impact if this location is allowed to proceed. Is less than 0.2% annual gain worth increased hardship to this portion of the community? And what if that impact is a larger radius than that? Additionally, how much can we reasonably expect this sub 0.2% profit to impact our taxes each year? I'd wager it's not as much as some would hope. To those who love Buc-ee's, I say, I understand, I truly do. But if you want beaver nuggets, jerkies, or t-shirts, the company sells it on Amazon with free 2-day shipping to your door with an even greater level of convenience. Its proximity is not worth the detriment to our community. I would not tell my wife that I'm willing to wager our family's livelihood on a 0.2% increase in profit. I beg you all to tell us that you are not willing to bet our community's livelihood on that same number. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your time. Eric Retro, moved here 5 years ago from Prince William County. We came down here because this had a quality of life we were looking for. It had the feel we were looking for. And we've been happy the last few years, but now we're all of a sudden, like a shock, starting to feel it. Data centers, power lines, now Buc-ee's. How much can one community absorb? On top of home price and the taxes, we paid a CDA to improve roads, sewage, a school, which was never built. And now those roads are being used to support this. Now you could say it's on different roads, but we all know the reality. Traffic studies have not been addressed. You've denied other businesses for significantly less. And now there's a lot more questions on the table that aren't answered that you're just going to look the other way. Kind of find that hard to believe. We talked about the traffic study, but nobody's talked about exit 143, what it's going to do to Garrisonville, Mine Road, Austin Ridge, when people, human nature, go around. Nobody's talked about eastbound traffic on Courthouse Road. Right now, only 5 cars can maybe get through, turning left towards 95 on Austin Ridge. Eventually, that traffic light's going to have to be longer to get these people out. So what's that going to do to the people eastbound on Courthouse? There's going to be a lot more delays. What about the trucks? Oh, wait. Delivery trucks, fuel trucks that have to go to Buc-ee's, and the trucks who inevitably, like Dr. Young pointed out, just like to park down the street so they could walk there. It's bad now. It's going to get worse then. 1.9 million. Have you done the analysis? What could be offered if we actually even brought small business in here, maybe address that root cause and making Stafford more small business friendly? Right now, I have to go to Fredericksburg to find an original restaurant. No offense to Outback, but I want a proper steak. Maybe get some local businesses so we could spend our money here in Stafford and not in Fredericksburg, not in Manassas. What about the economic impact of Burns Corner, Publix Plaza? We're finally getting some good restaurants out there by Publix. Nobody's going to want to go there because the traffic's too bad. Nobody's going to want to go to any of those businesses or Publix or the Wawa. It's going to hurt them. And those wonderful fuel sales, let's all be honest. It doesn't go to Stafford. It goes to PRTC, and we hopefully get a little slice of that pie. But we know it doesn't go to Stafford. So again, I ask you to please vote no on this. Thank you very much.
One second before you start. LaToya Caldwell, Mark McLeod.
Yeah, I get the guy's point about having small mom and pop businesses in a community. Those the ones you normally find in more of a downtown area like Fredericksburg on Caroline Street. Not too many of those in Stafford County versus Fredericksburg. And so for a lot of things, people who live in Stafford County do have to travel to Fredericksburg, Spotsylvania County, or into neighboring Woodbridge and Manassas, like the guy just said. But Stafford County, what they do have, they do have a handful of small businesses, mostly chain restaurants.
Jennifer Stratton, Garrisonville. Tonight, let's talk about your legal and ethical obligations to the citizens of Stafford County. When each of you took office, you swore an oath to uphold the U.S. and Virginia constitutions and faithfully perform the duties of your office. These duties are not symbolic. They carry real obligations to Virginia law and Stafford County's planning and zoning ordinances. Virginia law is clear that zoning decisions should be based on the public welfare, long-term planning, transportation impacts, compatibility with surrounding properties, and protection of existing communities, not the pressure, popularity, or the size of a corporation. Your obligation matters tonight. Years ago, Stafford County intentionally planned this area for smaller scale commercial development. That was not accidental. The county understood this land sits directly beside neighborhoods and directly beside Interstate 95. Decision makers recognize that development near homes must protect residents' quality of life. So the county created limitations, not one massive interstate destination, but smaller retail spaces intended to balance commerce with livability and compatibility for nearby residents. The original intent matters because ordinances and zoning classifications are supposed to mean something. If carefully planned limitations can simply be set aside whenever a larger commercial applicant arrives, then residents and business owners lose trust in the process. The board's responsibility is not to ask whether Buc-ee's is popular. Your responsibility is to determine whether this rezoning is consistent with the county's ordinances, planning principles, infrastructure, realities, and the welfare of the citizens who already live here. That is the standard. The surrounding area is already showing what responsible development can look like. Near the Publix corridor, we are seeing smaller scale businesses, walkable areas, restaurants, gathering spaces, and development that integrates into the community instead of overwhelming it. That type of growth improves quality of life. A massive interstate travel center does the opposite. Buc-ee's has repeatedly described itself as a destination business designed to attract extremely high traffic volumes from I-95. This board must decide whether that belongs beside neighborhoods, homes, schools, and growing residential communities. The citizens of Stafford are asking you to honor both the spirit and the letter of the ordinances that were put in place to protect the community. The oath you took was not to developers. It was not to interstate commerce. It was to the Constitution, to the citizens of Stafford County, and to the faithful and impartial execution of your duties under the law. So tonight I close by asking you, as sworn officials of Stafford County, are you going to follow the law? Earlier, you were discussing the violation of the Virginia Constitution with the redistricting vote. Your concern also applies here. Please don't open Stafford to future litigation.
Yeah, the
Please do
comment
not.
from Nessa Hart, the most bizarre comments, get us this business, get us that business. The supervisors
so I
have no
don't do
control
this
over what
often.
businesses come in. They
My
just
name is
doing what they're
Latoya
doing
Caldwell.
now,
I'm a registered
rezoning
nurse
land so a business
and a
can choose
nursing
to build.
educator, as well as a board certified psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner. I hold a master's of science in nursing education and a master's of business administration. I teach clinicians to make decisions based on evidence, because when you work in healthcare, the cost of ignoring evidence is measured in lives. So tonight, I'm going to show you the evidence, and I'm also asking who is responsible. The applicant's own TIA projects 20,940 vehicles per day at this site, 2,174 cars per hour at peak. I want to be precise because those are their numbers from their engineers. VDOT's own April 2024 review used the words worsening, degrading, and failing to describe the Courthouse Road and Austin Ridge Drive intersection. They identified a significant safety issue at the primary entrance and called the U-turn frequency problematic. VDOT's words, not mine. Stafford County Fire Rescue holds an 8-minute response standard. The Journal of American Heart Association tells us that every single minute of EMS delay reduces a cardiac arrest patient's survival by 6 to 10%. My analysis on this project is 5 to 9 additional minutes of delays on this corridor at peak hours. This is not a traffic inconvenience. This is a difference between life and death. Here is something this board has not yet heard. This is not just about Embry Mill. This affects every district in this county. When Buc-ee's generates a call, a fuel fire, a parking lot accident, a cardiac arrest, in a 74,000 square foot building serving 2,174 cars an hour, Stations 2, Station 13 has to respond. The moment those units leave, they're out of service for Embry Mill, for Courthouse Road, for every community in this coverage zone. A second call comes in, dispatch cannot send Station 2, they have to send Station 9 from Aquia Harbor, and if they cannot respond, they have to get a third call from Station 10 from Potomac Hills. So this is what I need for you guys to do. I need you to picture one family, a grandmother in Embry Mill. It's Friday evening, Buc-ee's at peak hours. Her family calls 911 because she cannot breathe. Stations 2, 13, and 15 at this time does not exist. This is not a projection. This is math. My question is, who is responsible?
Thank you.
There are multiple units at these firehouses.
Fox
That's just
and
to
Kevin
assume there's
Wood
only one type of
standing
unit per each station. That would
Good evening,
that's
board members.
that's a
Thank you for your
misnomer.
time. Mark McLeod from the Rock Hill District. Me and my family have lived here in Stafford for 23 years. I want to start by saying that we are big supporters of Buc-ee's. It's an incredible company that will bring jobs, tax revenue, tourism, and recognition to Stafford County. It's exciting to think that one day people traveling I-95 will proudly say, take the Buc-ee's exit on I-95 in Stafford. That's a big deal for our county, and we truly hope tonight is a successful night for them. But at the same time, tonight is also bittersweet for us. If Buc-ee's is approved tonight, it will be because they went through a process of obtaining a rezoning and a conditional use permit. Meanwhile, our family and project, Crow's Nest Outdoor Adventure, have spent nearly 2 years in litigation fighting Stafford County and this board over a campground use that is by right. This should be alarming to every property owner in Stafford County, because if this can happen to us in a by right project, it can happen to anyone. So tonight, while we support Buc-ee's and what it means for Stafford County, we also hope this board reflects on how differently projects and property owners are treated in this county, especially when a project is already by right under the law. Thank you so much for your time.
That's Mark McLeod. We interviewed him last week. He's got a property in Southern Stafford. He wants to make a campground, and the county continues to stonewall him and sue him to prevent him from developing that by right project that he's got. You can find that interview on PotomacLocal.com, on our YouTube page
Did
at
everyone
Potomac Local.
see that if Buc-ee's doesn't come in, 7 other properties are going to come in? It's already approved for that. There's going to be traffic no matter what. I'm here to support Buc-ee's. I have lived in Stafford since I was 11 years old, more than 60 years. When my parents moved here to get away from the hustle and bustle of Northern Virginia, they purchased property 8 miles down 610 off a dirt road because they didn't want to be around all the hustle and bustle. Back then, there was one high school that I graduated from. A new high school wasn't built till 1981. Today, we are building our 6th high school due to all the housing construction. Many residents today may not be aware that if you have more than one child in the school system, your real estate taxes don't even pay for their education. It costs about $5,000 for each child. So we need more revenue. And the way to get that is through Buc-ee's. So if it's not covering their education, it's also not covering law enforcement, fire and rescue services, parks and recreation, which everybody coming here wants, waste management, infrastructures, and community development. In reality, Stafford County needs businesses that provide jobs and generate tax revenue. This is what Buc-ee's would do. I remember when Austin Ridge and Embry Mills were first being advertised on the one of their major selling points was their close proximity to the interstate and the convenient access for commuters. Along with that, interstate access comes gas stations, restaurants, and other commercial developments. Naturally, that includes Buc-ee's. There is already a lot of traffic in this area because that is the drawback of living here. That same traffic that's already here will be the ones getting off and building our revenue. If you move to Stafford and don't want traffic, don't buy a house next to the interstate.
Thank you.
Please like, comment, and subscribe if you're watching on Facebook. Please like this video so more people know we're covering this issue. Wherever you're watching, Facebook, YouTube, X, please comment, like, subscribe so people know we're covering the news where you
Good
live.
evening, members of the board. My name is Yolanda Roussel, and September 1st will make 20 years that I have been here in Stafford. I frequently travel between Stafford and New Orleans along the I-95 corridor. About 2 years ago, I was introduced to Buc-ee's for the first time, and honestly, I understood almost immediately why people intentionally plan their travel routes around it. What struck me was it wasn't simply the pumps and the snacks. It was the realization that some communities have learned how to capitalize on traffic that they have no other control over. Traffic that already exists. Stafford County sits directly on one of the busiest travel corridors in America. We know that. Millions of vehicles move north and south on I-95 every year. We know that. We don't approve of it, but it happens. We don't have control over that traffic, but we can decide whether Stafford benefits from it or whether those dollars continue flowing past us into other communities. Families traveling long distance, they're only looking for more. First of all, they're not looking for more fuel. They're looking for clean and safe facilities. They're looking for quality food, convenience, rest, and a place that feels welcoming. Communities that understand this are turning highway traffic into economic opportunity. Tonight's discussion is bigger than one business. This is really a conversation about mindset. Do we see Stafford as a county that merely experiences growth and traffic? Or do we see Stafford as the county that strategically positions itself to benefit from realities that already exist? Because the traffic is already here. The travelers are already here. The spending is already happening. The question is, will Stafford participate in that economy or continue watching neighboring regions capture revenue, jobs, meal taxes, fuel taxes, tourism dollars, and business opportunities? Are we going to just continue seeing that just go out the window? I absolutely understand the concerns of the residents and the concerns that they've
Thank you.
raised here. Y'all know where I stand.
You're watching
about
live
this?
coverage of the Stafford County Board of Supervisors meeting where they are working to hear from residents on a proposed Buc-ee's Travel Center on I-95.
Good evening, Karen Fox, Heartwood District. I'm asking the board to decline Buc-ee's application because I do not believe it conforms to Stafford County's comprehensive plan. This is not about whether Buc-ee's is a successful business. This is about whether this project at this location fits the long-term vision Stafford County adopted for itself. The comprehensive plan exists for a reason. It guides growth, protects infrastructure, and helps ensure compatibility between projects and nearby communities before approvals are granted. Tonight, I do not believe that standard has been met. The proposed 74,000 square foot facility, 24-hour operation, 120 fueling positions located next to established residential neighborhoods. That is not a small commercial project. It is a very large highway use. The county's own planning framework talks about compatibility, transition between commercial and residential, and coordinated development within the courthouse targeted development area. I do not believe this project aligns with those principles. I am also concerned about the transportation issues. The traffic impact analysis already shows worsening congestion at key intersections, while major transportation questions remain under ongoing VDOT and federal review. Those are not minor details. They directly affect whether this project can function responsibly and safely in this location. Approving the project before those questions are resolved means approving first and dealing with the consequences later. That's backwards. There has also been a great deal of discussion about revenue. However, the projected fiscal benefit is minuscule when compared to the county's overall budget. Meanwhile, the impact on nearby neighborhoods, traffic patterns, infrastructure, and long-term use would be permanent. When I step back and look at the traffic, the scale, the location, and the timing, I come back to one question. Are we building a county that attracts visitors and supports the people who live here? Or are we becoming a place shaped mainly around people passing through on their way to someplace else? I've said this before and I will say it again. If it does not align, you must decline.
You have to bear with me. I've been up for 24 hours and so.
All right,
One
that's
second. Cut it off. Cut it on again.
Hey, keep touching the mic. It keeps
No,
going
we're
off
trying to make
there.
sure we're-
Go
stop
ahead and
speaking.
like
All
this
right,
video
fine.
so people
Good.
know that we're
Okay.
covering this
So I'm from the
important issue
Rockville
in
District. My name's
Virginia.
Kevin Maroney. I'm a truck driver by trade. That's what I do. I can tell you right now that the issues that have been brought up tonight are kind of redundant to me. They're kind of a joke. The reason why I say that is because we're taught as truckers to look for trafficking. Okay. Traffickers are going to look for truck stops. They're going to look for your regular stops for roadside sleeping, rest areas. Buc-ee's has tons of cameras. They have immense amount of lighting. And quite frankly, you can have traffickers right in your back doorstep. I mean, come on, you guys are saying Wawa and all this other stuff. Okay. So that being said, I'm tired of hearing about the traffic. Try driving with 18 wheels behind you and 40,000 pounds, nobody lets you over. Buc-ee's, to tell you the truth, Mother's Day, we went to Buc-ee's in Rockingham County. Why? Because my mom wanted to go there and my father-in-law wanted to go there, and he's got Alzheimer's. So, figuring he's going to remember that trip, probably not, but guess what? He sees everything and it reminds him right back to where he went. So it's something that families do. Okay. You can talk about revenue, you can talk about traffic. I'm sorry, but when someone can sit there and change everything because you've told them or somebody else has told them, I'm sorry, and they're willing to pay for it, that's a no-brainer. That's saving you money because you're not having to put your tax dollars, any kind of extra funds into fixing these roads because they're willing to do it and they're willing to also upgrade it once you guys ask them to do it again. I don't know any Wawa that would be willing to do it. There's a 7-Eleven you can't even take a left turn into. You go up to 7-Eleven by the hospital, it's all right turns. You can't turn left into it off Route 1. You can't turn left into it off of the main drag out there. It's a joke. It's all right turns. Go check it out. You'll see. Okay. As a truck driver, I'm taught to look for that kind of stuff because I have to get the easy ins and easy outs. Yes, they do post signs saying no tractor trailers. And I've already told Stan, hey, I'm cool with that. You know why? Because I don't want my tractor trailer and I don't want truck drivers in where I'm going to bring my family. Okay. This is something that is important to not only us as a county, but it's giving teenagers the opportunity to get good pay and start. You got to start somewhere. Do you want to start at the bottom doing work for cleaning toilets and whatnot? Or do you want to start somewhere where you can serve food and learn a trade and maybe do something else? The problem with today's society is we have a lot of people that don't know what they're doing because they weren't taught. So let's give them the opportunity to learn right and have a company that backs them up rather than sitting there and going, well, thanks so much. Take care. Bye-bye. See you later. No, I'm sticking with Buc-ee's 100%.
All right, the board's going to take a recess. We'll be back at 10:10.
All right, so the board's, like you just heard Chairman Deontay Diggs say they're on recess. They'll be back in about 10 minutes, which gives us some more time to have a discussion. So what do you think so far? You've heard the arguments about traffic, and you've heard the arguments that one of the arguments that stuck out in my head was, I do not want this. I want this. I want this at any exit other than mine. I don't want this in my exit. I don't want this at my house. I mean, she came right out and said it, and she made no apologies about it. I want this anywhere except in my backyard. She suggested that it go further south, wherever, but not in my backyard. Whereas the supporters of the Buc-ee's say this, it's good for jobs, it's good for people who will come here and spend their money. They are not county residents. They live out. They live out of state, out of town. They're coming in on their way to somewhere else, and they're going to drop some cash, and that's going to generate revenue for the county for all sorts of things. So, it's been an interesting view of the crowd this evening. All of the Buc-ee supporters, and I had no idea there were so many different Buc-ee's things you could wear. I've seen baseball jerseys and T-shirts, and of course, the guy wearing the Buc-ee's onesie. Clearly, and some of the comments that I got here in the feed tonight, he's clearly better dressed than the guy wearing the blue coat and the red tie. So I guess I would be out of place there if I would not be considered very well dressed there, as I am not wearing any Buc-ee's gear, as it were. But so I'll let you in on, I was on Fox 5 earlier today, Fox 5 DC, and we were talking about this, and they were asking me about the project. And of course, we've been covering this for the better part of 3 years. And from what I can report and the conversations that I have, it's my understanding that the board is leaning to approve this project. It will be a split vote. You're going to have people on the board who are for it. They're pro-business. They want the development. They want the tax money. You are going to have Pamela Young, who is Dr. Pamela Young. She's the Harrisonburg district supervisor on the board. She will vote against this, I'm told. She will vote because, again, these are her constituents who will live closest to this project if it's approved. But she is a definite no vote on this project. So tell me in the comments, if you were a sitting member of the supervisors tonight, which way would you vote based on what you've heard? Too much traffic. 95 is gridlock city. We don't need more. We don't want another gas station. We have Wawa. We have Sheetz. We have plenty of other fast food options. We don't need more fast food. We need, however, we've also heard the arguments that say we need jobs. We need decent paying jobs, good starting jobs for young people who are 18 years old and older. We need to be able to capture the tax revenue from people who are already traveling. They're already traveling through the area. Why would you not go ahead and try to capture that? So let me know in the comments. What would you do? Would you vote yes? Would you vote no? And what has been the most standout argument for or against this development here? I'm reading the comments. I'm saying, yes, I would vote no. Yes, I would vote yes. I'm split. I'd hate this vote. I'm reading the comments as they come in. And so how would you vote? And what's the most standout argument that you've heard? Is it the fact that the traffic is horrible? Is it the fact that we didn't anticipate living next to these, to a gas station, a travel center, as it were? Could you put yourself in those people's shoes? And if you bought a home and then they wanted to put this next to your home, would you also be opposed to it like they are? Is it the economic development? Hey, the cost of living, the cost of everything has gone up. We need everything we can to to generate more tax revenue for the county, for the schools, for the local government. And we need to do whatever we can do to do that. Let me know what has swayed you based upon what we've heard tonight. And I'll share some of that. We've been streaming now for 4 hours. This is live coverage of the Buc-ee's Day decision. It is 3 years in the making. We're streaming live at PotomacLocal.com. We are streaming at Virginia Insider at YouTube. We are streaming on Facebook, on X. We are streaming wherever you are watching. And we certainly appreciate you being here with us, as this is special live coverage of the Stafford County Board of Supervisors and their decision on whether or not to approve a conditional use permit for a Buc-ee's, a travel center. It will be a 120 gas pump Buc-ee's Travel Center, situated on 76,000 square feet of property just off Interstate 95 in Stafford County, exit 140. This is just north of Fredericksburg. If they approve it, it will be one of the biggest economic projects in the county's history. If they don't approve it, it will most likely become more retail or office space as it's currently zoned. So it's currently zoned for that. It's currently zoned for 90,000 square feet of retail or office space, restaurants, could be any of that mixed use development. What Buc-ee specifically needs here is what's called a conditional use permit to permit gas pumps at this location. These CUPs, as they're colloquially known, CUPs, are often required by local governments. If you have a business that has something out of the ordinary, say a gas pump, believe it or not, if you were to open up if you get a franchise for a McDonald's or a Taco Bell or Chick-fil-A, if you want a drive-through at your restaurant, if you want to have a drive-through lane, they got to get a conditional use permit. So they're very common. It's a very common thing. And the local governments in Virginia, this is a great moneymaker for them because they charge these corporations big money to apply for and for the staff to review the applications for the CUPs. So local governments in Virginia charge lots of money for this stuff, but very few are for a project this size. And that is that's a major driver of the opposition of this project, is because it is larger than normal. When you have a self-described Walmart with 120 gas pumps out front, that's a little bit different than, say, a one-lane drive-through or a 12-pump gas station. This is a different animal here, and that is what's drawn out the opposition to this over the course of the past 3 years when we started reporting on this at PotomacLocal.com. If you're not familiar with PotomacLocal.com and you live in Fredericksburg, Manassas, or Woodbridge, you should be. We cover the area every day. I founded the publication 16 years ago. And 16 years later, we're still here covering Fredericksburg, Manassas, and Woodbridge, telling you what's going on in your child's school, what's happening, why the cops were on your street last night, what new businesses are opening in your neighborhood. Go to PotomacLocal.com right now and sign up for our free email newsletter. I send that thing out every day at 4 p.m. It's packed full of local information you're not going to find anywhere else. And the email's free. It is totally free. If you really like what you read, and you want to know more, you want to become a member and get 100% access to everything we publish in that newsletter, please consider supporting us by becoming a Potomac Local member for $8.58 a month. That's cheaper than a 6-pack that you could probably buy at Buc-ee's. It's definitely cheaper than the brisket sandwich you could buy at Buc-ee's. But for $8.58 per month, you can support local journalism that matters in your community. Trustworthy, unbiased, straightforward. Here's what happened. Just the facts. Local journalism. If you live in Fredericksburg, Manassas, or Woodbridge, we've been covering those areas for 15 years. 16 years, actually. In June, it'll be 16. So Thank you for your support, our current members and everyone who's read us before. We certainly appreciate that. And if you're watching on Virginia Insider, our separate channel, separate from Potomac Local, but just as fun and really growing. We've grown that channel from really nothing in the past 2 months to nearly 17,000 followers. And so while it is separate from Potomac Local and it is news, it is Virginia news and opinion, heavy on the opinion, put that out there. But the support that you have given us at Virginia Insider has been overwhelming. And I thank you so much for your continued support as we continue to cover the news that affects all Virginians from a local journalist point of view. I can only do what I know how to do, and that is the news. So that is where we're at right now. We're doing we are doing a recess. I'm going to go through here in the comments and read. Nick, I'm going to share Nick's comment there. You're too kind. Nick's a big fan. I'm a big fan of Nick because he is such a creative guy and he's followed us on X for so many years and it's just been so supportive and open with he's a video guy and he's always offered to share his video with us for the benefit of the community, especially when it comes to this type of stuff, what we're doing here, this type of story. So go follow him over on YouTube. Check him out. It's good stuff. Good guy, good local guy. We really appreciate the support on that. Thank you for subscribing. That's fantastic. Glad to have you. Thank you. No decision yet. We are in a recess. We've got we've got more public comment to come. It's likely hours of public comment to come. I hate to say, but we are going to stick with it because it is something that we know that is important and for the community, especially for over at Potomac Local, where we've been covering this again for the better part of 3 years. So let's see. No decision yet, folks. Here's a good guy, Mark Doyle. We'll put him on screen. Vote yes. 95 travelers cost staff Floridians. It's time to have a place for travelers to spend money in Stafford. No, Mark Doyle for many years. Good to hear. Good to have you commenting on the show here tonight. Thank you for doing that. Mark served Stafford County for a long time in the fire service. We appreciate his service. All right, just what Stafford needs is more stupid people driving to make more traffic. That's after so long, you kind of get punch drunk at this hour, and I guess I'm entering that phase, so you have to excuse me. So I'm reading your comments coming in. I don't see anybody who has said I have heard one convincing argument that has really resonated with me or has really worked to change my mind or win me over. So I'll keep watching. I will keep watching on that. We're still waiting for the Stafford board to come back from recess. When they do, we'll bring him back up.
Rooney, Adrienne Malin, Abby Carter, Kelly Swarter, and Sherry, I can't read this one. Sherry,
I don't know what that is.
Is it Sherry Smith?
Smith. Oh, is that
Sherry Smith. All right, you can go ahead.
First, I want to say good afternoon and thank you guys so much. This is an honor to be up here. My name is Janessa Maroney and I am from the Rock Hill District. I just want to first point out the Embry Mill District and buildings, they were not built in until after the location was already zoned in 2005 as commercial property. So when they, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I'm like completely, sorry, my autism's acting up. I just want to say my family has been here for over 40 years and we have seen a lot of changes in this county. And with the amount of homes coming in, I believe that we need Buc-ee's because I believe that they can support all this new growth that is occurring in our county. And let's see. And I believe that everyone who is saying how we have all these Wawas and Sheets, and believe me, I have worked for Sheets, and how many times have we seen yellow gas pump bags on those pumps? Almost either half or almost all the pumps. I believe that Buc-ee's has more reliable a system for that, as they will have more pumps. So even if a small portion of them do not work, they will still have so many more that people can go to and get gas. We've gone to like Daytona, Florence, we've gone to a whole bunch of different Buc-ee's. We were able to get our gas real quick, go and get a parking spot real fast. It didn't take very much time. And then we were able to get in and get out and get right back out onto the 95 interstate. And for me, I love Buc-ee's because to me, it is tradition for my family. And I have been able to see other people in the communities that also love Buc-ee's and we love the beaver and we really want it to come here to Stafford and just being able to enjoy the memories that it holds and that it can bring to the future for many and many generations. So say yes to the Buc-ee beaver and thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Adrienne Malin and I live in Garrisonville District. First of all, thank you for your service. I, again, don't envy any of you tonight. As a Stafford County resident who will be directly impacted by both the proposed North Anna to Bristers high voltage power line project and the proposed Buc-ee's development, I've been following both issues very closely. In doing so, I've noticed something important. The principles this board is now advancing to the proposed comp plan amendments related to the transmission line project are the very same principles that should be considered as you make your decision tonight regarding Buc-ee's applications. The county has stated that it has been opposing any alignment of the power lines that would diminish property values or negatively impact residents, Stafford County schools, and quality of life. That principle should not be project specific. It should be applied consistently. Your proposed amendments further state that infrastructure projects should minimize impacts to residents, schools, and sensitive land areas, and that residential density should be considered in siting decisions. Those are important statements because if those principles apply to power lines, they should also apply to large-scale commercial development. The impacts are functionally the same. Pressure on infrastructure, impacts to property values, school disruption, safety risks, and quality of life concerns. Your proposed amendments specifically state that residential density is a material factor in determining whether infrastructure is appropriate, particularly in areas with concentrated residential development and schools. This applies here as well. This corridor includes some of the highest residential density in the county, multiple schools, student drivers, school bus routes, and an already strained transportation infrastructure. Your proposed amendments emphasize protecting established residential communities and preserving long-term neighborhood viability. The amendments state that projects should be evaluated not simply on proposed economic gain, but on their full impact to property values, economic development patterns, infrastructure, and quality of life. And it's important to recognize the distinction here. The county is proposing these protections in response to utility infrastructure tied to regional energy demands, infrastructure that some might argue is necessary. Yet even there, this board emphasized minimizing impacts to residents, schools, property values, and quality of life. A large-scale travel center is not public infrastructure. It is a discretionary commercial development. If these protections and standards are appropriate for projects driven by public necessity, they should apply at least as strongly to projects based on commercial convenience and tourism. If protecting residents, schools, property values, infrastructure, and quality of life are guiding principles for one major project, they should remain guiding principles for all of them. For those reasons, I respectfully ask you to deny the requested rezoning and CUP applications by Buc-ee's at this location, because the proposal is inconsistent with the principles that this board has already said matter in our community. Consistency also matters. Thank you.
New speaker. Good evening, Abby Carter, Falmouth District. I'd like to talk to you this evening about traffic. I have looked at the VDOT numbers for the 2023's audit of ramps on and off I-95 and other busy intersections in Stafford County. I'm not a traffic analyst, but I have a hard time believing that the daily traffic at the proposed Buc-ee's will be half that of the Warrenton Road Route 1 intersection turning toward Fredericksburg. Yet the applicant has stated they expect fewer than or approximately 20,000 cars to come and go daily. The Warrenton Road Route 1 intersection handles 40,000 vehicles per day, and we all know how it can back up if there are any issues on 95. I might add that Buc-ee's in Daytona has an average of 44,000 trips per day and is probably the best comparison for a very busy I-95 corridor. To give you another example of choke points, the southbound 95 ramps at Garrisonville Road, east and west, those ramps handle a daily total of 71,000 trips per day, according to VDOT. I realize that the traffic impact statement is written for the roadways nearby, and they are based on the trip numbers provided by the applicant. What if the applicant is wrong? What if there are 25,000 trips or 30,000 trips? Or what if the numbers are closer to those seen at either the Falmouth intersection or the 610 ramps? We all know those two high traffic areas back up in a blink of an eye. That has major implications on the people who live nearby, commuters, and I suspect the surface roads throughout the middle of the county. The question I would ask is, are we sure enough about the traffic numbers and the mitigation efforts that we should approve this application? If unsure, then more information is really needed. Buc-ee's has asked to be allowed to build not in a rural or an exurb area, but in a suburban area. Please be sure you have the best outcome in your pocket before approving any project with these huge potential ramifications to residents, commuters, and travelers who will be affected. Thank you.
All right, before he speaks, we're going to have Carrie Simpson, Chris Zimmerman, Kevin Maroney. Oh, they put two in here. Well, thank you for being honest. Rachel Stanley and Connie Smith.
Good evening. Pardon my nervousness. I'm not comfortable in embarrassing myself in front of my neighbors, but here goes. You know, Buc-ee's makes a lot of money. And if this happens, Stafford will receive a very small portion of this money. All the rest of that money is going straight back to Texas. All their products, their meat, everything is shipped from Texas. The contractors that build these facilities are all out of state. The 40,000 or so people they're going to bring into our community are going to think of Stafford as nothing more than a toilet and a trash can. I think we're better than this. I hope you do too. I'd like to propose we invite a business that has roots in our community, a business like, let's bring back Imperial Gardens or Mason-Dixon. We could haul log cabin up here and get rid of that blind spot. These people have roots in our community. Their money stays here in our community. Another thing I'd like to propose is I'd like you to picture this. How about if we're coming down that road and on that hill we see a steeple with a cross on it? Something that's going to inspire our community, a gathering place for our community. Yeah, I'd like to see a steeple with a cross on it. I mean, what's going to inspire us more? A steeple with a cross or a 45-foot sign with a picture of a giant invasive rodent on it? Thank you for your time. Thank you for staying late.
So we're still hearing in the public comment time. Some of you are asking, are they going to vote yet? Are they going to vote? It's 10 o'clock. This could go on for a few more hours.
Hello, my name is Cherie Smith, and I am in the Garrisonville district. Let me everybody know in here that my home sits at that 420 feet away from the said property. So I come here with several things. Number one, I would rather have a data center there. Why is that? Because the data center setback from residents is 1,000 feet versus the, as I quoted, 420 feet. Why is that? Because they have humming noise from air condition. They impede in the family's lives because of the noise from the air condition and the cooling system. Versus Buc-ee's at 24 hours, I have to hear closing of doors, slamming of things, horns blowing, kids screaming, people yelling, doors, and everything else going by my backyard. Number two, so give me a data center if I have to choose. Number two, the residents on Booth Court was supposed to hear from the Buc-ee Corporation, said back in the Planning Commission about 4 weeks ago, said that he would get with us, and he has not gotten with the Booth Court residents at this present moment. But however, other residents in our county has received wonderful gifts from him, but I have not even received a letter saying, come and talk. Number two, the light impact by your staff says that it's going to be a negative impact of those who live close by, which, by the way, 420 feet is very, very close. So now I'm going to have a negative impact with the lights. We all do know that light impacts your health and the well-being and your sleep and give you insomnia and keep you woke and don't let you go into REM. If you're medical, you know that already. So that's going to impact me as well. Number four, she indicated that the OSAR cannot be completed until this board votes a yes. That is not true. The final OSAR cannot be completed. They can give us a proposed OSAR. Read it for yourself. Don't let her talk for you. Number five, once again, who is everybody being impacted? In the Garrisonville district alone, let me tell you about some numbers. 26 to 27% of the residents in the Austin Ridge Emory are of the Black and brown race. 19% are the retired individuals. So when you're looking at the National Health Institute, they said that when traffic comes and all your health is at risk and you want to get out, 15 to 20% of those people are going to leave. So we're looking at a exit number of all our minorities that sit in there. And by the way, 70% of you all sit on that board are Black. So we know that therefore as far as demographics go and as far as diversity, Stafford has proven that it is diversified. So it says that 15 to 20% will vacate. That is on the average of 2,500 to 34 of Black and brown and retirees leaving this area. That's a heck of a number, guys. So deny this cup. It is not worth it.
Please keep your comments to yourselves, okay?
Chair Diggs and Board, I thank you for this opportunity. I would have been much further ahead of the line, an earlier speaker, but I was caught in traffic. I commute from Northern Virginia. My name is Chris Zimmerman, and I'm a resident of the Garrisonville district. I'm also just one of the 20,000 veterans that call Stafford County home. About 1 of every 9 of us are veterans. I decided to retire here in Stafford because Stafford has a sense of community and the county really supports veterans well. Stafford County works hard to assist, support, and recognize veterans through the year and provide various public and veteran-specific community services. We have an armed services memorial. We host and support many veterans events. We support veterans-owned businesses. And Chair Diggs will speak and assist in the wreath laying at the county's Memorial Day ceremony this Friday at 10. How does Buc-ee's support veterans? They don't. The answer is, while you can probably buy a Buc-ee's camouflage hat, Buc-ee's has never and currently does not honor the sacrifice and service of our active duty members. I will say again, Buc-ee's does nothing to celebrate our veterans, not even a discount on the camo hat. It's right on their website. I absolutely love that we are naming a street in the area after Izzy Rodriguez, who died in the line of duty serving the Rock Hill Volunteer Fire Department on 28 January 1998. But he was at the time an active U.S. Marine. And so I find it short-sighted to have a business that doesn't support veterans with a street running through it honoring a veteran. There are a huge number of businesses in our area that do recognize the values and service of veterans. We all know the small independent businesses can't support the increase in tax revenue, but we have an economic development council, and their top three priorities are cybersecurity and technology, logistics, corporate headquarters. There's no mention of a big gas station. Your veteran community deserves opportunities to thrive inside Stafford County. So I ask that you consider our county's legacy when you take this vote tonight, because a vote for Buc-ee's is a vote against our veterans and 20,000 of us in Stafford County. Thank you.
Mary Lloyd, Almaz Dawson, Kamal Davis, Cherry Williams.
You're watching live
Nadia
coverage of the
Kushal.
Stafford County Board of Supervisors meeting deciding whether or not to approve a conditional use permit for a Buc-ee's gas
Good evening,
station
board
on
members. My name is
I-95.
Rochelle Stanley, and I am from the Garrisonville district. I had a speech written for tonight, but I'm actually going to talk to you from my heart. And I'm going to ask you to please do your due diligence and consider everybody. This isn't just going to impact us at Austin Ridge or Embry Mills. This is going to go beyond those two communities. This is going to go to Shout and Shop, Rock Hill, beyond the 5-mile radius. The amount that they say that they're going to bring in as revenue, imagine Austin Ridge and Embry Mill, their home values are going to go down. So that's going to counteract that 1.9 or 3 million, whatever amount that they are going to bring. I came here to Stafford as a single mom, and I chose Stafford because it was a safe community for me. I've been here for nearly 30 years. My husband, who I've married 20 years now, we moved here. He moved from Fairfax to here because I was adamant about us moving here. There is potential for growth, and everybody has said it's not about being against business, but it's about smart business. Buc-ee's doesn't do anything for our community. I went looking for their community services. They don't do anything. They don't publicize any of that. You have Publix who offers and gives back to the community. You have other businesses that give back to the community. Buc-ee's, they don't. They only look after themselves. They only look after their bottom dollar, their pocket, and do nothing for the community. That's why they don't care about how they mitigate all these issues that they have. Everybody has stated the traffic. That is a huge problem, but it's going to increase. It's not going to subside. It's going to be an impact financially. Yes, they're going to pay for the initial infrastructure, but they're not going to pay for the out infrastructure, the maintenance that is going to be required. So I ask you, please do not approve their application. Bring in something that is going to benefit Stafford residents. Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. I'm Connie Smith from the Garrisonville district. I live in Embry Mill. First of all, I want to say thank you. I know it's been a long evening, but I will say from standing on this side, I can tell you that all of you, or many of you, appear very busy doing other things as you sit up there, which is a little disturbing because you have people who have come out to speak about how this establishment, how this business is going to impact them directly or indirectly. And I can say, I don't think there is one resident, whether you're in Stafford or to the north or to the south, that isn't going to be impacted by the traffic here. One thing that I'll say, we hear a lot about the budget, and we hear about the money that Buc-ee's is going to bring to town. But have we talked about the money that other businesses in the town will not be making? We have businesses that are already here that will lose money. You don't have to be a mathematician to figure this out. They may bring money, but other businesses will not have as much money. And if I was a betting woman, I could probably stand here and point out which ones of you are going to vote for this tonight and which ones of you are not. It's very well known across the community of probably where this is going to stand. And that's very disturbing because you're here, you should be here, you were voted here by your constituents. We hear about the school board and how there's not enough money there. And we hear about the budget, but can we talk for 1 minute about the school and the students that are already late to school because of bus issues? How is this going to change it? When we do a redistrict and we now pull kids across 95, how are they going to be impacted with the traffic? And we may say, well, the traffic isn't there until Buc-ee's is there. But you know what? Quite honestly, we will all be impacted as we go through some construction. I think it's extremely disappointing that we are where we are today, and this got past the Planning Commission. When the due diligence has not been done and it's been spoken of, how are we here today? All of you should be asking, how are we here today? And that's really where I got to leave it. And at the end of the day, I'll say this, it doesn't change us going to the north or south to restaurants. Stone Bridge is opening Cooper's Hawk. Why can't we have something of nice here in Stafford? I've said it before and I'll say it again. You need to get your development people out. Take a look at the Mosaic, the Stone Bridge, the One Loudon. That's what you should be asking of the people that work for this community and work for Stafford. Thank you.
Please like this video if you find this video helpful to you. You want to know more about what local news is going on in your
Betsy,
community in
Sonia?
Virginia. Please like, comment, and subscribe. We love to have your support.
Neil?
Neil, who? Hamlin? Carl Klein? Elaine?
And as they call up,
Hollander?
I will say that we have nearly
Did you already speak,
500
Miss?
people watching from across multiple platforms tonight. We are on
She's here.
YouTube, we
She
are
spoke on
on
the topic.
X, and we are
Jen-
streaming on Facebook as well. And so
Jen
we
Weldon.
certainly appreciate if you would like this video, share this video, tell a friend that you value this local coverage
Good
from
evening,
wherever you're
members of the
watching.
board. Mary Lloyd, Garrisonville District. Let's talk honestly about what Buc-ee's would mean for the people who actually live here. This isn't about whether Buc-ee's has good snacks, clean bathrooms, or loyal customers. This is about whether Exit 140 and Courthouse can realistically handle what's being proposed and whether our families should absorb the consequences if they cannot. Right now, anyone who lives in Austin Ridge or Embry Mills already knows what traffic is like during rush hour, during school drop-off, and during accidents on 95. We live it every day. And now we're being told to accept nearly 21,000 additional vehicle trips per day at this interchange. That number didn't come from opponents of the project. It came from Stafford County's own planning staff. This is not a normal gas station. Comparable Buc-ee's locations generates more than 2,000 vehicles per hour during peak periods. This is why so many of us are alarmed. And let's remember where we are. The I-95 corridor at exit 140 has already been ranked one of the worst traffic hotspots in the U.S. Virginia spent hundreds of millions of dollars expanding the express lane system here to try to improve congestion, and approving this project risks undermining that investment immediately. What concerns many of us even more is that the professionals' review in the project raised serious warnings. County staff recommended denial because the project failed to maintain the required level of service standards under the county code, and the required federal interchange review process has still not been completed. Those are not small technicalities, those are major unresolved issues, but traffic is only part of the concern. The project would place a 120 pump mega gas station next to the neighborhood full of children and families. As a nurse in this community for many years, I have grave concerns from a health perspective. Gas stations emit toxic chemicals through fueling operations, storage tanks, and tanker deliveries. According to the WHO, benzene has no safe exposure threshold. A Columbia University study found hazardous benzene concentrations extending hundreds of feet beyond gas pumps. And those findings were based on facilities much smaller than what's proposed here. The truth is, no long-term health study exists for a mega format gas station at this scale, and our community should not become the experiment. There are also environmental concerns involving underground storage tanks and stormwater runoff, and potential impacts to local waterways and drinking water. My family and I have lived here for 23 years, and we have been so fortunate to explore and enjoy the green space, trails, ponds, wildlife right around the proposed site. Please don't invite this toxicity to our lovely community and all the outdoor space it has to offer. At the end of the day, the decision comes down to one simple question. Are we prioritizing responsible
Thank you.
development or quality
Thank
of life? Thank you.
Hi, all. My name is Kamal Davis. I live in Garrisonville. I live in Embry Mill, actually, about just a few miles away. So I want to start off by saying this. We need to acknowledge the reality of our situation. It's not just Virginia. It's not just Stafford. It's all of America. I'll start by saying that this is a referendum on Stafford, but it reflects what's happening in America as a whole. If we don't choose now, not just the supervisors, but as a community, what to do next, then we will have to understand that we had a choice. We've been afforded a choice. And we will have to develop based on either action or inaction. And if we accept inaction, then we have ultimately chosen scarcity. Scarcity, that should be a word that frightens everybody. Why are we choosing to have less, to contract our county simply because we don't like what's being offered? I'm not here to rep Buc-ee's, but I do see that opportunity has arisen. So first, I'm going to go over some of the things I've heard often, not just tonight, but over the other couple sessions as quickly as I can. Whether we're talking about taxes and them going up, I mean, that's inevitable. I mean, we're seeing people from all over, from Georgia, South Carolina, New York, Pennsylvania. They're coming here. Why? Because the housing market is prime. They keep building. Why not? I mean, you're getting decent pricing. Unless you do want to go to North Carolina. I mean, it's an option, but I mean, especially if you're a federal employee, and as others have said, veterans, you're coming here. You're closer to DC. You're close to where you might work. And if you work in Fairfax, which unfortunately where all the businesses are, what else do you do? We can go over crime, but I mean, that's a losing battle. Crime is based on population. And again, the population is going up. Buc-ee's does not really ultimately determine whether or not we're going to experience more crime, but at the end of the day, what can you do? They've done studies on whether or not on how population has been affected by crime, how population affects crime, The state has done these studies. We know how this trends. Stafford and Spotsylvania trend the same. Massive clustered cities like Fredericksburg and Harrisonburg, they trend the same, but they're huge. They're huge in terms of population density. What do? Well, we have to address the problem at a head. So the reality of our situation is this. We have to make a decision. You have to make a decision whether or not Buc-ee's is truly going to make the most of the county, if we're going to make the most of the investment for the county, and whether or not we can afford to go forward with not only the Buc-ee's, but further plans, improving the parks, improving the streets, expanding the streets. All of that depends on your choice. And I say, go ahead and vote for the Buc-ee's.
So you are witnessing local government in play here. This is what reporters do all the time on the local level. They listen to public speeches and comments and get the pulse of the community. And we are now streaming for 4 hours, 40 minutes. This meeting started at 5 p.m. It is now 10:42 at night, going on 10:45, getting close to 11. For Stafford County, this is a pretty long meeting. But trust me, as a reporter, I've been to longer. Bring it on.
In Stafford for nearly 40 years. It seems to me that the proposal for the Buc-ee's is almost in a class of its own. The potential impacts are so multifaceted and unfortunately predominantly negative. And there is an aspect of celebrity involved. Though I had never heard of Buc-ee's prior to the citizens of Garrisonville talking about it at government meetings, it's become clear that for some people, Buc-ee's is like a rock star. It's hard to say, don't come and perform here. But it's very clear to me that the Buc-ee's representatives should be thanked for their interest in Stafford and then sent home with a warm adios. The new courthouse interchange is simply not an appropriate location for this mega gas station travel center. First and foremost, it will destroy the quality of life for the residents of the adjacent subdivisions. These are neighborhoods that were carefully planned for residents of Stafford. Residents require services, schools, parks, retail, but we want quality of those. Members of the Board of Supervisors are warned that we must bring in more commercial development. There's an imbalance. Yes, there is, but we need quality, and we need to have the right people on staff in the Economic Development Department who know how to bring in quality commercial development. What I value most is our history and our natural beauty. We need promoting a beaver from Texas here in Virginia, the home to American presidents, is a bit ridiculous, but nothing compared to adding 20,000 vehicle trips per day to an already miserably congested area, then add the noise, the lighting, the air pollution. I was just talking to someone today who said she brings her kids up to the Rouse Center from Spotsylvania. And when she heard there could be a Buc-ee's here, she thought, I can't believe it. No way. She would have trouble just getting her kids to the swim class. So please vote no. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Hi, my name is Neil Hamblin. I'm from the Garrisonville district. I've been in Stafford for 29 years, had 2 kids graduate from North Stafford, so I have a lot of personal investment in this town. You've heard a lot tonight, many facts, many figures. I think I don't envy your task in deducing it and boiling it down into something plausible, but let me just give you my take on things. So I've been to Buc-ee's. I went to the one in Knoxville, and actually it was good. It's about 20 miles east of Knoxville. And so we had to get gas. We got off, took about 15 minutes to get off the highway, and then we got into Buc-ee's, spent an hour there, got briskets, took about another 15 minutes to get back on the highway to come. And I think that worked out fine because that was in the middle of nowhere. It was in a section that was very rural. And I think it was a win-win for that local community because that was a small community that obviously needed needed that type of investment. But when I heard that Buc-ee's wanted to come here, I was really thunderstruck. Why would they want to build one so deep into the DC metro area? It didn't make sense to me. But then I thought about it. Well, I guess they want to put it as far north as they can because they're going to get, the traffic. But it's up to the communities and the price, the value, the land values in order to keep it south. And I think this thing needs to be about 50 miles south of here. Now, it's not my place to decide what their business model should be, but I can tell you that Garrisonville Road will start looking like, and Courthouse Road will still start looking like what that Knoxville looked like. Adding 21,000 cars a day, it's just inevitable, regardless of what mitigations you're going to see. And that's probably an underestimate. I'm a consultant, an engineer. I've done these types of estimates. I would be curious to see what the range is on them, if that's a min or if that's an average, but my guess is that's the minimum. So that's just the price you're going to pay if you decide to go forward. So that's just fixed. In terms of the revenue, let's be real. The revenue that this is going to generate is not enough to swing this decision one way or another. It's not. You're not going to balance the budget on this project. It would be nice. You can keep it in mind, but that's not a factor either. But in addition to the traffic and the non-issue of revenue, I think one thing you should consider, and you've heard a little bit about it, is what do you want Stafford to be? What type of identity do you want it? Do you want us to have? When we go to DC and we say we're from Stafford, do you want them to say, oh, that's where the Buc-ee's is? Or can we offer more value than that? Thank you.
Good evening, Carl Klein, Garrisonville District. I'm not going to bore you with a bunch of facts and figures. I'm just going to tell you that this is the wrong project for the wrong place for the wrong reason. It's not going to generate the amount of revenue that you need. It's going to impact the quality of life of the residents of Stafford. And like the last guy just said, what do we want to be recognized as? The home of Buc-ee's or something more important? Okay. I'm against it. You have the decision to make. The Planning Commission punted it to you. The staff has recommended against it. I don't know what else you need to make an informed decision. You've heard a lot of information from both sides of the aisle, but at the end of the day, you're charged with doing what's best for the residents that you represent. And the decision you make tonight, if it's for Buc-ee's, it's something that we will live with forever. And I don't know that that's something I'd want hanging over my head.
More than 520 people watching our live stream here. Continuing coverage of the Stafford Board of Supervisors meeting. Please like this video, subscribe, please tell a friend, share this video, let people know we are covering local issues in your community throughout Virginia.
Good evening. My name is John Wallman. I'm a 30-year resident, taxpayer, Stafford County, residing in Austin Ridge, and I'm speaking about public safety. I'm going to blow right through this because I need to get to some personal points. But the national crime statistics for gas stations and convenience stores are the most common place for criminals. Over 1.2 million per year nationwide. And Buc-ee's is both of them, 24/7. These are facts that describe exactly the type of facility that's being considered at the entrance of our otherwise safe community. The spillover threat to Austin Ridge and Embry Mill is real. High volume, high facilities attract anonymous transient populations all day, all night. It's no secret that criminals like to use large crowds to canvass adjacent residential neighborhoods or communities for secondary targets such as burglaries, vehicle thefts, and property crimes. Austin Ridge and Embry Mill are those adjacent communities. Our streets, our driveways, and our families are the secondary targets. In other words, you're building a honeypot for criminals right in our backyard. Here are some important considerations. I'm going to skip those, but the sheriff's office needs to carry the burden for the additional cost. Drug and gun trafficking up and down 95 are going to be a serious problem, and Buc-ee's would literally plant them at our doorstep. I want to formally petition the board to provide an independent law enforcement impact assessment, estimating the projected cost, volume increases, response time degradation, and required staffing and associated costs that Buc-ee's would impose on the county. I also want to petition the board to require the applicant to submit a comprehensive security plan, and failure to do so would constitute dereliction of the board's duty to protect public safety and the residents of the affected neighborhoods. Okay, real quick, let's get serious. Okay, elephant in the room. I went up to grab something to eat, came back, parking lot. Route 1 stopped, totally backed up, and we haven't even got Buc-ee's yet. Of all the options Buc-ee's had to choose from, they chose the most congested highway in the nation. So what's your motivation here? Is it revenue? 1.9 million that wouldn't start for 4 to 6 years? How about the 25 million that the Coliseum CEO talked about? Did everybody catch that? So if you had 10 Buc-ee's in our county, they wouldn't be the same revenue that could be created from the Coliseum. That is an option that's available. And then finally,
thank you.
You have a duty to all your, not just your district, but to all members of the county. It's in your bylaws.
Sir.
Some of you history buffs in the chat are catching the fact that George Washington, in fact, was born in Westmoreland County. Stafford County, however, was the boyhood home of George Washington, where he lived as a boy.
My name's Caroline Grant. I'm from the Harrisonburg district. Thank you for your time. I live in Embry Mill, about 4 blocks from the proposed Buc-ee's. Spoke at the first meeting. I don't know how long ago that was. I attended the town hall. And I don't have facts and figures. I've heard everybody say all the numbers. I just have some anecdotal things from the past 2 weeks where I was literally struck by, oh my gosh, what if Buc-ee's was already here? The first time was Mother's Day. I was driving home from University of South Carolina, where my daughter recently graduated. Go Cox. I've made that trip countless times in her time at South Carolina. Every single time we drive through South Carolina, North Carolina, and Virginia. The traffic starts at Richmond and doesn't let up until Warrenton Road 17. I don't have traffic in the other states. Mother's Day, I'm parked on 95. Can almost smell Stafford. I'm so close to home, almost in tears because I'm exhausted. And I'm thinking, holy crap, what if Buc-ee's comes? Then my road is gridlocked literally to my door in Embry Mill because I have to get off and cross over Courthouse Road through Buc-ee's to get into my neighborhood. I can attest, I do like Buc-ee's. I go to them in Florence. I go to them in Florida. I can also say that I've seen the tractor trailers parked outside the compounds at those locations. So I do think that's a concern for Austin Ridge and the area around here, that we will have tractor trailers who can't legally park in the parking lot, but they find ways to get around that. I also witnessed an accident on the off-ramp in the short time that I was there. My second time was recently when we had a fiery crash on I-95 with a tractor trailer. And as parents in Stafford County Public Schools, we get those emails regularly. Please be aware, please check the bus app. There are delays in transporting, kids getting home safely, kids getting to school. I mean, it's happening regularly. The third was I moved my parents up here recently to Florida. So selling my home and leaving is not really an option for me right now. I'm really worried about the value of my home, but I have to take care of my folks first. I came home from Falls Run the other day on Route 17, and I took the back roads. My mom likes the scenic route after visiting my dad. 2:20 on a Monday afternoon, I'm seeing tractor trailers on the back roads, Kellogg Mill to Poplar. Cars lined up all the way behind at every stop sign on my way home back to Embry Mill. My daughter texts me, "Mom, there's an accident on I-95." When we say that everybody's just going to turn and get right back on the highway, anyone who has lived here long enough knows we don't have normal traffic days. There's always bad days on 95. That traffic ends up in our neighborhoods. It's going to affect quality of life. I'm all for revenue, but let's make it stuff that's smart for the residents here and improves our quality of life. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for the time to address the board. My name is Jay Gillis. I live in the Hartwood District. I've lived in Stafford County since 2001. Most of that time was in Rock Hill, but I'm now in Hartwood. My wife and I have 4 children who graduated from North Stafford High School or North Stafford Schools, and this is going to be our home. I've lived here longer than anywhere else in my life. I'm here tonight because my property taxes continue to go up annually. And after following the Buc-ee's discussion, I believe this project and its rezoning is the right move for Stafford County and my tax bill. It's not going to solve it, but it's part of the equation. And I support the necessary approvals for Buc-ee's to come to Stafford. Buc-ee's will generate recurring tax revenue and strengthen the county's core ability to fund core services without increasing the burden on homeowners. It will create hundreds of good-paying local jobs and support and broaden our economy. I have seen alternative ideas for this development site on social media and heard some of it tonight. I don't believe it's realistic to compare concepts to real shovel-ready investment with immediate benefits. Approving Buc-ee's is a clear step towards strengthening Stafford's commercial tax base and reducing the pressure on homeowners. I urge all the members of the board to support the necessary approvals. Thank you and have a nice evening.
We'll have wrapped up
Before
full
he
coverage of
speaks,
this on
Sean
PotomacLocal.com.
Shamgar,
It is 11 p.m.
Peter
on the
Stinkovich,
in Virginia right
Stephanie
now,
Edmond,
and many of you have been with us since we started streaming at 6 p.m.
Rick
As you can see, the
Edmond,
meeting is still going on. It is not over. Public comment time continues on this contentious issue of
and
whether or not to
Lillian
bring
Swain.
a Buc-ee's to Stafford County on
Good
Interstate
evening.
95.
Thank you.
So if you
I
need to leave
mentioned
us, you
to
can go
the
to
chair my thanks for
PotomacLocal.com, sign up for our
the
free email
invitation
newsletter,
at the
and
beginning of
I'll
this.
send you
That
an email
really touched my
newsletter to
heart.
tell you
Thank you
exactly
for
what
opening
happened with
these
this meeting,
important
the result of
matters
this
with
meeting. Of
prayer.
course, we have
Appreciate
continuing
that.
coverage throughout the
I
week
have
on
some
this.
perspectives that I'd like to share. So one of them, and I'm gleaning that there was a community development plan, a commercial development plan, simultaneous with a residential development plan. So the fact that we have a plan for significant commercial development where it currently sits with simultaneous or a boundary condition, an initial condition for the residence plans that have since come into being. So in other words, our due diligence as a resident, we should have known all along that this plan is in the books. And so a lot of the negatives, a lot of the inconveniences could kind of be projected against a lot of development that might take place. So I think it's kind of unfair to pin everything negative on Buc-ee's, which I think is kind of has a family-friendly, I'm at a loss for words there, family-friendly. But you know, my worst concern is a casino. I want to thank you guys that I don't see any casinos. If we say no to this, is a casino next? If a casino finds out how you said no to Buc-ee's, can they use that to maneuver in? So I'm very cautious. I'd rather have a Buc-ee's than a casino. I'd rather have a Buc-ee's than data centers. I don't trust the closed circuit water system of data centers. I think the Buc-ee's is a lot more friendlier to the environment than another data center. And I think the job density for a Buc-ee's is significantly higher than 10 people sitting at a control panel for a farm of data centers. I have 5 young adults. I watch my son take midnight shifts at Amazon and hurt his back, not for the salaries I'm hearing at Buc-ee's. I'd like for the county to get more information on those salaries. $18 an hour benefits, did I hear that? My young adults couldn't get that. If there's healthcare in that, that is direct community benefit. 300 jobs, $18 an hour, that scales to $11 million cash a year for our young adults. They need these transition jobs while they figure it out. Save us from a casino. We're okay with Buc-ee's. We live with inconvenience. We'll figure it out. Thank you.
Please like this video, share it, let people know that you are watching local news in Virginia and in Stafford
Good evening.
County.
I don't think we're at good morning yet. Stafford County Board of Supervisors, I appreciate your time. 24 years as a Rock Hill resident, Connie Barrow. The real purpose here is not to decide the popularity of a particular business. It's not to decide whether or not one particular business has the best food or the cleaner bathrooms. It's your job, it's your required duty, your sworn duty to decide if this project is compatible with the comp plan. That's it. That's the bottom line, because you're being asked to change the comp plan for the zoning of that land, that parcel. I don't need to tell you what your job is. You know it. I believe that this project is incompatible with the comp plan due to what has already been said by the planning and zoning staff that did all their due diligence, due to severe conflicts with traffic, land use, environment, and quality of life guidelines. You've gone through all the details as far as what this project is. I keep hearing the 20,000 additional vehicle trips per day. Well, if it's 365 days a year, it's really helpful to know what that means per year. And it's not going to go away any of those days. You're going to have 7.6 million vehicle trips per year additional going through that location of Courthouse Road and Austin Ridge Drive. In that, there's 120 fuel pumping stations, 800 plus parking spaces. That's 1 million gallons of fossil fuel per month, where the Embry Mill Fire Station number 15 is only imaginary, just like the imaginary road that is located across from where this proposal is. The Stafford County Planning and Zoning staff worked tirelessly, and they analyzed this application, and they recommended denial of the project because of overall traffic volume that cannot be fully mitigated by the off-ramp extensions and turn lanes. Traffic is expected to bottle up and be at level of service F, and it does not matter what somebody that is developer funded analysis. You have to understand who does the evaluation and where the money comes from. Surprisingly, they found that it's going to be okay. That's because Kimley Horn is paid by them. It's a bad match. Do not make this a bad marriage. There is no divorce option if you approve it. Please vote no.
Hi, Christine Fick, Garrisonville District. I had no prepared remarks, so these are just comments from tonight. One is we've made so many compromises to keep them happy. Why do we have a plan if we're not going to follow it? I don't understand that. The second is 2 independent entities, the Professional Planning Task Force and from the county and VDOT said, don't do this. Why are we not trusting the professionals, right? They work for us to help us make a decision. And they said, don't do it. It's a bad idea. Third, and this is to Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's keeps telling us they're going to pay for all the mitigation. Are they going to pay for the drop in our house values? Because we are already in Austin Ridge. People have said they don't want to buy the house because of the Buc-ee's. We have that in writing from realtors. And our houses used to sell very quickly, and now they're not. who's going to pick up that slack for us. And then the last thing I want to say is to the lawyer from Buc-ee's, and you said you have the right to want to develop. No, you said you have the right to develop.
Ma'am,
I tell you, you
ma'am,
have.
no.
You
You
have the
address the board,
right-
okay?
Yeah, I'm addressing the
Thank you.
board.
Don't turn to
You have
them.
the
You address,
right
hey,
to
stop,
want to develop.
stop. Pause the time. Please address the board
Okay.
with your comments, okay?
This comment is referring to the
That's
Buc-ee's lawyer
fine, but
comment.
just address the board.
I'm addressing you.
Thank you.
Okay. The Buc-ee's lawyer said they have a right to develop. I would like to paraphrase that and say, no, she has the right to want to develop. And what I'm asking you guys is to remember you have the right to say no.
All right, 1 second before you start. Gary Smith, Sharonda.
Now, the gentleman
McAllister,
coming up to the mic now, we've actually interviewed him
Kirsten
on several
Stone,
different occasions for articles and or videos for
Kristen
PotomacLocal.com. He is a fixture at local
and
meetings,
Cade
often
Hildreth.
making a spectacle out of himself. But
All right, guys. Missed you all. Shamgar Connors, Harwood District. You might remember me. I've been here a couple of times. Anyway, look, everyone's got some good arguments about Buc-ee's. You know, for Buc-ee's, against Buc-ee's. And I think the only way to really solve this is somebody's got to do a taste test of all the stuff. Now, listen, I'm going to do it live. I never tried to listen. I've never been to Buc-ee's before ever in my life. My mom bought me this costume for the last meeting. And I'm wearing it again. Obviously, it's really sweaty. It's hot. This thing's hot, guys. I mean, geez, I'm sweating to death. But anyway, look, Buc-ee's beaver nuggets. This is what I was talking about last time. Okay, so I'm going to try it live. Ready? Oh, I didn't mean this. I'm not trying to get mad. Just ready? You hear it? Oh, that's good. Oh, man. Sorry, guys. People that don't like Buc-ee's, I don't know. Well, hold on a second. That's pretty good, man. Hey, so yeah, I like Buc-ee's a lot now, obviously. Now, listen, I also got peanut butter and caramel with cinnamon popcorn. Now, look, if you guys want some, I'll let you try it after, but I don't want to waste all my time, so just hit me up. All right, look at these things. See that? Ooh, look. Oh, man. Sorry, people that don't like Buc-ee's, sorry. We got to. All right, listen. By the way, I did try the beef jerky from there before, but I ate it all before it came. Sorry. So it's good, but I couldn't. You just when I was sitting there, guys, not eating this stuff this whole time while I was speaking, that was tough. Now back to this. Beaver Buddies animal cookies. Ready? These have to be good. They're probably shaped like beavers, I guess. I don't know. I mean, look at that. Wow. The beavers. Oh, this is going to be good. And I got like sprinkles on it. Oh, man. Oh, God. Yeah. Oh, that's good. That's good. Look. I also got Southwest Trail Mix. Look, they got everything at Buc-ee's. I mean, how can we not get this here? Listen, guys, I might have to get on my knees and beg. And I need Buc-ee's here now. I had to order this online. I can't wait 2 days to get it shipped to me ever again. I need this now. Okay, so like, wow, that crunch. Oh, wow. This is good stuff. We need Buc-ee's here now. This is wow. Wow, if I mix it with beaver nuggets and this. Oh, I'll pick it up. I'll pick it up after. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, that's good though. Wow. All right, I got one. Oh man. All right, look. If you want after this, I'll share it. But I mean, you gotta come past. I'm gonna eat all this. Okay. I can't wait. I'm gonna eat this off the floor too. I don't care. This is good. Wow. And I'm not supposed to talk to the Buc-ee's people, but after I'm going to talk to them and say, thank you, guys. I love you. All right, thanks.
All right, you're done. Thank you.
I'm done.
That's proof positive that everyone gets their 3
you guys
minutes
want any?
No,
in
sit
local
down.
government.
Okay.
Shamgar Connors making a spectacle of himself once again at a
Hold on.
Stafford County
Wait.
Board of Supervisors meeting, doing a taste test of different
Don't get paid
Buc-ee's
enough for
foods,
this.
wearing a Buc-ee's onesie outfit. Everyone gets their 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Lillian Swain. I live in the George Washington District. I did not bring snacks. I really didn't bring any facts and figures, but I've got a story for you. It's my own story. A couple of years ago, I was driving down Interstate 95 South, heading to South Carolina, my home state. My phone was running low on batteries. I needed a recharge cord. I was coming up on Buc-ee's in Florence, South Carolina, and I thought, I've never been to a Buc-ee's. I'm going to go in there and get my cord. And I did. Got my cord, used those sparkling clean bathrooms. Everything went well. One problem. Traffic was backed up about half a mile in the right lane of 95 to go to Buc-ee's. Now you might say, okay, is that Buc-ee's in the middle of a big commercial district? Nope, pretty rural right there. Well, maybe there were other commercial enterprises on that exit. Buc-ee's was the only one on the right-hand side of the road where I was going. Well, maybe it was a holiday. Nope. Was it a weekend? Nope. Was it summertime when everybody's on the roads? Nope. It was a Tuesday in the 1st of May. Buc-ee's was backed up. Now, earlier, Buc-ee's representatives, the lawyers, said that Buc-ee's knows how to move traffic in and out of Buc-ee's. And maybe they do. Maybe I just hit them on a bad day. So I made a point 6 days later when I was coming back north on the interstate to look and see if the traffic was still backed up to get to Buc-ee's. And it was. So I'm kind of a fan of Buc-ee's. I mean, I got to say, when I heard Buc-ee's was coming to Stafford County, I thought, that's pretty good. I didn't know where it was going to be. And when I found out it was going to be at the Courthouse Road exit, the brakes went on. Because we've got a lot of traffic at the Courthouse Road exit. We all know that. And even though promises are that the traffic can be mitigated, I haven't seen the evidence. I only have my own experience, and that is there's a lot of traffic there. I think Buc-ee's is a great store. I think it's in the wrong location when you try to squeeze it into the Courthouse Road exit area. So I'll leave you with that. I think you should decline this application because right store, wrong place. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
All right. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gary Smith, and I'm from the Hartwood District. And so I'm thoroughly immersed in this community. So I'm the vice president of my homeowners association, about 1,100 homes. I'm the governance chair of Thrive Virginia. A few other boards that I sit on. I'm just saying that just to put context that I'm immersed in this community. I'm a retired Marine of almost 3 decades. And so I'm here to stay. So I'm here to express my strong support to bring Buc-ee's to Stafford County. A project that represents more than just a travel stop. It's an investment in our community growth and identity. I heard that word before tonight. Buc-ee's has built a national reputation for excellence, known for its clean facilities, friendly service, and family-oriented environment. This is not your typical gas station. It's a destination that brings travelers, families, and neighbors together while promoting local pride. I heard somebody say, what do we want to identify ourselves by? Economically, Buc-ee means hundreds of new jobs. I heard a young man talk about the competitive pay and benefits Stafford residents. It will generate significant local tax revenue. I heard another guy talk about the tax break on this property. I'm all for that. Dollars that we can reinvest in our schools, our infrastructure, and public safety. It sends a clear signal to other businesses that Stafford County is open for smart, responsible development. Beyond the numbers, Buc-ee's fits the character of our region. Hardworking, welcoming, and forward-looking. Their commitment to cleanliness, efficiency, and quality customer service aligns perfectly with the values we hold here in Stafford. I urge the board to seize this opportunity to enhance our local economy, reduce travel burdens for commuters, put Stafford County on the map as a stop people want to make, not just one they pass by. Thank you for your time. Thank you for continuing to make Stafford County a place where business and families can thrive. Thank you.
We've been live streaming now for 5 hours, 13 minutes. This meeting started
Excuse
at
me.
5 p.m.
Excuse me. Stop. Recess. Recess.
And the board just took a recess. It looks like there was a confrontation between one of the people who were seated there and the man who just spoke. Not really clear as to what was said, as it was not mic'd, but you could hear it off mic there. So now the board's in recess, and this will happen from time to time as the room gets reordered there. Now, they do have deputies that are posted in the back of the room when they have large turnouts for meetings like this. And so there are.
You all set?
We're good? All right, we're back. Apologize for that abrupt recess. Start as time. You're good to go.
Okay. I'm Peter Stenkavage, Garrisonville District, and first of all, I want to thank you for your time. At the same time, I want to apologize for wasting your time because, as a previous commenter said, I think this is a done decision. It's already decided. Buc-ee's is going through. But with that being said, I'm going to talk a little bit about the Cassandra complex. Cassandra was named, it's named after a Trojan princess in Greek mythology. She was blessed with the power of true prophecy, but cursed by Apollo so that no one would ever believe her. This tragic figure remains a sad symbol of foresight, frustration, and doomed warnings. Today, the Cassandra metaphor is used to describe a person whose valid warnings are dismissed or disbelieved by the people around them. For over 2 years, my family, friends, and neighbors have been a voice crying out in the wilderness. We have on numerous occasions listed the many problems with the Buc-ee's being built in Stafford, in the Stafford community. Come to think of it, even the Planning Commission staff did not think its application should go forward at this time. But let's look at some of those problems. Extreme traffic congestion, which leads to more air pollution, more accidents, longer response times for law enforcement and ambulance crews, not to mention the safety of our loved ones, especially our children, as they go to and from school. Massive water consumption. It seems it is a weekly occurrence that I read about a community in the United States dealing with water shortages, low aquifer levels, or a local government prioritizing thirsty businesses like data centers and Buc-ee's over the water needs of its residents. Environmental risks, groundwater and soil contamination leaks that can release toxic oil hydrocarbons and carcinogens like benzene into the soil and drinking water. Air pollution, as in hundreds of cars and routine venting at the fuel pumps. Again, we're talking about 120 fuel pumps. And 24/7 noise and light pollution. Yes, these are just some of the problems associated with building a Buc-ee's right next to a residential community. And yet, here we are. How are you going to vote? To make Stafford a better community. Again, make it a better community. I am reminded of what Scrooge says in A Christmas Carol to the ghost of Christmas future. He said, "Assure me that I yet may change these shadows you have shown me." And by shadows, negative businesses here I'm referring to. And so assure me that I may yet change these shadows you have shown me by an altered course of action. You, as the Board of Supervisors, have that opportunity tonight. Vote against Buc-ee's and instead vote for the community and its residents. And as a side note, I guess I don't have time, but 95 was backed up at 6:30 both ways.
Thank you. All right, before you speak, is there anybody on this side of the audience that did not submit a speaker card that wishes to speak?
All right, so it sounds like they're winding down the number of speakers here. Go ahead and like this video, please. Share this video, like this video. Let people know that you are interested in local news where you are, whether that's in Fredericksburg, Manassas, or Woodbridge on the Potomac local side. If you're watching our statewide coverage on Virginia Insider, please subscribe. We now have nearly 17,000 subscribers. All of that in just about 2 months. So thank you.
To start, I want to share a critical firsthand observation about Buc-ee's. Every location that I've personally visited has one thing in common. They're far away from things. Take the two closest locations to us. Virginia's first Buc-ee's is in Mount Crawford, a small town of approximately 500 people. The most recent official census data actually had them at 439. The Florence, South Carolina location sits in a rural stretch of I-95 with open highway corridor, farmland, and swampland in every direction, not a neighborhood in sight. Meaning we're considering quite a geographic experiment here. For the record, we've had some, well, Stafford County is not like I just described. We're a large community, about 170,000 people. with the Embry Mills neighborhood, the Rouse Center, the Embry Mills Town Center, and other residential and commercial development packed very tightly around exit 140. This is going to be quite a geographic experiment if we decide to run it. For the record, this area has had some excellent development that fits the character of this community, particularly the Embry Mills Town Center. Unfortunately, Buc-ee's does not, because it comes with too many consequences. When a facility like this opens, anticipating 20,000 plus vehicles per day, the highway congestion will be severe. When those exits back up, and they will, every driver grabs their smartphone, gets the same notification, their GPS reroutes them. And where do they go? They go right into our neighborhoods. The applicant's attorney shared they would attempt to restrict the traffic exiting Buc-ee's from becoming cut-through traffic. But our concern is not the exiting traffic. It's the traffic congestion from 20,000 cars on the highway. Once that routing pattern is established, it doesn't go away. GPS algorithms learn it, drivers learn it, and our neighborhood streets become cut-through routes, cut-through corridors for impatient drivers. I often drive past this area, and I can personally attest to the large number of kids, often on fast-moving e-bikes, e-scooters, zipping around the Rouse Center, the Embry Mills shops, the Embry Mills neighborhood itself. They're not quiet roads. The road's full of people running, walking, biking, going about their lives, and there's frontage of homes onto these roads too. Staff recommended denial, and staff wrote, although several transportation improvements are being offered to mitigate impacts, the TIA identifies impacts, some significant, that are not mitigated in conformance with the county's comp plan transportation goals. They also said it's uncertain how the project will comply with the comp plan's guideline to improve the quality of life for residents. Staff recommended denial, and I hope you do too. Thank you.
You're watching live coverage of the Stafford Board of Supervisors meeting. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. 500 of you watching right now. Please like the video, share it. Please subscribe. Please sign up to our free email newsletter, potomaclocal.com. We're local news where you live in Northern Virginia.
May 19th, 2026, Buc-ee's. It's there's a rule in the chambers that there's no food that's brought in, and it doesn't show respect. And the laughter that was given didn't show respect either. So it's not surprising that an individual did speak out, and you have to understand that fair is fair. I believe that the staff does not want Buc-ee's, and we don't want to be behind that traffic. I believe that it will be voted down. The Buc-ee's presentation today started with other projects, but did not go into detail what this means. What is pushing the Buc-ee's? It was stated by staff that there are questions concerning transparency as in key submissions, which normally go to VDOT and are being deferred to later phases. Page 777 of the agenda today. Our agenda was 3,496 pages. It's too much. And it's obvious why. It's coming from the other source that probably doesn't feel Stafford like we do. So how do you mitigate the impact? You basically bundle it and have it hit us later. Study is missing the labeling of attachment 6 and attachment 7 and attachment 11. Why? Attachment 12, page 2 and of 30 is empty. See pages 316. Proposed zoning ordinance 2617 with 13 attachments, followed by a copy with 18 attachments, with proposed zoning ordinance 25-37 with 15 attachments. Zoning application with the applications do not have section codes attached. See page 345. The application page numberings are inconsistent and places question with the neighboring parcels owners and incomplete for the affidavit, 28 pages of count, but matches only 22 pages. Next round, R26, 131 vehicle high density with 11 attachments bundled with R25, 274, a resolution of 2025 with 9 attachments, and the following with a copy of R26-1.
Thank you. All right.
All right, so they cut our mic off there, and we are now going about 5.5 hours on our stream here.
Yes, sir.
If this Buc-ee's is approved, it'll be the third Buc-ee's
How
in
many do we have
Virginia,
on this side of the
following
audience that
Rockingham
wishes to
County and a
speak
new
and did not submit a
location
speaker card?
in
All right,
New
please go ahead,
Kent, just
Center.
outside of Richmond, where they
Thank
plan
you.
to
Go
build
ahead.
one. If this is
My name
approved,
is
Virginia
Rodney
will have
Womack. I'm
3
the original
Buc-ee's.
builder at Austin Ridge, lot 473. I had a speech that I was going to recite here today, and I'm not going to do that. I just want to ask you to do what is right in your hearts and what your constituents wants to do. Honestly, I believe that we need the Buc-ee's here. I think it would be a benefit to Stafford. As many others here, I have seen a lot of parking lots, or I shouldn't say parking lots, wooded areas shut down and nothing built up. We can talk about Mine Road behind the Walmart. We can talk about what happened in Aquia Harbor with the movie theaters that we used to have. There was one supposed to be built on 610. That never happened. The lot we're talking about now, I did a little bit of research and tried to figure out how long that actually has been cut down. And I think it's been 15 years, okay? It's a long time. And so now we have an organization that wants to come and help us and benefit us. And we're sitting here saying, well, no, because there are a lot of issues that cannot be expressed here in one night. Now, I sent you all an email, and Mr. Diggs, thank you for responding to me. I'm hoping that that's in response to everybody and that you took the opportunity to read it. But I just wanted to say, this is not just me. This is my bride. These are friends of mine that could not be here tonight. We're all for Buc-ee's. We would like to see it built here. It is something that when we talk about an identity in a place, that's not what it is, okay? It's a place for people to get gas, to get food. The identity of Stafford is still going to be whatever we decide it to be. We're not defined by Buc-ee's. That's not how it works. And we need to stop thinking like that. Once again, please, please think about this when you make the decision on whether to bring Buc-ee's here or not. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Julia Lewis. I'm in the Falmouth District, and I'm asking you to please vote to approve Buc-ee's tonight. I do appreciate you will have to weigh the benefits to the county against those who oppose it. I could talk about all the jobs, the estimated 1.9 million in sales tax, and the 1.8 million in gas tax revenue to fund roads, and the 1% meals tax going to teachers, not to mention all the increased local business that will support Buc-ee's. Another plus, their sewer water will be resold to data centers. I could remind you that they are downsizing, they are downzoning, I'm sorry, from B2 to B1. You are not being asked to rezone A1 land to commercial or heavy industrial. This is a perfect location for a Buc-ee's travel center because of its proximity to 95 and the extremely efficient style of the exit. Buc-ee's has the money to back up their promises. Not like the developer who originally rezoned this land and clear-cut it. You know this is all too common here. That's why you placed all those conditions on Harris Teeter. Will there be increased traffic? Of course there are going to be. Buc-ee's has enough experience to know how to reroute it. Buc-ee's has agreed to fund and follow the recommendations of the expensive and in-depth OSAR study to mitigate traffic coming and going. The OSAR study will benefit all of the businesses in the courthouse corridor. Maybe that stalled Westgate commercial development will get revived with the new roads Buc-ee's will build. Stafford County has a reputation of making it too difficult for businesses to open here. I've heard this board say, we are open for business. You recently gave tax incentives to Darden restaurants to open across the street from this proposed Buc-ee's. And Buc-ee's isn't asking for any tax incentives. They are willing to spend significant money to improve the roads so Stafford County and VDOT don't have to. If this board says no's to Buc-ee's, what does that say to other businesses that are looking to move here? Most importantly, our commercial tax revenue base needs to be diversified. We cannot have all of our eggs in one basket. The data center gold rush will bring buildings that even those builders say will be obsolete in 10 to 15 years. Not so with Buc-ee's. I do understand the not in my backyard folks crying the sky is falling. Change is hard. Look at my Falmouth district. We have over 600 acres of approved data centers. Falmouth is paying a very high price to help improve the tax base. Every district gets to take one for the team. Will there be extra traffic? Absolutely. That's what you want in a business center because that means people are spending money there. That is the sound of a cash register reading. Recently, they had $1 million opening day in Ohio. So with our location, we can harness the Kahalari crowd with those great Buc-ee's billboards. If you know, you know.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Ready?
Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Dave Kendall, and I'm advocating support for Buc-ee's. I probably have been to Buc-ee's more than almost anyone in this room. I tow an RV to Florida, and I can tell you getting off of I-95 into any neighborhood in any gas station is a nightmare and stressful. I've had my wife backing me out on major roads. So when Buc-ee's came, I found out that they have traffic down to a science. We were in Florida from January to March. We were there in Buc-ee's at least 6 times. Every single time, traffic flowed just as smoothly as could be. There was no noise. It was just so easy and safe. And the clientele in the Buc-ee's high school classes coming there, I talked to residents of other countries in Canada. Wonderful people, wonderful employees. But anyway, so another experience for my sister. She had never been to Buc-ee's, so she went to the one in Mount Crawford following a funeral. So she was tired and she said, I don't want to get out. So her son says, I'm going in. And he went in a minute or two, they came out and said, Mom, you got to come in here. You got to come. 3 hours later, she lives in Northern Virginia. She said, we've got to go home. So she called me in Florida and said, you guys are the best place for Buc-ee's that I can think of. It's a wonderful thing that you all can have a Buc-ee's in Stafford. So that's an example of someone who has been through some of those experiences. And I can't unravel all the psychological stuff, but I can say the employees are happy. I talked to the employees at Buc-ee's. And I can tell you, I paid $525 more in real estate this year. I know teachers need a pay increase. They'd be glad to have some of Buc-ee's money coming in. So I won't ramble on, but it was a very positive experience. And I have never been in a traffic jam that I would attribute to Buc-ee's. I've been in Daytona Beach and Brunswick, Georgia, and they are not just, they're not in the country. Those are in boulevards that go right into the town. So that's my experience, and I fully expect that Buc-ee's will resolve any question that you have, and the traffic will flow as smoothly as it possibly can on 95. So thank you.
For the 474 of you still with us on this live stream, thank you. And we are, looks like we are getting down to the last few speakers here on this 5-hour, 33-minute public comment time that we have going on here. And then we should expect the supervisors to have their say in all this, to make their statements and tell their constituents where they stand on all this and have a
and I'm
debate
on those
over
RV trips to
this
Florida.
project.
And what you're going to be looking at is the salaries for people from Buc-ee's. And the cashiers, gift, cleaning, janitorial, warehouse, and grocery stocker, they're the ones making $18 an hour. The restroom crew is $21 an hour, and both say no experience necessary. And on Fridays, they get $2 extra per hour, Saturday, $3 extra per hour, and Sunday, $4 extra per hour. And it goes all the way down to general manager, making 175,000 to 250,000. This is at the Brunswick, Georgia, Buc-ee's. So we have been to many Buc-ee's. We've never had any trouble with backups. I can't say that there aren't places that have. We've not experienced them. And we go in there, and yes, your clean bathrooms are important to me, because in the regular gas stations, bathrooms are nasty. There's pee on the floor, paper on the floor. I mean, they're regular gas stations, bathrooms are nasty. So I'm happy on my trips to know that I can go somewhere and I'm going to have a clean bathroom to go to. But that's not the only thing. Buc-ee's will bring high-paying jobs, as we just went over some of these salaries. And whoever takes one of these jobs, they are paid well and they get full benefits. When I moved to Fredericksburg, I didn't get full benefits. I had to go to DC to get full benefits. Buc-ee's will bring revenue, and it's important revenue, because right now taxes lay solely on us as the residents. We don't have enough businesses in the area to help us with the revenue, so we take the brunt of it. And the nice thing is unlike some other businesses, they're going to be fully funding their building. It's not going to cost Stafford County anything. And I went to the meeting that they had last year at Colonial Forge, and a lot of the issues that were brought up, like the traffic. Our experience with Buc-ee's is on the main road, they have side roads that take traffic into Buc-ee's, so it's not impeding the main road. We've never had to be on the main road. Property values, they assured us at that meeting at Colonial Forge, have never gone down. There was a concern about crosswalks. They knew about it. They said, we're creating 2 more for you. They said they generally don't have any problems with any riffraff. And so they've done studies. They've been around a long time, and they've done a lot of studies on how to create a Buc-ee's in a community, and whether it be in a neighborhood or
Thank you.
otherwise. So my vote is
Thank
yes
you.
for Buc-ee's. Thank you.
Good evening, Melissa Roston-Bear from Garrisonville District. Unlike you guys, I was lucky enough to take a break and go out. I took my dog for a run and through the actual sidewalks that we are discussing here. So I appreciate your time and taking consideration for all this. I would also appreciate it if you would say no to this, because I am directly involved. And unlike the other people that said there's nothing that Stafford County has to pay for, that's not true. The fact that they keep talking about I-95 only is just a small portion of what will happen, because you have people that only want to go to Buc-ee's. So they're going to come from the northwest, the southwest, the west, and Garrisonville Road. All those other back roads are not accommodating to these things, and they are not planning to do anything with those roads. I-95 may be helpful, but as we've determined, it's not going to help the amount of people that are going to be coming on and off over the year, the increase of it. The traffic study fails to recognize all those other different directions, and traffic infrastructure is only the tip of the iceberg. Greater infrastructure impacts will be on water, electric, environment, law enforcement, and we all know that it wasn't the tip of the iceberg that sunk the unsinkable ship. It was what was below that they did not see. Thank you.
Please like this video and share it. Please tell people you're watching local coverage of the Buc-ee's decision in the Stafford County Board of Supervisors, just north of Fredericksburg. And as they get their mic working there.
Hello, I moved it a little bit. I guess I thought I broke it there for a minute. Let me first start out with, my name is Brad Baber. I live in the Rock Hill District in Suburban Estates. I added that part in so everybody can look up and see where Suburban Estates is, because I'm sure as people sit around and say, Suburban Estates, never heard of that before. Anyway, I've lived there for 50 years in Stafford County. Moved here because of the way things were done here, and they seem to be doing a pretty good job of keeping it that way. I'm happy here. People complain. One of the main complaints up here tonight has been traffic. Unfortunately, the traffic is a result of those people that are complaining that have moved here in the last 10 or 15 years. They're also complaining about property values. It sounds to me like they bought a house down here and paid too much for it, and now they want to sell it and get out of here. I'm concerned about property values, and if they bring mine down a little bit, that means that my taxes will be a little lower. So I'm okay with the lower property value too, because I'm not planning on selling and moving out of Stafford. I've been here this long, and I intend on, my family lives here. So I'm intending on staying here. They're going to stay here, and we're not the Johnny come latelys that's bought a house and then go sell it and not worry about things in Stafford anyway. So I think that property value thing seems to be one of the highlights. One of the other things I want to mention is I wrote them down, but you all know the answer to the question. There's 7 districts being represented here tonight, and you're voting for the people in those 7 districts because you were elected to come up here and do this job tonight. There were 56,276 homes in Stafford. We're going to say that Emery Mill was listed as 1,827 and Austin Ridge is 800. So we minus them, it brings us down to 53,649. So your decision tonight is going to be representing those 53,649 homes that haven't been up here and said yay or nay. I'm going to ask you to approve Buc-ee's, and they look like a good business to be here. You notice when a Walmart opens, other businesses open by near them. I think you'll find that when Buc-ee's opens, some other businesses will come into the area that people are looking for. Some big name restaurants or fine dining and things of that nature have been mentioned. It sounds like Fairfax. I'm not sure that majority of us that live here don't want to be like Fairfax, or would have moved up there in the first place. So let me go ahead and close with my time running out and ask you to approve Buc-ee's, and thank you very much for your time.
Good evening, Molly Denham, Hartwood District. Quite frankly, I wish we had this much support and interest during budget season when it came to the discussions of actually how to fund this county. And as you know, I've been a huge proponent of bringing industry to Stafford that would generate good paying jobs and revenue to the county. And Buc-ee's, quite frankly, hits both of those priorities for me. The things that are important to me with this proposal: the average hourly rate for employees is $18 to $31 per hour. And the salary positions for multiple manager and assistant managers range from $100,000 to $220,000 a year. Do you know how long it takes a teacher to reach $100,000 per year? The first opportunity is at 19 years, and the reality is 24 years. Buc-ee's would be one of the largest commercial employers and provide good salaries for up to 300 residents. I would therefore argue that this is absolutely checks the mark for improvement in the quality of life, as noted in the staff's presentation earlier tonight. And I'm sure that the 300 people employed by Buc-ee's will say it is a boost to their quality of life. I'm also disappointed by the number of people here tonight who are scoffing at the revenue, saying that it won't make a difference. I encourage all of those individuals to watch last month's budget sessions when this board spent hours trying to figure out how to cut almost this exact same amount of money from the county budget because we didn't have enough money. I would like these same people saying that the revenue doesn't matter, or saying it's minimal, or it doesn't make a difference, to say that to the teachers and the county employees that didn't get the full pay increase that they deserve this year, or tell those agencies like the food bank that didn't get the help that they desperately needed because the county didn't have an additional $1 million to provide them. Buc-ee's isn't the only answer, but it is one step that we need, and I support this approval.
Hello, Stafford Board of Supervisors. My name is Will King. I am a resident of Griffiths Widewater, and I'm gonna try to keep this super brief because I haven't really been following the whole Bucky situation a whole bunch. But what I can say is that this y'all's job is real hard. You gotta weigh a whole lot of variables, and those variables don't always mix in ways that people might like. You know. And I'm not particularly in support of y'all voting yes. I don't know if it's going to go yes or no, how it's going to go. I'm not for Buc-ee's, right? But what I am for is all these people coming out here and telling you how it affects them, because ultimately the decisions y'all make have qualitative impacts on people. And I just want you to consider the qualitative impacts and weigh them against maybe the quantitative impacts that you're looking for, right? And just hold those two in tension, and really look at the situation from a whole systems perspective, right? And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you for what you guys do here, and I appreciate how you are here, listen to us here, yap about how these things affect us. So thank you.
Hello, my name is Kiara Porter. I am a resident of Embry Mills. I've heard tonight people talking about traffic. I've heard people talking about various other things. I think no one has actually talked about the pollution and the impacts of that, especially adjacent to our homes, as well as the offices and the businesses across the street. More specifically, there is a healthcare facility directly across from this proposed Buc-ee's location. No one has talked about any type of wall barriers. No one has talked about how to mitigate that pollution that is spilling over right into these areas that impact the health and wellness of the residents, as well as the people who may be traveling for urgent care that we don't know about. There is a premium daycare center in that same area for our little kids and our little children. No one has mentioned that, but that should be considered. No one that I've heard tonight has talked about that. So as these kids go to schools, as these people are seeking treatment, they are impacted by all of this. They need safe access. They need access when things happen. Our kids, our elderly, are expecting moms who are visiting these OBGY communities, expect that they can get quality care. And these are long-term impacts. So I feel as if we are prioritizing revenue over our community. And that is a serious concern of mine. Buc-ee's, do your thing. You market cheap gas, cheap food for people to enjoy in a moment. That is nothing long-term. There is no long-term value in the community for a Buc-ee's other than snacks and cheap gas. But when are we going to step up and say, look, this is not safe, so let's find other ways where we can accommodate your business in another area? I'm not against Buc-ee's. You do your thing, you have your whoever you market to, but you have to look at this thing bigger than money. It's not about money. Would you send your kid to a premium daycare center that's located directly across the street from a Buc-ee's? Would you send your mothers or your elderly individuals to a healthcare facility directly across from a Buc-ee's that has over 100 pumps? We need to sit with that, and I want you all to sit with that tonight as you make your decision. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Chris Denning. I'm not sure what to tell you which district I'm in right now because I've been spending all day long moving, and I apologize for coming so late. I'm leaving the Austin Ridge neighborhood in the Garrisonville district, and I'm moving over to Rock Hill to get out of the way of the specter of Buc-ee's. I wanted to share a few things with you, but I'm going to first start off by saying, y'all right now have a big decision to make. Right now, you are in control. You have the ability to shape what Buc-ee's looks like. A no vote or a y'all got to fix this type of vote. I don't even know if that's a thing, but if it is, I hope y'all think about that. It allows you to shape. Right now, you have all the control. You say yes, and that control goes to other people, largely other people. You still have a say, but you're one of several parties as opposed to one. I highly encourage you to reconsider saying yes tonight. Let's take that control. And if you must say yes, let's shape it to something that is a little bit more tolerable at the very least, please. I'm going to just hit a couple of points here, but I'm going to start off by saying I lived here in the 1990s. This place had a soul. We had a community. And I was very proud of the way that this county reacted when Walmart wanted to build on top of Ferry Farms. I don't know if any of y'all remember, we asked them to move down the road. It took a long time. They did. We were able to preserve that land. And from my perspective, you know, and as I've traveled in the military and other travels, I've been able to point at Ferry Farms and say, that's where I'm from. And I've been very proud of that. I'm not going to be very proud of telling everybody I'm from the East Coast's most popular toilet. Just a few other things. I did look at Denton and Ennis, where there's Buc-ee's that were built. Next to those properties, the homes that are located closest to those Buc-ee's, they dropped between 15 to 35% almost immediately after Buc-ee's opened up. That recovery, like they've had about 6 years since they've opened up, that recovery has been largely flat. There's been some that have gone up and down. None of them that I looked at. I didn't look at every home, mostly about 15 to 20 per neighborhood. None of them had recovered their former value. I do not think that you all want to be in a position in another couple of years where you're having to look at a budget where we've had homes reassessed that aren't as valuable as they have been, and you have to raise the rates again. Not very popular. That's all I have time for. I would just once again urge you all, take your responsibility very seriously, and please consider exercising the power that you have to make sure we get the best deal that we possibly can, if you must say yes. But I repeat myself, please vote no. This is not a good match in this location. Like Walmart, they can move down the road.
We are approaching 6 hours
At
of
this
streaming
time, I'm gonna
here,
Close public hearing and bring it
and
back.
they are closing the public
We have
hearing. So that's the
10
last public
minutes.
commenter on
We have
this.
5 minutes to respond to any of the public comment. Is somebody gonna? Okay. All right. If you could set the timer, please.
She has 5 minutes to respond to some of the comments that were made. This is a courtesy the board extends to the applicant, i.e. Buc-ee's, to counter any of the claims it
Good
found to
evening
be
again,
false
Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors.
or clarify any
Again, it's
points.
Karen Cohen on behalf of the applicant. Well, I'm going to be very brief. I had instructions so they want to go home, right? So, but you heard a lot of passionate comments, and I understand those, but your decision isn't to be guided by passion, but has to be guided by the law. So I'm just going to point a couple of the legal issues that I think are important. First of all, in Virginia, I know you all know this, but maybe it's beneficial for the public to hear too. The comprehensive plan is a guide, right? And this application meets with all the requirements of the zoning ordinance, and it's consistent with the comprehensive plan. Staff in the staff report consistently from the beginning of this project has said that this use, the proposed land use, is consistent with the long-range land use in the comprehensive plan, and specifically the courthouse targeted development area. So they have said it is consistent with the comprehensive plan for this type of commercial development. Now, the issue, of course, is on the traffic, which I'll get to in a minute, but staff did not recommend denial tonight. Staff initially recommended denial to the Planning Commission. We then went back and added new proffers, responding to specific concerns and specific requests from the Planning Commission and from others. Every issue that was raised, we mitigated and addressed with a proffer. And what staff recommended tonight, the recommendation does not say denial. It says to weigh the positives and the negatives of this application. And staff provides way more positives than negatives, right? And the one issue that that remains is with the traffic. Mr. Ratcliffe showed you the substantial traffic improvements, showing you every improvement and for everyone how it improves the road network, how it reduces delays, how it maximizes throughput. Those are real benefits to the quality of life. But there is no degradation in the
One
level
second, ma'am.
level of service.
If you could just pause,
Yeah.
pause our time. We're going to need to have a motion in a second to continue past midnight.
Motion. Second.
Cast your vote. All right, that passes unanimously.
Motion made at 11:57 p.m. to continue
Thank
this
you.
meeting
Yeah, so,
beyond
I mean,
midnight. Good
there's
evening.
no
You're watching live
degradation in the
coverage
level
of
service.
the
I'll
Stafford
just say
Board of
too, just 'cause it
Supervisors
kept
meeting,
coming
Buc-ee's
up,
decision night.
I know it's a little bit of a tricky issue, but a lot of people kept referring to 20,000 vehicles per day or cars per day. It's not. It's 20,000 trips. A trip is an in and out, so it's 10,000 vehicles. But in any event, there is no degradation in the level of service. Somebody raised the issue about Kimley Horn, the consultant preparing the analysis. Well, remember, that's how this process works, right? That not the county doesn't pay for the applicant's consultant to prepare the TIA, which is required. The taxpayers don't pay for that. The applicant pays for that. So yes, they pay Kimley Horn, but remember, they are licensed professional engineers in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and it is their professional judgment and their professional duty to provide accurate information. And they've been working with staff on the TIA, and they've used their professional judgment to provide the information to you in the traffic position paper. So again, I just want to say that I hope that you will look at this in light of the law and the proper considerations for this particular land use. It is hard to take away maybe some of the passion and some of the celebrity that was mentioned, that it's Buc-ee's, but it's a travel center. It's 74,000 square feet of retail with fuel sales, and you're being asked to approve those land uses, which are consistent with the comprehensive plan. If you have other more specific questions, obviously, we're happy to answer those.
All right.
Thank you.
I'm going to start with Supervisor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just, well, the first question is for the applicant. Do you have a timeline on when, considering that the OSAR is still in production, of when the project would be completed?
Well, yeah, just on, you can come up to address the OSAR process and the timing a little better. I will say too on that, since you raised the OSAR, that the framework document is what they call the sort of that first part of it, which Kimley Horn has already submitted on applicant's behalf. So it's not like nothing's happening on the OSAR. And then maybe Mr. Caperuccini could address your question about the timeline.
Yeah, because I just want to make sure that, does the OSAR have to be completely completed in totality and then the project gets started, or can you submit as you've done before, as you've currently done that portion, and then you can start the project should it be approved? I'm curious about what that timeline from report to finish.
Yes, David Capuccini, traffic engineer for the applicant. The OSAR, right now, the schedule is an 18-month process. So from start to finish is what we have. We got started already with a framework document, and essentially we're not allowed to build anything until the OSAR is completed and signed off on by all the different signatories, including VDOT and the Federal Highway Administration.
So potentially 2 years, a year and a half to 2 years before anything is done.
Potentially, maybe a good comparison is in New Kent County, we're working on a site and we're 3 years in and it hasn't been signed off yet. The interchange report.
Okay. Thank you. And then I guess the next question is, I see our transportation staff here. Brian or Matt, if you can step to the podium for a quick question. Can you guys tell me this year, and you may not know, but I'm guessing, hopefully you do. Do you know how much revenue we received from PRTC in gas?
Last year and this year, we're anticipating to see between 6.5 and $6.7 million.
From PRTC?
Yes.
Okay, and for those of you, huh? No, I know. I sat on PRTC for 6 years. I'm the longest serving member before I stepped down this year, so I know what PRTC. And the reason why I asked that question is, what was our transportation budget this year?
PRTC is a
within our
company
five-year
that runs
financial plan, we
buses. It's
anticipate about
a
$15
government-funded
million in revenues.
transportation
Of that,
agency in
6.7
Northern
was
Virginia.
gas.
So out of 15 million, 6 point something was gas tax alone, and that's just without anything else. That's what's currently zip coded for Stafford County.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Supervisor, well, hold on a second. I'm sorry. I know what you were asking and how that fits, but I'm wondering if the general public could because based off of some of the things that I've heard, there's a lack of understanding of PRTC and how that works. And so I know I understand what was just said, but I don't know if the general public, do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. And Brian can go ahead and answer that about
I
what
don't want
the
to just
6
move
point
through
something. Yeah.
without the public really trying to understand what we're talking, the language.
Mr. Chair, thanks. Brian Council, Chief Engineer, the PRTC is identified. State code requires there be a recipient, a regional recipient of the gas tax, and it gets dispersed from that regional recipient back to the localities. They have an administrative cost and budget. In this case, I think, Matt can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was a little under $200,000 was our share to PRTC, but we got to keep everything but a little under $200,000.
Okay.
That's how it works across the state.
And so what PRTC uses, which is required by code, is that every gas station that has a Stafford zip code attached to it, they are responsible for giving us all our reimbursements from that. So if there's a gas station or any business that does gas in Stafford County, we get every last dime of it, minus the admin portions that we have to pay, and that has been consistent.
Can I make an
We're
addition?
gonna come down. We're just gonna come down. I don't want to.
Just to clarify, I think this may answer your question as well. There's also VRE. So there's 2.8 million that goes to VRE.
Well, I'm saying aside from that, but I'm saying, but VRE are services that our constituents also use to traverse and get to work up north. So
VRE is
it's not
Virginia
just the
Railway
gas
Express.
fees, but
It's
we
the
also pay
state's
the
only
VRE
commuter
so that we can
railroad.
use the Brook Station and the Leland Station.
I just
When it
want
comes to your time. When it's your time. When it's your time. Supervisor English.
The New Kent County, can you get back up on the New Kent County issue? You said you're 3 years in. Have you all started building or anything down there, breaking ground?
No. So essentially, the way it started is we identified as part of the interchange study improvements that Buc-ee's was going to build. And then instead, what ended up happening is Buc-ee's ended up contributing a certain amount of money towards the full build of the interchange there. It's going to become a divergent diamond.
Okay.
And
you come up.
Yeah.
We're building in New Kent County what exists in Stafford County today.
Okay. That's why it's taking so long for that to be built down?
Correct.
Another question for you, since you're here at the
Yes.
podium. Somebody mentioned that the housing prices went down because of Buc-ee's. Is that?
That's completely false. There is no data.
1 second. Can you identify who you are for the public? Thank you.
Yeah.
Stan Beard, Director of Real Estate and Development for Buc-ee's.
So there is no, that anybody, the home values that went down because of the Buc-ee's?
We have never had anyone question whether or not home values went up or down before or after we showed up. In Auburn, Alabama, they actually hired a consultant to do a pre and post Buc-ee's pro forma regional land value assessment, and that consultant came up with the conclusion that we raise property values. you know, there's Denton, what he uses as an example. I don't know. Those are, you know, $500,000 homes in Denton. There are $500,000 homes today. Then I hear that we don't build near neighborhoods. Well, we have 4 examples, Denton being one of them, where we built in their backyard.
Right.
And then we have the other problem of people say that, well, you know, I'll say, well, we have plenty of places where we have homes that are all around us, and they say, well, those were built after you got there. So, you know, what conundrum is that? So they built homes near us, knowing that they were building homes near a bad idea. It's kind of, I don't know what to say about home values other
Right.
than.
Then one more question, then I'm going to be finished.
Yeah.
When you build when the Buc-ee's comes into the area, does that bring in other businesses around the area? Does it attract a lot more businesses?
Yeah,
it does.
A lot.
Okay.
I mean, if there's room for it.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. That's it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep.
Vice Chair Guy.
Well, I guess I'm asking this to the applicant. Does it have to be? Am I allowed to ask? Does it have to be 120? I want to know, can it be less than 120 gas pumps? Why not? I want him to tell me.
Scott Ratcliffe, Director of Engineering.
Mhm.
The fueling pumps are there because they become parking stalls. And so if we diminish the number, then we have more people waiting to get fuel. We try to promote the moving on to a parking stall after you get your fuel. 50% of the traveling public does that. The other 50% decides to leave their car there while they go inside and use the bathroom and buy food and whatever else they might want to do. And so the turnover rate is not typical like it would be at a traditional gas station, where you have normal turnover rates of 5 to 15 minutes. And so the additional fueling stations allow for the ability to digest traffic. So if I decrease the number of fueling positions, I now put people stacked behind, queuing behind, waiting to get to a fuel station. And so by leaving the pumps, and right now the leading number of pumps that we can have is 120 based upon software. And so that's why we're at 120 fueling positions.
Okay.
So if you decrease one, you increase problems other places.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I say something else about that? Okay. Oh, you can sit down. I'm sorry. Yes, I'm good. I just want to say for the public, we're going to have other issues that come up that are emotional for all of us, or maybe for a certain subgroup of people. When you engage with your Board of Supervisors, whether you enjoy us or not, do not threaten us. Or let me say this, do not threaten me, because it makes me want to do the opposite of what you're advocating for. Okay? I am unbrought and I am unbossed. My vote will always be my own. And every vote can be a referendum on your term, or if you can stay in the seat. So what? I'm still going to do what I'm going to do. Thank you.
It's unclear what Guy is referring to there. We can assume that she received some emails from constituents.
Thank you. You can come on back.
And you just heard Guy ask about the
Because I
number of
want to
gas
dig a little
pumps.
bit deeper into, why we can't reduce the size of 120 pumps when you have actually other stations that have 104 pumps or 80 pumps. So I want to dig a little bit deeper into that, because you're saying, or repeat what you were saying as far as why. Because I think
it allows for the ability to digest more vehicles. And so I'm trying to increase the efficiency of the property in which I have. Some properties I'm limited. And so I have 104, or I have 116. And so I have a reduced number. And so I'm reducing my level of efficiency as it relates to be able to remove folks from the system, have them serviced, and move it on down the road, because they end up having to queue behind other vehicles. We have stores, some of our original travel centers only had 24 fueling positions. And we ended up with traffic nightmares because we couldn't digest people. We had people backing out, waiting to get into a fueling position. And so we found that by having more fueling positions, we allow for people, yes, you may have to drive past 4 or 5 rows of fueling to find one that's open, but there's usually one that's open within that whole 120 fueling positions, which enables you to get out of the drive aisle into a fueling position and get your fuel.
Okay, so basically this is a Buc-ee's choice. Is that accurate to say? Like, it's your choice that you're doing it. You're doing it here. It's your choice to do 120 pumps.
It's a choice in order to maximize and to minimize delays offsite. So I'm
Okay.
trying to be able to digest more cars coming in.
And also because of revenue.
No, it's completely based upon trying to get people in and out.
Okay.
We want to try to provide the best experience for our customers as possible, and that is to alleviate conflicts and to alleviate struggles. And so by doing that, having ample parking, having ample fueling positions enables them to get in and out, have a nice experience, and get on down the road. If I end up with fewer fueling positions, then they end up having to wait, they get irritated, and that's not good for our business, not good for anybody. So the way we look at our models and the way that we evaluate a facility is how many people can I digest and safely get through the system and back out onto the interstate.
Okay. This question is for you, Scott. Because I want to focus on the revenue.
Good evening,
And
Scott
I'm gonna
Mayowski,
be-
Commissioner Revenue.
I'm going to be very quick. Is it accurate to say that the amount of revenue that we are saying that we're going to receive is on the conservative end of,
That's been my analysis even before we got Buc-ee's economic analysis. I did one independently. We did we researched a number of locations. We looked at data that we had internally. I believe that Buc-ee's projections are on the conservative side at the 1.9 million for local taxes. That's excluding the fuels tax. But let's briefly talk about the 1.9 million. When we were having a data center conversation, I showed you all a list of the top 10 taxpayers in Stafford County, just to give this conversation some sort of perspective. So if we look at that list now, oh, there it is. Thank you. If we look at that list now, where Buc-ee's would be, even with what I believe are conservative projections, it would make them the fourth largest taxpayer in Stafford County. And again, I think perspective is important because a lot of folks don't deal with local taxes the way that we do, so they don't understand whether a $2 million tax bill to a business is a lot or not. It's clearly a lot. And as we try and build a tax base, we need those kind of foundational, larger corporations coming in, which is why we're having these conversations, these difficult conversations the last few years. I would not be a bit surprised if they don't end up, if not the number one taxpayer, 2 or 3, based when the revenues actually start coming in.
You see their Amazon there at the
thank you,
top
'cause I'm
of the
about to go into
county's
that.
taxpayers.
So what would you say that we could possibly see if they were to get approved, up and running?
Yeah, it's very speculative.
Right.
On my part, I would feel comfortable guessing that it would be around the $3 million mark. Again, not counting the fuels tax, just looking at the property taxes and the consumption taxes that we get locally.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Amazon would be
Supervisor
the data
privilege.
center, the top commercial taxpayer in
Let's keep it
Stafford
up,
County.
yeah.
Scott Mayowski, the elected commissioner of the revenue there, he sets the assessment. He does
Just
the
go in
home
order.
assessments
No, you can go
across
in order.
the
That's
county,
fine.
both
Just do what I
commercial
normally do.
and real estate,
No, go ahead.
and would say that Buc-ee's would become the county's.
I know what you're doing,
At
so
least
go
fourth
next.
Scott,
I
got
do
a
too.
question since they want to
highest
argue.
All right.
paying
I got a question.
commercial
for you. I wanna
taxpayer
argue
in the
about that.
county.
Quick follow up on the meals tax. On the tax, is the 1.9 or whatever your estimate, does that include the meals tax?
Yes, so these are the tax types, and
So yeah, what is the sales?
yeah,
and what
one
is the
one of the interesting things about Buc-ee's is it hits a number of tax
Right.
types. So we have typically 90% or 70% of most local revenue comes from property taxes, which is your building and the equipment in the building. So obviously we have those, but then we also have the consumption taxes. Meals tax is a huge revenue driver for a business like Buc-ee's. Local sales tax. So when you buy something at the store and you pay 5.3% in state sales tax, one of those come back to us locally. So that's a significant source of revenue. Then you've got utility, tax revenues. There's also the inventory tax. We tax merchants' capital. So whatever they have on hand to sell, including the gas, on January 1st, they will report that to us and they'll pay taxes on that as well. So there's a number of different revenue streams coming in.
All right, Supervisor Evans, and then we'll go to Dr. Young.
So Scott, since we're talking about the different revenues that are coming in, understanding that we had like a hard budget season, right? Like we had to raise our taxes by 4 cents. Can you give us an estimate, like how many cents we could save if Buc-ee's was to come here?
Yeah, I think based upon these numbers, and if you kind of split their projection and my projection, you end up around a penny on the real estate tax rate.
And that penny would equate to 1 point.
It's about 2.6
$2.6 million
last year.
Okay.
1 penny
Right, who kno-
equals
who
on the
knows?
tax
Okay,
rate.
I just wanna make sure, so when
$2.6
we
million.
are thinking about this,
And
I'm
Stafford
thinking
County
about
raised their
reducing the
tax
penny
rate 4
and
pennies.
increasing the penny. Thank you.
Dr. Young.
Take effect July 1.
I'll do a few questions and then I'll
It was
pass
a
it over to you, and then it'll come
huge
back to
tax
me 'cause I
increase.
Got a few.
Okay.
We're not
So,
gonna,
oh
we're gonna,
my
each person gonna go one time. I'm gonna go and then we're gonna. close this
Okay,
out.
well, then I'll just take the time.
Yes.
I know you mentioned about the fuel tax, and I just wanted to double check. The fuel tax, it depends on what you use on transportation costs. I know Supervisor Allen do understand that. In 2024, we only used 2 million of the 6 because we have 473 pumps. That gives us 6.1 million. And then with the Buc-ee's is 1.6 for the 120. So once you take out that the money to VRE and what we owe, all of that, then whatever we have left, it depends. We put in a resolution and it depends on the transportation projects. Okay, so we don't use all of it every time. We don't get everything back. I just wanted to make that correction. This is for Mike Zaraf. Can you provide the illustration of how the vehicles will get into the site from off of I-95? I don't know if you could, did you show that at all at any time?
I
Are
don't
you
know.
able to-
I don't think we have that
Does
image
anybody
available.
yeah, can you show that? So how do you get in from I-95 north and southbound
So
and then out of the site? So I thought,
Do you want me to just show staffs or applicants?
I didn't have it in
Applicants.
the applicant slides.
Computer, please.
As they work to find this, we are 1 like away
want
from
you to
200 likes on this
indicate,
video. If you haven't liked this video, you're watching on Facebook, please give us a like. Please give us a share. And thank you for watching local news. This meeting with us, hanging out for us. We have 482 still with us tonight. We are going 6 hours and 20 minutes into our stream.
so do you have a pointer, Mike? Because I'm looking at,
So
Mike, are we looking at this?
That's the overall. We can.
yeah, let me go to the overall. Go to the overall.
It's part of the.
Yeah. that
I'm
would
sorry,
work.
it's part of the traffic impact study. Yeah.
All right.
I just want to see the pattern because it's about Austin Ridge Road where most of the individuals, if you do a slip lane, everybody's coming on to Austin Ridge Road. So I just want to know what that pattern looks like.
All right. Yeah, this pen doesn't work. So I guess
Okay.
I'll have to explain it.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
So going southbound, yeah, you would on 95, you would exit at 140 and you would take that slip lane, and that follows along parallel with Courthouse Road. It turns up and continues to be divided. It turns up northbound on Austin Ridge Drive. Pretty soon, I think the separation or the median goes away. Then you turn into the site there. Yeah, basically after you're just a little bit into on Austin Ridge. When you're approaching the site, it's not here on this image, but northbound, you would, take the exit 140 exit. You would turn left at the exit into the divergent diamond. You go through all the weaving, and then you would basically be in the main westbound lanes of Courthouse, and you would turn right onto Austin Ridge Drive, and then you would have to turn in across from Sunflower or any of the other access points.
So you will be coming out of Sunflower or Rodriguez back onto Austin Ridge?
Well, so that's going to the site. So leaving, all vehicles leaving the site have to go through
Sunflower, Austin, Rodriguez?
Israel Rodriguez. I
Yeah.
only wrote it 10 times in my
Yeah,
report.
right.
Israel Rodriguez Drive, you'd leave out that. You have to turn left onto Austin Ridge Drive. And that's whether you're going north or south. You'd then at Austin Ridge Drive at Courthouse, then you would have to turn left onto Courthouse Road. And then you have the choice of whether you go north or south.
North or south on Austin Ridge Road and
You're going south on Austin Ridge.
yeah, to get back on 95,
yeah.
or they could go down Austin Ridge Road and then do mine, because that's probably going to happen. So I just wanted to know. So
The-
20 plus trips, I don't want to say cars, trips are going to be circling on Austin Ridge in less than 1 mile area. Because
20
it's less than a mile. Yeah.
Well, are you saying 20?
20,000 trips, because they
Okay.
want us to say cars. It's
Right, no, I just
trips.
want to make sure that you were clear. You saying 20 or 20,000?
20,000
Okay.
trips, right? because
Right,
it's in and
yeah,
out.
I know.
Yeah. In that small area, that's what I was referring to. Okay. So about the sim traffic, the sim traffic model that was completed in Wisconsin, right? That DOT, I don't know, whoever wants to answer this question, that VSIM analysis of the diverging diamond interchange. It's on table 31. Was it a general divergent diamond used to calculate that?
Yeah, we had actually looked at this divergent diamonds specifically. It was the calibration parameters were based on Wisconsin DOT's calibration handbook.
Okay. So you are aware that the divergent diamond that's there is smaller than the regular ones. It's like it's much smaller. So did you all actually measure that?
Yeah, we actually went here and calibrated the existing queues to perform our modeling.
Okay. And then I know I heard somebody say something about reused water, and I know that under the utilities, it's not reused water, correct? Okay, because I did hear somebody. So it's basically 35, and don't just wave me off. There's 35,000 gallons a day, right? And then 25,000 gallons for that is like a total demand of 60,000 in terms of water, right? I mean, that's in your document. I'm just reading what's in your document.
Just domestic is 25,000.
Okay, and then where's the 35,000? It says here, proposed amount of water usage, 35,000 gallons. It's in your document.
Yeah, I think that's just with irrigation, assuming the various types of landscaping that is used.
Okay. All right, I'm trying to go as fast as I can. One of the concerns that I continue to have is with the proffers. So as it currently written in number 7, it says transportation improvement. It's not clear to me whether the, Buc-ee's can get an occupancy permit before completing any of these additional improvements. So I know we talked about the OSAR. You all talked about that already, specifically mentioning 7A through 7D. So, for example, what if the OSAR recommends additional fixes to Courthouse Road and to Austin Ridge Drive, not already specified, that you already written it in? Are you all planning on doing those improvements? Because I think I heard you all say that you will do those improvements.
Yes, we will do those improvements. We will not open without all the improvements in. We do not want the transportation
So even
infrastructure
if
to
it's
fail.
written in the OSAR, but you didn't agree to it before,
Yes, if the
okay.
OSAR requires it, we will perform those necessary duties in order to accommodate the traffic identified within the OSAR.
Okay, it was one of my first questions I forgot to ask you. Some of the individuals that I don't know, Mike, they didn't get any notices, and I heard that. Were they supposed to get a certain number of notices? Because people on Booth Court told me like they didn't get any notices. Only one person got one
The
notice.
Supervisor Young
I'm
is
not aware of
representing
that.
the
I'd
Garrisonville
have to
district, and this
look into
it
it.
has
But we
residents
send
who
notices
would
out
be
to
living
all
closest
property
to
owners
the
within
Buc-ee's
500 feet.
should it
Okay.
be
This
approved.
question is for you.
She is not expected to vote in
So
favor of the project. She is
you,
expected to
in your
reject
report,
this CUP.
Mike, you said that the TIA identified impacts, some significant that are not mitigated in conformance with the county's comprehensive plan transportation goals. So yet the letter from Kimberly Horn, dated May the 12th, we just received that on Monday, indicates that the proposed traffic improvement, it says here, consistent with the non-degradation, and I know the lawyer mentioned it a couple of times, policy outlined in the Stafford County Comprehensive Plan.
Yeah, so my understanding of my read of the memo is that is factoring in the by right development.
Mhm.
So they're basically discounting the by right development, and so the evaluation is based on the delta, the trips generated by Buc-ee's only.
So does, I know VDOT had some complaints, and I heard that they mentioned so many of the issues are still not resolved, but does the county or VDOT, and they're not here, believe that the applicant's TIA uses the best data or scenarios to accurately calculate the traffic flow?
It's data that we worked through in advance and was worked through and reviewed. As I mentioned, this report went through six iterations, so all that information was vetted.
So I know you mentioned, and I've asked this question before, we have never gone through an OSAR, right? So are you prepared to ensure that the items that are in the OSAR, you're able to recognize them and bounce back and forth to get those considered?
So that I can't necessarily speak to, as you know, we haven't gone through it, and I don't necessarily myself know what the OSAR is going to find, what the end result will be.
Okay, so I think I have a couple more. When you say that this project may not fit with the character of the area, can you elaborate on what you mean by that? And you've mentioned that before. So what do you mean in terms of, you know, the monument signage is one of them that's out of character. They took it down to 45. But what would be the height that you recommend?
I think that's maybe in relation
Because isn't it
to
35?
the sign height is 45. But that comment may have been related to the comp plan policy that was cited about what, and it was more of a subjective policy for the board to consider whether they feel this use is something that's going to improve quality of life and everything. And some of it's related to the overall intensity of the use.
So thank you very much for accepting that profits about the truckers. That was me. So I appreciate that. That's still going to be a problem for us on that Sunflower Road. So
And that's a
as
side street
with
she's talking about
the
right there. If you look at the
current
map. This is going to
approved
need
B2
4
project,
votes to
Marketplace,
pass.
I know it's coming up
And
after
if so,
this.
it'll likely be a 4-3
That is
vote.
about
If it does
smaller
pass, 4 in
size
favor, 3
versus
against.
Buc-ee's,
But
I think, right?
we'll
So
need that to pass.
comparison outside of the fuel itself, it's still kind of the same project, would you
Sorry,
say?
can you,
Marketplace in terms of revenue.
as far as revenue goes,
Mhm.
I think there was an estimation of roughly 2 million annually for the market project. So
Mhm.
yeah, very close.
Okay. So, thank you. I know we mentioned that it's not, Embry Mill is not built out yet. So we do have, how many homes are still going to be like right across from this location? Am I over counting? Is it 355?
I think I remember around 170.
Is it 170? Okay. And in terms of the pump, there's a pump station on Pump Road where the slip lane is proposed. So the county as well as VDOT uses that road. And that question is for Buc-ee's. Were you all planning on relocating this?
Referring to
Are
the
you
sewer,
aware that there
the
is
the
a,
sewer pump station.
yeah, you all aware that's a pump station?
Brian might be able to help.
There's an aquifer, there's a pump station. So I'm just trying to figure out what if they're aware of these things and what we're planning on doing with them.
Dr. Young, there's an existing location with an abandoned pump station there, a wastewater pump station. That general area drained to that corner, but that has been rectified with a series of other projects, and it's not going to remain in service.
So I know Buc-ee's mentioned that they're not planning on limiting the number of gas stations. Are you all planning on limiting the hours of operation?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So I think I mentioned this already, but the vehicle's going to be leaving Buc-ee's. They will land on Austin Ridge Drive. And then I think there's two particular areas that you all mentioned that you are going to try to fix. Are you all fixing that with lights? And I think it's 4 and 5, intersection 4 and 5. Were you all planning on putting lights there at all?
We will go through the appropriate studies, and whatever comes out of those studies as it relates to the necessary improvements is what we are committed to do. So if those are signals, if there's some other traffic control mechanism, that is part of the process.
Okay. All right. No
Thank you.
questions?
Supervisor Vernucci.
Thank you very much. My questions are for Mr. Zaraf. Good morning.
Good morning.
We didn't have any bells or whistles go off at midnight, unfortunately. Real quick, I did some math ahead of time, but I want you to keep me honest here. Is a subdivision with about 1,827 houses create about 15 to 18,000 trips per day? Does that sound about right from a planning and zoning perspective?
Single family be 18,000. If it's townhouse, it's a little less.
Okay, so Embry Mill generates about 15 to 18,000 trips per day. There's been a rumor in the community about a sports complex / 10,000 seat concert venue / 1,000 foot retail and restaurant sports complex as a better alternative. When I did the research on that, again, keeping me honest, on an event day, that would create about 12 to 15,000 trips per day. Does that sound about right?
I can't answer that.
Oh, we got transportation.
Based on
Thanks,
the ITE code, the most related one is a baseball stadium. That would generate probably around 12 to 15,000 trips for that event. Yes.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Mr. Zaraf, by right use, do those people who build on a by right use mitigate their transportation impacts? Are they required to give the county money? Are they required to build additional, multi-million-dollar infrastructure if it's by right, outside of like the VDOT turn lane?
I guess best way to answer, they wouldn't necessarily have to submit traffic impact analyses. They would have to make sure that their access points are meeting. There's a lot of VDOT standards they have
like
to
the
follow.
interparcel connector and that kind of
and
stuff.
safety they've got to address. They may not have to address level of service if that's your question.
Yes, perfect. Thank you. And then I don't know if you will have the answer to this, but I have heard about a board member communicating with the developer to use that parcel of land for low-income housing, which would also generate thousands and thousands of trips. Have you heard anything about this?
No.
No. Okay. Well, I heard about it just recently.
So what Vernucci
and
just
the
asked
developers
there
were reaching out to
was,
other board members,
does
about putting
Buc-ee's
some
need
housing
to
there as
pay
well.
over the
So
top
thank you very much for all
in
those
addition
answers.
for additional road improvements to improve the level of service for the road.
All right, so you all
Basically
have
improve
asked
traffic.
a lot of the
If it's a
questions.
by rate use, and the staff
so
just
I'm
said
not gonna
no, and that counters,
repeat
the staff
them.
just said
I
no.
think for me, the
And
major concern
that counters a lot of what we heard
is
tonight from
backup
other
that could potentially
people who
happen
are against
on
this
the
project,
main
saying
thoroughfare
you
with
should
the
hold them,
schools being there.
pin Buc-ee's
Understanding the
down,
OSAR
make them
report is gonna
pay
be done,
for these additional
and
traffic
that
improvements. And
you
you just
all
heard the
are
county staff
proffering
said that
and
that's
have
not
committed to fixing whatever issues.
that's not legal. That's not
that are
required.
there.
They cannot do that.
Um,
Only Buc-ee's could choose to pay more. When one would assume that only Buc-ee's could choose to pay more,
So-
but the county cannot force Buc-ee's to
There
do
are a
so
number of things
with a
that were
by
brought
right
up by
use.
constituents. I'm looking through my list here, and I think board members have tried to clear up a few of them. What I want to say to the constituents, whether you're on one side of the issue or the other, what I'm most proud of is how you all conducted yourselves this evening, outside of the one outburst, which is to be expected because people are emotional. So looking out and seeing the diversity and seeing people, some with signs that said yes, sitting beside somebody with signs that said no, and how you all treated each other is amazing, especially in how this the climate is nationally. So I appreciate that. The one thing that strikes me is that when constituents come down and they talk about, well, we want, something local, or we want this or that, the issue that we find ourselves in is that a lot of those businesses can't pay for the infrastructure upgrades that we need. And so when you're talking about a lot of these suggestions, there are other issues that go along with that we're not taking into consideration, which we have to when we're sitting up here. So I encourage you to meet with us and to have these conversations come out to whether they're town halls, so we can give you those other perspectives to add into. That is all I'm going to talk about tonight. So do we have a motion?
I just had a quick question I wanted to ask the county attorney about the OSAR.
Go ahead.
Ms. McClendon, maybe you don't know, and maybe the applicant will be able to answer that question, but I prefer to ask you. With the OSAR, whatever comes back from the parties that have to sign off on that, whatever's in that report, correct me if I'm wrong, the applicant would have to mitigate the recommendations, correct, before they are allowed to finish the project?
Supervisor Allen, that's correct. The applicant is proffering that they will comply with the OSR, but more than that as well, they can't get approval on their final site plan, which means they can't go forward and start constructing until such time as they have those requirements being met.
Thank you. So the reason why I asked that before I make the motion is because I just wanted to point out that they've proffered that, which means whatever the federal transportation comes back with and VDOT and whatnot, they can't get their final plans approved without mitigating whatever that report says. So
One second, too. Hold on. I didn't say this because it's late. One of the other things, and correct me if I'm wrong, anybody on the dais, we keep hearing about the fine dining and some of these businesses that constituents want. What we're being told most often is that it's going to require additional rooftops. So understand that when you're talking about wanting some of these things, and I've had the conversation sitting on that side of the dais and being like, I want you to do this, this, and this, and bring this and this and that. It's not that easy. And we're being told two different things that are kind of juxtaposed, right? We don't want housing, but we want this. And the developers are saying, if you want this, then you need this. And so there's a lot more into that whole conversation. I don't want you to think that we're just dismissing what you're saying. There's a lot more that goes into that. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, with that say, I'd like to make a motion for 026-17.
I would like to make a substitute motion.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. We have a substitute motion. Go ahead.
I need a second.
What is your motion?
To deny.
Okay. Substitute motion to deny.
So I would like.
Mr. Chairman, there's a failure of a lack of a second.
Yes. There's no second.
So we have to
Do
go
you
back
have a
to
second?
we go back to the original motion.
No.
I need a second for conversation. If you all have it, then just give me a second.
There's not
You
supposed
could
to be
still-
discussion or
All right,
You could still
deliberation.
do it.
We're
I
gonna-
am confused, so I'm not gonna move on until I understand what's going on. So if we have a motion to approve and then your substitute is to deny.
She needs a
Just a
second or we
second.
can't discuss
second.
it.
This is
Okay.
stupid.
All right. So, I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
Continue.
I am denying this motion, denying this permit because, number one, compliance with the stated requirements of the zoning district. The Buc-ee's use is geared towards serving Interstate 95 traffic, not the adjacent resident areas. Number two, existing use and character to the property and surrounding properties. This Buc-ee's use is different than other uses in the area. It's much larger in size, scale, and it is a 24-hour, 365-day operation. Building 74,000 square foot. By comparison, the nearby Publix grocery store is 49,000 square feet. Number four, trends of growth and development in the surrounding area. This establishment trends for development in this area is for smaller commercial buildings and single-family homes. Buc-ee's is not, it's different. Transportation requirement, number five, and impacts on transportation network. Not all transportation impacts are mitigated and do not comply with the comprehensive plan policies for no degradation in the staff report. In terms of requirements, in terms of requirements for public facilities and services, the project requires substantial transportation improvements. Some are not being addressed and others are not known and won't be known until the OSAR process with VDOT is finished. So I don't want the county stuck with the cost of fixing transportation problems caused by Buc-ee's. Conservation of property values in the area. In my opinion, increased traffic congestion caused by Buc-ee's would adversely impact
Respectfully, can I
nearby.
withdraw my second?
I'm sorry.
I'm not even joking.
It's second is just a, yeah,
Are
you can't.
I can. Are you almost
Yeah,
done with your list?
I'm
'Cause,
almost. I'm
Like,
almost
what's
done.
almost mean? Because you
Yeah.
got one or two more lines, and then
Yeah.
I'm withdrawing my second.
Most appropriate
It's
use
late.
of land, in my opinion, we got another case coming up. In my opinion, smaller retail buildings with less traffic impact is a more appropriate use of the property. Last but not least, timing of public facility construction and public costs of development. Unmitigated traffic impacts will cause the cost burden to be shifted to the county and VDOT. The proffers are written, do not commit to traffic singularization on Sunflower Drive and Israel Rodriguez Drive. So it's not
All right.
consistent with the comprehensive plan. Thank you.
What I have a scribble out. All right, so we have a motion on the floor to deny. We have a second. Go ahead and cast your vote. We're voting on denying.
Which is R 26-157.
That is correct. All right, we have all up. Whatever it is.
130.
It failed, so we go back to the original motion.
Yeah. Well, I'll go first. It's fine. I made the motion. I'll go first. I'll let Daryl.
So the motion to deny
Um,
Buc-ee's failed. It was 5-2. One
I
abstention.
don't even know where to start, but I would just say this. The idea that there's no thought or consideration into the decision, it's not fair. I've sat on this board for 7 years, and from day one, I've been advocating for generating revenue and generating businesses. And as the chairman mentioned, I mean, recently, I can't remember how many board meetings ago, but just for perspective, we had to basically compromise and give away tax revenue to attract the Darden Group here, just to get restaurants. So when people ask, are we doing stuff to entice people? We are. We're actively trying to engage in economic development so that we're not forced with a difficult budget every year that we've had. This year, I did not enjoy having to cut social service programs, trust me. I did not enjoy knowing that our teachers are only getting 4.75, or our staff is getting 4.75 raises when it's barely keeping up with inflation. Knowing that we have massive projects that the county is trying to move forward with. Unfortunately, for years, development never paid for itself. And so now when we have opportunities to kind of bridge that gap, we kind of have to take it. I look at it from perspective of this. as I said on PRTC, I think of it as I look to the south of me and I see what Spotsy's doing to spur development. And in my mind, being that I know how gas tax works and how we get that revenue, and I'll be honest, I have been to maybe 4 or 5 Buc-ee's. I've been to Texas, Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, and I'm pretty sure I'm missing one. And seeing that the potential, if they're not here and they go further south of us, which trust me, that very much could be an option. And I'm not saying that I'm beholden. And for the record, I'm not being bought. I've never met any of those Buc-ee's reps. They can tell you. I've never sat down with a single one of them. But when we take road trips, we plan our road trips around stops. And so in my mind, if you have to choose driving 30 miles south of Stafford potentially to go get gas and stop at the Buc-ee's there, that is potential significant amount of revenue from our transportation projects that we're going to be losing, because people will now say, I'm not going to stop at Wawa or Sheetz. No offense to them. I'm going to make the stop and go to Buc-ee's. And when we're already struggling to make do with the limited resources we've entrusted with our transportation team to try to get projects done, further limiting them would mean I would then have to raise your taxes to make up for that differences for projects that we've already committed to. And I'm not prepared to do that when I see that there's an alternative. Is every project in front of us going to be perfect? No. Unless, as Darryl likes to say, unless you're a Davis Staffordian that was born here or something from like the 1800s, every last one of us contributed to development and to the cost of development. And so it's my job being here and being part of this community for over a decade is to figure out how to move us forward. And so knowing that and knowing what the potential offset would be, I'm not comfortable taking away 1 penny of the tax rate potentially because it's Buc-ee's. I'm not.
And 1 penny of the tax rate, it's $2.6 million is the equation.
So real quick,
Yeah.
apparently the live feed went down.
I did text Donna to tell her. it went
I
down.
know, but do we want to take a quick, I
No,
hate to,
'cause we got-
only because a lot of people have been waiting to watch the vote and they can't
Okay,
see it
all right,
now.
we will take a 5-minute recess. 5 minutes, 12:48, 5 minutes.
All right, there you have it.
I'm
They're
sorry.
going to in yet another recess. Some of you guys in the comments are saying that the feed on the Stafford County government website is down. We are pulling this feed in from the regional web TV feed, the good folks over there who've always been very friendly to us to help us cover the community. Folks, thank you for hanging with me. 519 of you now watching the 6-hour, 46-minute live stream that we've been putting on tonight since 6 p.m. This is the nitty-gritty of local journalism. This is how the sausage is made. And for anyone who thinks, well, why do reporters want to get paid? Why do they have paywalls and subscriptions and things like that? Because advertising has gone to Facebook, to social media, to all different sorts of places and away from local journalism. But yet the work of local journalism remains. And you are right here with me tonight. We're doing the work together. We are attending a public meeting virtually, but yet we are still covering a public meeting and we are watching the civic process, the local government sausage be made. And and some, granted, not everything that we do is 6 hours, 10 hours long, but some of these meetings, they go for hours. I'll tell you, one of the longest I've ever covered was a meeting on a data center campus in Prince William County called the Prince William Digital Gateway. This was a massive data center campus that was to be located next to the Manassas National Battlefield, site of one of the first battles of the U.S. Civil War. And the meeting started at 7:30 p.m. on a Tuesday night and ended at 4 p.m. the following Wednesday, the next day. You had all night. People testified through the night, and it was a grueling day. And some question whether or not the people's business is really getting done effectively when you hold meetings like that. Are you really doing the people's work? Are you really doing a good job? And thank goodness not all meetings go that long, but that's the longest meeting. That's the longest local journo war story that I have for you tonight. But we are 6 hours, 48 minutes into this stream here. This meeting for the supervisors started at 5 p.m. We picked it up at 6, and we're still going here, taking a 5-minute recess. What we just saw was the first round of voting. We saw a motion, I think Tanisha Allen, who just spoke there, she motioned to approve. And then Supervisor Pamela Young of the Garrisonville District, who represents the district in which this Buc-ee's would be located, she offered a substitute motion to deny. She needed a second on that motion. And Aquia District Supervisor Tanisha Allen, Maya Guy offered that second and then seemed to want to remove that second. She reluctantly offered it and was really confused on parliamentary procedure. Didn't have a clear understanding of the way the meeting works, and then tried to rescind her second. And it was really merely for discussion. So Young laid out all the different reasons why she doesn't want the development there, and they took a vote on Young's motion to deny, and it failed. So now, we're waiting for them to restore the stream to the oh, there we go. They're back. And we're going to wait on another motion.
Yes. All right. So we're welcome back. Good morning. Good morning. So we are now in the process of voting on this application. Did you, I forget what you said. Yep, that's right. We had a motion in a second, and I believe you wanted to say something. No, you wasn't. I don't remember about that.
And you knew they need at least
All right,
4
so motion in
votes
a
to pass
second,
this.
To approve. Motion in a second to approve. Thank you for welcome back. All right, cast your vote.
02617.
Thank you. All right, that passes 5-2.
Mr. Chairman, motion to approve R26-131.
Second.
All right, cast your vote. That passes 5-2.
And the motion to approve O26-23.
Second.
All right, that passes 5-2.
All right, so Virginia has its third Buc-ee's coming to the Commonwealth after a 6-hour session to debate the pros and cons of this Beaver gas station here. This will be the third gas station to bear the name Buc-ee's, the mega travel center, to be located on Interstate 95 at exit 140 in Stafford County. That's music to the supporters' ears. The supporting people who wanted this project said that it is hard to pass up $2 million a year in annual tax revenue that would come out of this project. You heard the commissioner of the revenue from Stafford County say Buc-ee's is likely to be the 4th highest paying commercial taxpayer in Stafford County if that $2 million annual projection holds. And this comes as the county just levied a huge tax increase on its homeowners, its property, its residents, taking effect July 1st. So right now there's a lot of dissent, a lot of unhappy taxpayers who are going to see an increased property assessment, increased tax bill coming in the new year, this next fiscal year, starting July 1st. And so the supervisors are indicating that they're looking to lower the tax burden on residents by approving this project, this Buc-ee's Travel Center. A long process, a 3-year process, has come to an end, and there will be a new Buc-ee's on Interstate 95 at exit 140. Supervisors voting yes just before 1 a.m. They took the vote about 12:50 this morning, May 20th, 2026. Stafford, Virginia will be home to the new Buc-ee's. We're seeing the comments come through here. We see in the comments, yay, welcome to Stafford. We won. Everyone, we can thank my speech. There's Magabot. There's the guy who dressed up in the Buc-ee suit right there. That's the guy who came and had the taste test. Got the room laughing there. It was 5-2. It was 5-2. The dissenting votes there were Garrisonville District Supervisor Pamela Young and Aquia District Supervisor my guy, both voting no. Everyone else on the board voting yes. See the comments there. All right, smart move, Stafford. Beaver onesie is now in my future. Very cool. Very cool indeed. So long meeting. Good meeting. Guys, thank you so much. Like the video. Please share the video. Please tell people that you're wherever you're watching, whether you're watching on the Potomac Local side, on YouTube at Potomac Local, on X at Potomac Local, or you're watching on the Virginia Insider side at Virginia Insider on X, at Virginia Insider on Potomac Local. I'm sorry, at 1 a.m. and I'm still trying to talk. At Virginia Insider on YouTube. Please join our community on YouTube, 17,000 strong. 17,000 subscribers in just 2.5 months. We have grown it to that. So that's amazing. Thank you for all your support. Thank you for your continued interest in local news and Virginia news. You have found the place to get it. And I will be back tomorrow. We've got a big day of news for you coming up tomorrow. Our Potomac Local podcasts for the local guys at Fredericksburg, Manassas, and Woodbridge starts at 9:30. We've got a restaurant owner we're going to bring on to talk about a new restaurant in Woodbridge. And then Virginia Insider is back on at 1 p.m. tomorrow to talk to you again. We'll be covering what's happening locally and statewide all day. So please like, subscribe, comment, share it, do all the things. And we will see you on the next one.